Use economical no-rubbing Aero Wax. Just apply it, and in 6 to 9 minutes, it dries itself to a hard, lustrous finish that saves countless scrubbings. Makes dingy floors shine like new, yet Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint. Try Aero Wax, Aerowax, tomorrow. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, would you like to have an attractive, dazzling smile, teeth that sparkle with all their natural brilliance? Then try the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Colonos acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver, erasing the common surface stains and dingy film that so often robs you of an attractive smile. See the difference it makes in the appearance of your teeth. Try Colonos toothpaste. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S tonight. And now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Our story this time opens far from Mr. Keene's comfortable office in New York, on a stormy night in the deep south, a night lashed by wind and rain. A ramshackle old cab makes its way up a back road. Over his shoulder, the old Negro driver talks to his two passengers, Mr. Keene and the latter's assistant, Mike Clancy.
So y'all wants me to drop you off at the Meade place?
Yes, driver. That's what I said. Will we soon be there?
In hardly a minute, boss. Wouldn't get me to go visiting in there at night.
And why not?
Most unnatural folks in there. Crazy folks.
Saints preserve us.
All touched in the head and the heart.
Why do you say that?
You'll meet them, boss. Here you are, gentlemen. This gate right over here.
Quite a big place. All walled in.
I'll get out and ring the bell for you.
Thank you.
And I'll wait here till someone comes for to fetch you. But I ain't going inside.
Driver, you wouldn't be superstitious, eh?
Oh, no, sir. Just intelligent. I was very intelligent about places where not to go.
Oh, Mr. Keene, I just remembered something terribly important.
What's that, Mike?
Well, I got an appointment tonight to go bowling in New York.
Oh, steady, Mike. There comes somebody now.
Oh, it's a Great Dane, big as a horse.
And a woman with him. She's unlocking the gate. Come on, Mike. Let's get out.
On your responsibility, sir.
Driver, I believe this covers the fare.
Thank you, sir. And good luck to you.
Good evening.
I suppose you're Mr. Keene.
Yes, this is my assistant, Mike Clancy.
I'm Dorothea Meade.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Please do. Please come in. Sorry you had to make the trip in such weather, Mr. Keene.
Not at all. I'm much more troubled by what you had to say in your letter, Miss Meade.
Yes, it's so disturbing about Uncle Adam. Let's walk along the driveway, shall we? We'll get some shelter from the trees.
Well, these are water oaks, I believe.
12 altogether in a double row.
They're magnificent.
Yes, but they've been going to pieces lately. There's the house on up ahead.
Oh, yes. Well, that's one of the most beautiful and majestic southern mansions I've ever seen.
But decaying, like everything else around here. Oh, be careful of that first step, Mr. Keene. It's loose.
I have it.
Just fasten Nero's leash to the post here. Please come inside. And just hang your coat and hat from those hooks there.
Thank you.
It's good to be out of the rain.
Well, if you'll come across the hall now, we'll make ourselves comfortable in the library.
Stop where you are.
Saints preserve us.
Turn around. Get out of this house.
It's that man, the top of the stairs.
You're not wanted here. Get out.
Oh, now stop it, Cousin Roscoe. You're being very rude.
I don't like strangers. I hate them.
Go on back to your room, dear, and work on your plans. Otherwise, you'll never capture Washington.
Ah, yes. Washington. I'll move up reinforcements to the Army of the Potomac. Dorothea, see that I am not disturbed.
Glory be.
Poor Roscoe is still fighting the war of the states, Mr. King.
So it would seem.
Here, let's go into the library.
Of course.
Now, if you'll just make yourselves comfortable.
Well, now, Miss Dorothea, to get a few facts straight. This place belongs to your Uncle Adam?
Yes, Mr. King.
How old is he?
About 80.
And he disappeared just 10 days ago?
That's right. That's why I want you to investigate.
Well, now, who are all the members of the household?
Well, I myself, I'm just visiting here. Then there are 2 nephews and another niece.
Oh.
You've just met one of the nephews, my cousin Roscoe.
I'll say.
Then there's also Roscoe's sister, Harriet. Both about 50.
Yes.
Finally, there's my cousin Herbert Meade. About 40, very charming. He lived for years in India.
Oh, did he?
Came back last year with wonderful gifts for all of us. I believe he's enormously wealthy.
At any rate, that was the entire household except for the servants. Your uncle and 2 nieces and 2 nephews.
Yes.
Now, tell me about the exact circumstance of his disappearance, Miss Dorothea.
Well, after dinner that night, Uncle Adam decided to go for a walk. It was very dark, moonless, but quite mild.
He went by himself?
No, Nero trotted off with him, Mr. King.
Mm-hmm. Who was the last person to see him?
Well, I was. I went out after him to offer him a flashlight. He said,
Nonsense, my dear. I don't need it.
"Oh, but it's so awfully dark, Uncle Adam."
I know every pebble around here by its first name. Come along, Nero. Let's go get some air.
And that was the last time you saw him, eh? What about Nero?
We found Nero here the next morning, tied to a post. Well, we presumed that Uncle Adam had decided not to take him after all, or disappeared after returning.
Did you start a search for him?
The very next morning, Mr. King. Well, the police went all over the grounds and no trace of him. Then I'm so terribly worried. What could have happened to him, Mr. King?
It's much too early to start guessing, my dear. Miss Dorothea, quite frankly, how did your uncle get along with the other members of the household?
Well, he was something of a tease. You see, oh, hello, Cousin Herbert.
Hello, Dorothea. I understand Mr. Keene has arrived.
Yes, and this is his assistant, Mr. Clancy.
How do you do? This is a dreadful business. If there's any way I can help, Mr. Keene.
I may want to talk to you later, Mr. Meade.
Well, I'll be in my room. Delighted to have met you, Mr. Keene.
Seems like a very pleasant sort.
Oh, he's a dear. And about the only one that Uncle Adam never picked on. Of course, Uncle Adam's been supporting Roscoe and Harriet for years as permanent guests. But he could never let off reminding Harriet about her age. He says,
Harriet, my dear niece, sometimes I begin to think you'll never find a husband.
Be still, Uncle Adam.
I must admit, though, that I met a fella the other day who's quite smitten with you, Harriet.
Oh, really? Did you?
Miss Harriet, he said, isn't the flashy kind, but for solid, good looks, she can't be beat.
Oh, tell me. Who said that?
Oh, a fellow in the old man's home.
I hate you, Uncle Adam. I hate you.
That wasn't very kind.
but in money matters, he was the very soul of generosity. Here, look, inside the drawer of this table, Mr. Keith.
Simply stuffed with bills.
It was there for Roscoe and Harriet to use as they wished.
Interesting.
Boss, there's something very odd about the size of those bills.
Yes, this is the old-fashioned currency, Mike. About 50% larger than what's issued nowadays.
It's one of my uncle's eccentricities. He's kept a bale of cash in the bank vault for years, and he's still drawing on it.
I see. Well, now, Miss Dorothea, besides the servants, was there anybody else around the grounds about the time he disappeared?
Well, yes. Uncle Adam had hired 3 or 4 men to work on the oaks.
That double row we saw as we came in, eh?
Yes. And I can get you the names of all the men who worked here.
That can wait until morning.
Oh, yes, of course. Let me show you to your rooms now. Here you are, Mr. Keene. Your room, Mr. Clancy, is the one down the hall there.
Well, thank you, Miss Dorothea. I'll be one to talk a minute with the boss. I'll find it later.
Everything's all laid out for you. Good night.
Good night.
Boss, what do you make of it?
Nothing yet.
Oh, this place gives me the creeps.
Oh, relax, Mike.
Oh, I get the feeling that eyes are on me all the time. And then that darn rainstorm. Oh, I wish he hadn't put us off in this lonely old wing by ourselves.
Steady, Mike. Go to sleep.
Well, I'll try to anyhow. Good night, boss.
Good night. Almost 11 o'clock. It is a strange house. And a strange family. I wonder if that storm will clear by morning. Must have a look around the grounds as soon as possible. See. Oh, great Scott. It's Mike Clancy. Somebody's turned off the hall light. One moment, Mike, while I find the hall light. There you are. Lying in the floor. Wait, Mike, wait. I'll fasten it from your neck. There we are.
Oh, Saints preserve us. What was it?
A silk stocking. Drawn around your neck like a noose.
Glory be.
Tell me, what happened?
I don't know, boss. I stepped out into the hall. I started for my own room. Suddenly the light went out and I was being choked.
With a silk stocking?
Oh, there's no better use for silk stockings in times like these.
1 second. You notice anything about the color of this?
Well, it's dark, sort of.
Gunmetal. The same color that Dorothea Meade was wearing.
Oh, boss, I told you I should have went bowling tonight in little old New York.
Good morning, Mr. Keene.
Good morning.
You enjoying the view from the porch?
Yes, it's beautiful.
Thank heavens the storm has cleared.
Yes, it gave me the chance to look around the grounds.
Oh, did you find anything interesting?
Mm-hmm. But on Mr. Clancy's neck, look at this.
A stocking? Why, it looks like one of my own.
It was used last night in an attempt to choke Mr. Clancy.
Oh, dear God.
I wonder if you can explain.
Well, I'm afraid that I can. I have several pairs like that. When I went back to my room last night, Roscoe was coming out.
Was he?
He said he'd been looking for some book. And, I know he has fits of temper, but I hate to believe he actually would try.
Here he comes now, up the gravel path.
Ah, that you, Keene? Just the man I want to see.
Good. I want to talk with you.
Tell me, Keene, if you were in a situation where your major forces were disposed along the Potomac and Grant was moving along your flank...
Now, Mr. Meade.
Oh, you think I'm a bit of a fool, don't you? Well, look at these.
$dollar bills?
A dozen of them.
The old-fashioned size.
I've been investigating for a week, all on my own. You know where they all turned up? In the bar back in town. The bartender told me. I bought them all up. Know why?
Well, why?
Because they'd all been spent there by Ben Matley.
Oh, who's he?
He's one of the men working on the grounds when my uncle disappeared.
Simple as could be. Matley murdered Uncle Adam.
Well, that's very much worth looking into. But what about this stocking, Mr. Meade? Ever see it before? Have you?
Of course. On Dorothea's leg.
One moment, Mr. Meade. I'm afraid I'll have to go after it. Mr. Meade!
Stop where you are.
Mr. Keene, this is Cousin Harriet.
I don't want this man here. Tell him leave Roscoe alone.
Cousin Harriet, if we're ever to find Uncle Adam...
Find him. I don't much care if we do.
This seems to be a house of hate, with motives on every side. But Mr. Keene continues his search. Meanwhile, thousands of girls who suffer the heartache of being unpopular, clever, pretty, smartly dressed girls, have just one thing to blame: teeth that rob them of charm when they smile. Thousands of men whose livelihood depends on selling themselves to others have the same weakness of appearance to blame. They don't know it or notice it, but the people they contact do. You may or may not be one of those people, but if you have the slightest suspicion that you are, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high-polishing toothpaste. Its action is like a jeweler's polish removing tarnish from a piece of silver. You'll find Colonos helps remove those dingy, unattractive surface stains from your teeth, brings out all the natural luster and brilliance that adds so much to your smile. Start using the new Colonos tonight. Remember, it's a high-polishing toothpaste. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore. Now back to Mr. Keene, who is knocking on the door of a cottage near the Mead estate.
Good morning. Are you Ben Matley?
Sure enough.
Keene is my name.
Yeah. I heard they was calling you from New York to find old Mr. Adam Mead.
Well, Matley, I'm going to ask you a very blunt question.
Yeah?
How do you come to have so many of those large-sized bills that Mr. Adam Mead always used?
Heck, I worked for him for weeks on them trees.
You would seem to be spending more than your normal share.
Sure. I'm good at poker, and the other boys ain't.
Well, tell me, Matley, about the work you did in those water oaks. Now, I gather that it consisted of hollowing out the rotted parts and filling them with cement.
Yeah, sure enough.
And then, were they finished?
Yep. A couple of weeks ago today.
Before Mr. Mead disappeared?
The day before.
Oh.
Sure had big holes in them. Funny the way that rot gets in water oaks. Holes big as a house, Mr. Keene.
But it never affects black walnut trees that way, does it?
Hardly ever. What do you ask me for?
Why? For an excellent reason.
We're ready for lunch, Mr. Keene.
Good, Miss Dorothea. I've worked up quite an appetite with all my walking this morning.
Right this way. The others are all waiting.
How do you do?
Mr. Clancy's sitting here by my side. Will you sit next to Cousin Herbert, Mr. Keene?
Delighted.
Any progress, Mr. Keene?
Progress? Why, I believe... excuse me.
Oh, did you drop something on the floor?
I got a pebble in my shoe. I'll have it out in a moment. There we are.
You were saying, Mr. Keene.
Negative progress. I mean that we can safely eliminate one theory.
And what is that?
If your uncle has been murdered, Miss Harriet, I don't believe it was for a legacy.
Why do you say that, Mr. Keene?
Because, Miss Dorothea, he has been made to disappear so completely.
I don't follow. Not at all, Mr. Keene.
Assuming that he is dead, his will cannot be probated, nor can his estate be distributed for at least 5 years. You see, there must be proof of death through the finding of the body, or else, under the laws of this state, 5 years must pass until he can be presumed to be legally dead.
Why, I didn't know that.
Everybody knows that.
Be that as it may, Cousin Herbert, Uncle Adam will turn up all right.
What makes you so sure, Miss
A
Harriet?
bad penny always turns up.
Hello? Somebody knocking?
It's I, Mr. Keene, Herbert Mead.
Oh, come in.
Mr. Keene.
One moment, I'll switch on the bed lamp.
I'm sorry to waken you. It was my first chance to break away from the others.
What's the trouble?
I don't know whether Dorothy has been completely frank, Mr. Keene.
In what regard?
When Uncle Adam walked off that night, he wasn't alone.
Oh, really?
I was looking out of the library window. Down the path, Uncle Adam was joined by... Well, family loyalty is a good thing, but...
Come, Mr. Meade.
The best way is to have it all come out now. Surely we could enter a plea of insanity for him.
For Roscoe, you mean?
You've seen one of his rages, I believe.
Yes.
Uncle Adam always was ridiculing poor Roscoe's military campaigns.
But the body...
Mr. Keene, I know the grounds have already been searched once. But I noticed this morning that the way Nero was mooning around in back of the house. It's only a stab in the dark, but I...
Yes, go on.
Tomorrow, by daylight, we'll go there together.
All right. First thing in the morning.
Good morning, Mr. Keene.
Good morning, Mike.
Something on your mind, boss?
Well, Mike, yesterday at lunch I set a trap.
And? Tell me about it.
There was no pebble in my shoe yesterday. I was examining a trouser cuff.
I don't follow you.
Come along, Mike. We have an appointment this morning with Herbert Meade.
Maybe he's gone downstairs by now, Mr. Keene, sir.
Maybe. But let's try the door.
Okay. Boss. Scott. Oh, look at him there in the bed. Blood all over his face.
Quick, let's get to him. Mr. Meade. Herbert.
Oh, my, a nasty gash on his forehead, sir.
Herbert, can you hear me?
Boss, he must be dead.
No. He seems to be just barely breathing. Mike, run downstairs. Have somebody phone for a doctor.
Okay, boss. Well, what are you doing there, sir?
Having a look in the closet, Mike.
What for? The killer?
No, just his trousers.
Well, we certainly had a fright, Mr. Keene.
What did the doctor say, Miss Dorothea?
Nasty cut for Cousin Herbert, but no fracture, fortunately.
Does Herbert have any idea who attacked him?
Just going back to discuss that with him now. You coming with me, Mr. Keene?
As a matter of fact, I'll join you later if you don't mind. I want to have a look in your uncle's tool shed, if I may.
Of course, anything, only we must find out once and for all who's responsible for all these horrors in this house. Oh, poor Herbert. Don't you think you should stay in bed?
Oh, don't worry, Dorothy. I'll be all right.
And you have no idea who it was?
I was deep asleep. Next thing, something came down on my head. I remember the pain and nothing.
Why, you could have been killed.
I wasn't hit with much force, the doctor said. Dorothea, that makes me start wondering, perhaps...
Oh, no.
But Harriet is such a strange one, always sulking, always taking Roscoe's part.
Oh, Herbert.
May I come in?
Why, of course, Mr. Keene.
I see you're sitting up, Mr. Meade.
Any news, Mr. Keene?
I'm afraid so, my dear.
Afraid?
What I mean is, you know that old black walnut tree out there in back? You can just about see the top of it from that window?
Yes.
Well, what about it?
Well, just before your uncle's disappearance, some work was being done on the 12 oaks out in front, wasn't it? They had rotted.
Yes, right, so.
And that's understandable. But I find also that another tree was treated the same way. Bored out and refilled with cement. That is very strange.
Why, Mr. Keene?
Black walnut doesn't usually decay like that. It doesn't ordinarily require that sort of surgery. A few minutes ago, I had that cement filling broken open.
Oh, dear God, you mean...
Your Uncle Adam Meade has been lying inside that tree for 2 weeks. Dead.
Oh.
Entombed in the black walnut by the person who killed him.
Who was that person?
The possibilities are numerous. Somebody who was mentally unbalanced, possibly. A thief, possibly.
You mean...
Or else a rather greedy and ruthless man who knew nothing about the laws of inheritance.
Who?
You, Herbert Meade.
What did you say, Mr. Keene?
Now we've got a third lunatic in the house. But, Keene, don't you realize that I was nearly killed here myself?
Nearly killed, yes. You staged that attack yourself. and hit yourself just hard enough to bring blood. No worse.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Well, when you found me, I was completely unconscious.
Correct. The answer is in this night table. See? A box of sleeping powder, half gone. First you gashed yourself, then you took a big dose of the sleeping powders, and then waited for results.
Well, you're out of your mind.
You see, while you lay there unconscious, I didn't waste too much time in pity. I looked in your closet, examined the cuffs of every pair of trousers you wear.
I don't understand.
In 2 of them, I found granules of wood, a black walnut scraping. In a 3rd, bits of cement.
Oh, now, just a moment.
Night after night, while the men working on the oaks left their equipment around, you went out and worked on the black walnut, making a tomb. And then, when it was ready, you went out in the dark after your uncle and strangled him.
Nonsense.
The same way you attacked my assistant later. You see, you did not understand the laws of legacy, Sir Meade. But when I mentioned it at the table yesterday, you realized you'd made a mistake. You realized the body had to be found. And you gave me hints to guide me. You said Nero had been mooning around in back. Then, my dear fellow, you really gave yourself away.
Stand back, Keene, both of you.
Got a pistol.
Careful, Meade.
Into the closet, you two.
You won't get far, Meade. I've already been in touch with the police.
Drop that pistol, Meade. I've got you covered.
Thank you, sir. That was well done.
I heard every word of it. I arrest you, Herbert Meade, for the murder of your uncle, Adam Meade.
Well, the train's on time, Mike. We'll soon be getting into Pennsylvania Station.
And sure, wait till I tell me old lady just how close she came to losing her precious Michael Clancy. Boy, oh boy. But, boss, I wonder what on earth you'd ever do if you didn't happen to know about things like black walnut trees and the laws of inheritance.
What would I do, Mike? I wouldn't be a detective.
And so ends the case of the Moonless Night. Listen next week at the same time as Mr. Keene brings us the bizarre and baffling case of the missing witness. To help bring out the gleaming, natural brightness of your teeth, remove common surface stains by brushing them with the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Colonos acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver. It quickly removes surface stains and helps make your teeth and smile look their dazzling, romantic best. Try the new Colonos toothpaste tonight. You have just been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of the missing witness. And now, one closing thought. Many of you listening in have signed the Home Front Pledge, a pledge made by 15 million Americans in the past year to pay no more than top legal prices and accept no ration goods without ration points. If all of us will do these 2 simple things, we will soon wipe out the black market, cut down the cost of living, and ensure a fair share of food for the wives and families of our fighting men and millions of others living on fixed income. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
Ladies, there is now a wonderfully inexpensive, easy way to wax wood floors and linoleum to a high, sparkling finish in only 6 to 9 minutes. Use Aero Wax, a self-polishing wax that goes on in a jiffy, dries without rubbing to a marvelous high luster, adds beauty to your rooms, saves countless scrubbings, yet costs only 25 cents a pint. Get Aerowax, Aerowax, tomorrow. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Bing Crosby and Ann Blythe in The Emperor Waltz. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Undoubtedly, the outstanding personality in the entertainment world today is our star tonight, Bing Crosby. First in song, first on the screen, and first in the hearts of his fellow Americans. Bing is here to bring you one of his greatest Paramount hits, The Emperor Waltz. With Bing, we present the lovely Ann Blythe as his co-star in this lively, romantic story of old Vienna. It's pure entertainment from the moment the American traveling salesman meets the beautiful countess until they both meet a happy ending. And, of course, it's full of the songs that delighted film audiences everywhere. You know, it's the audience that makes a picture a success. And it's the same way with a product like Lux Toilet Soap. Famous for years as the complexion care of beautiful women, Lux Soap has now made another hit with a big bath size. And here's the signal for the curtain to rise on The Emperor Waltz, starring Bing Crosby as Virgil Smith and Ann Blythe as the Countess. Vienna, some 40-odd years ago. In the study of his palace, Emperor Franz Joseph has just received some visitors. General von Stolzenberg, his daughter, the Countess Johanna, and his daughter's dog, a French poodle named Scheherazade.
Come in, General, come in. Don't stand there. Sit down.
Your Majesty.
My dear Johanna, sorry I can't kiss your hand. Bad cold, full of germs. Oh, how are you, Scheherazade? What pretty ribbons you're wearing today. Well, General, you know why I've sent for you?
If it's about that girl at the Opera House, I definitely did not promise her the lead in Aida.
Girl? Opera House? Now what have you done?
Me? But, Your Majesty, I really...
You'd better be quiet, Father, before you really give yourself away.
I sent for you, Johanna, to discuss a marriage.
Marriage? But, Your Highness...
The Russian Duke, sire? The one with all the money?
Don't be absurd. A match, Johanna, that means a great deal to me. I've given it infinite thought, my dear. Studied the bloodlines on both sides. One could not ask for better.
Thank you, sire. I have raised Johanna to realize that blood comes first.
What pleases me most is that both lines are prolific.
Prolific, Your Majesty?
I anticipate superb offspring. Oh, it will warm my old heart to see the little things crawling about.
Great honor, a great honor.
If there are 5, I shall want 3. Is that asking too much?
Your Majesty.
Now, don't quibble. If it'll give the Emperor any happiness...
I think the union should be brought about as rapidly as possible. You see, spry as he is, the bridegroom is rather an elderly gentleman.
How old, Your Majesty?
12.
12?
But what possible difference is...
12? On the 7th of September. Now, I suggest that the nuptials take place in my kennels.
Kennels? With all that barking going on?
Oh, Father, the Emperor's talking about the poodles. His Majesty's dog, Louis, is asking for the paw of Scheherazade in marriage.
Well, of course. I'm no fool.
Scheherazade, did you hear? You're engaged.
My dog Louis and I will expect you tomorrow at my hunting lodge in the mountains.
We're most honored, Your Majesty.
Think of it, Joanna. Why,
Forgive me, Your Majesty, but you must take cover at once, sire.
Now, what's going on?
There's an assassin in the palace. The captain of the guard says he's got a bomb.
Oh, dear, this constant hiding gets to be such a bore.
Don't be alarmed, Your Majesty. We're closing in on the villain right now. He's surrounded down there in the courtyard.
Hey, here now, here. Wait, break it up. What's the matter? Release the fabric here. What are you trying to do? What's the big idea? How come you guys want to chase me out of the palace? I got a pass. See? Signed here by the Royal Chamberlain.
We've got him, Lieutenant. You can call off the cavalry.
You crazy or something? Now, what'd you do with my box? And let go of my dog, you dog, you. Never mind, Buttons. We'll file suit first thing in the morning.
Captain, we dropped the box in the pond, but it may still explode.
Oh, is this the Emperor's Palace or a loony bin, or where am I?
This pass, Virgil H. Smith, eh?
Yeah.
It says here you came as a potentate.
Mm-hmm. Well, are you a potentate? No, I may have stretched things a little, but I'm a Shriner, all right. Dues paid up through January.
You're an anarchist, that's what you are.
I'm not. I'm a Presbyterian.
Another lie. It says here you're a salesman.
Left
Traveling
faith,
salesman.
isn't it? For a Presbyterian Shriner potentate salesman?
Now you're trying to...
I am also a registered Democrat, a junior member of the Chamber of Commerce, a signed lay up third
Not so fast now.
I gotta talk fast. If I don't, my sample's gonna rust in that Posh fish pond.
Yeah, show 'em where you are.
Posh fish. You got
It's
me
a
all
bomb.
upset. I don't know what I'm talking about. Got the thing there, it's no bomb. I never saw such a bunch of ignoramuses. What's the matter with you anyhow? Bomb. Look, I'll get the box out of the water myself. Will that help you? I'll even open it myself. Maybe that'll convince you.
Stand back, Ben. If it goes off, it'll save the expense of a hanging.
Look, he's winding up the box. He's winding it. Well, it's a little damp, fellas, but it may still work now. I attached the little horn thusly.
Horn? Why, that looks like an ear.
Oh, don't be silly. Okay, Buttons. Cock your head now. Look in the horn. There you are, fellas. Well, don't you recognize the trademark? You don't get it, huh? You're all playing infield around here, I guess. Well, this box is an invention. It's a talking machine, a phonograph. A new kind of American thingamabob. Here, watch this. We have a record. We place it on the machine. We drop the needle, and we're in business. Here she goes, boys. Listen now. Get yourself a phonograph. You'll get yourself a girl. When you start a record playing, introduce yourself by saying, let's whirl. Get yourself a phonograph. How can you ever miss? Let the needle help you wheedle a kiss. And when she hears the music, how romantic she'll become. A serenade that's ready-made for an insignificant sum. Get yourself a phonograph. Just give the crank a whirl. It's a wonderful invention and attracts so much attention. And of course you heard me mention that you get yourself a girl. Well, there you are. Convinced? Doesn't convince you, huh? Well, let me back in the palace. I'm trying to see the Emperor anyhow.
He has enough worries without listening to that.
All right, Lieutenant. Turn the prisoner over to the Royal Chamber.
It's all right, Your Majesty. You may come out now.
Well, what was it this time?
A false alarm, sire. An American salesman. Don't worry, I'll dispose of him immediately.
The dogs, Your Majesty. We were making the final arrangements.
Scheherazade and I will leave in the morning, Your Majesty.
Yeah, I'll escort them myself. And I may personally guarantee Your Highness a most glorious litter.
I know it. I know you're the Royal Chamberlain. You're the boy who lined up the appointment for
I
me.
tell you, we have changed our minds. Now, out the gate.
Now, listen. Steady, Chubby. I came here to put my talking machine over, and I'm going to. You understand? I'm going to sell 5,000, 10,000, 20,000.
Not in Austria, I
Oh,
assure
what a
you.
bunch of dusty old aunties you got around here. Why, you wouldn't have put in electric lights, only the Emperor did. And you wouldn't have bought an automobile, only the Emperor did. Well, he's going to buy the first talking machine, you see, and he's going to endorse it. And when he does,
You just watch the sales skyrocket. Ho, 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 up they go.
One more word and you're under arrest.
Viennese charm. Okay, Buttons. All right. Tell you one thing. If you ever see me order Wiener Schnitzel again, you can spit in my eye. Hey, Buttons, here now. Back here. Didn't say we had to run out.
No.
What's the matter? What's the matter with you,
Over there, that other dog. She belongs to the Countess. Call back your dog. Call him back.
Hey, Buttons. Hey, here. Here, Buttons. Here, boy. Come on, boy. Lay off the rough stuff now. You hear me? Here now.
Quick, get in the coat. Oh, my poor Scheherazade. Did he frighten you?
Hey. Come back here. What'd you do to my dog? He's bleeding. Hey, stop.
Who do these people think they are? They are His Excellency Baron General von Stolzenberg, and his daughter, the Countess.
Yeah, well, where do they live?
In the Stolzenberg Palace and Stolzenberg Square, naturally.
That's a lot of Stolzenberg, ain't it? Don't tell us to get out again, because we're getting. Come on, Buttons. Let's have a look at that paw.
You rang, sir?
Yeah. Does a black dog live here?
I beg your
A
pardon.
French poodle, black, about so big. You tell her she's got to see a man about a dog.
It's all right, Franz. I'll dispose of him myself.
There they are, Buttons. There they are. Both
Let
of
me
them.
keep that animal on its feet. Sit down, Scheherazade.
What's the idea of just running off before down there? You saw what happened. Your dog bit my dog.
Your dog annoyed my dog, and take off your hat.
Look at his paw. See, it bled for half an hour all over my rented suit.
Don't let him upset you, darling. What is it you want? Money?
I want a saliva test. I want it right now.
Oh, what?
Saliva test. Your dog may be mad. That silly-looking beast might have the
Oh,
rabies.
thank you not to use such vile words when you talk about her.
Well, have you watched her lately for symptoms? Has she been frothing at the mouth? Has her bark sounded creepy?
My dear man, my veterinarian goes over Scheherazade twice a week from snout to tail.
Oh, listen, any mutt can get
And
rabies.
stop referring to her as a mutt. Have you ever heard of bloodlines? Hers goes back to the 18th century.
Huh. Buttons goes back to as far as they've been having dogs.
Her father belonged to the Tsar of Russia.
Oh, you don't say.
Her mother to the Infanta of Spain.
Well, Buttons' ma belongs to a milkman in Jersey City, and his father... Oh, well, his father, you got me there, huh?
Furthermore, Scheherazade has just become betrothed to the dog of his Emperor Franz Joseph.
Yeah? Well, Buttons' brother helps a kid named Stinky O'Hara deliver newspapers, and his sister was making an honest living as a watchdog until she had a little run-in with the Jersey Central Railroad.
How really fascinating.
If your poodle is so darn classy, how come she doesn't know better than to go around biting a nice little dog like Buttons? See, all he did was go up to her and say, how do you do?
Yes, thrusting his ugly, ill-bred little face right into hers.
And for that she bit him?
Certainly.
And she was right?
Well, there are such things as class distinction, you know. If the low-bred has the impertinence to come so distastefully close, well, what can he expect but to be bitten?
Oh, is that so?
It is.
Okay, let's see.
You kissed me.
Yeah. Now go ahead, bite me. Well, what do you got to yap about? I told you what happened. The Emperor's up here in the mountains. See, it said so in the newspaper. If we're going to sell him a talking machine. Well, I thought you'd like it up here. All these trees and things.
You there. Where you going?
Why? What's the matter? Road closed?
It is to you. These grounds where the Emperor goes hunting.
Oh, he's hunting now, huh?
His Majesty hunts only in the morning.
But right here in the woods, huh?
He goes down this road and through the gorge. And no spectators. And no spectators.
I heard you the first time.
Your first time.
Hey, Buttons, get a load of that echo. La, la, la. La, la, la. La, 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 la. Oh, that's those wonderful acoustics. What do you say, Buttons? Let's hit him with the full treatment, huh? Da 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 dee 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 doo.
dum da 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 dee. Bum bo dee do 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 ho. Bum 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 bum. If you feel a song, then let the song begin, and you'll find the friendly mountains joining in. Joining in, joining in, joining in. Loosen up your pipe, and brother, you can bet it's as pretty as a barber shop quartet. Say you take the lead, and you think you're all alone, but you find you've got a tenor, bass, and baritone. Tenor!
Don't be impatient.
I tell you, Your Honor, the dog's not well. Just feel her nose. She's running a temperature.
Don't be
hysterical. Don't you realize what this means to me? What if she gets a cold or distemper? Oh, heaven forbid.
Oh, all right. Let's rest for a moment. Stop here, driver.
Yes, now. Just breathe this delicious air, Scheherazade. Oh, what's the matter? What is it?
She's running away.
Scheherazade, hustle up the song.
What's eating you? What's the matter, Buttons? Hey, now, the song ain't that bad. Come back here. Here, boy. Here, Buttons.
Scheherazade, she's fighting. He's killing her.
Buttons, cut that out. Cut it out. You hear me? Cut her alone.
Call up your dog. Call him off.
What's the matter with you, Buttons? Here, now. Down there, boy. Quiet. This is. Why, first thing you know, you'll...
This is outrageous.
Small world, huh?
Are you following me?
No. Are you? Why, this is the same objectionable American, isn't it?
I'll take care of him, Father. You take Scheherazade back to the coach.
Oh, yes. I'll give her some brandy.
As for you, exactly what are you doing here?
Well, they don't pay my expenses just to climb mountains and yodel. I'm here on business. Got to see the Emperor.
At His Majesty's request?
Let's not get technical about it.
Then how do you expect to see him?
Oh, he's going to see me or hear me, or rather, he's going to hear my talking machine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, every day, I find out he goes out coon hunting or something out here, and one of these fine mornings, I'll hide behind a tree or something, get my talking machine all set, and suddenly, da-da-dee-doo-doo-doo.
And then?
Well, once he gets to listen, it'll be a cinch. He'll say, how come that beautiful doggone band is up here playing in these little bitty old doggone foothills of mine?
That's what he'll say.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I shall pop out from behind my tree and I'll say, Emp, that's no band, that's a phonograph. Come on over here, see for yourself.
Very clever. Only it won't work.
Why not?
Because you will not be hiding behind any tree.
Huh.
Because no tradesman can be allowed to presume on the Emperor of Austria. And because you're going straight back to the inn, pack your things and leave immediately. You and that miserable dog of yours.
Well, who's going to make it?
The police.
Well, it's funny. Well, I'm an American citizen. He's an American dog. I got a passport. He's got a dog price.
And if you don't leave voluntarily, I'll see that they throw you out.
Now, you try anything like that, and you're going to get into a peck of trouble. Don't you forget that Teddy Roosevelt still carries a big stick.
Who carries what?
You start a mad with me, he'll have the Rough Riders over here so fast make your head swim, boy.
Your Honor, get back here at once. Scheherazade is fainted.
And the Army will be here, too, and the Navy and the Marines, you understand? And don't forget, we're building a little thing called the Panama Canal.
Just what are you raising?
You'll find out soon enough when we won't let your ships through, not one of them. You'll have to go all the way down around South America. Or else you'll have to go all the way up north where it's so darn cold that you...
The first train out is here. You and your apparatus and that dog. Especially that dog.
Yeah? We'll fix you in Washington. Oh, what we'll do to your ambassador. And we'll boycott your product. The Blue Danube forbidden by act of Congress. Yeah. Oh, hi, fellas. Oh, shut up with that stuff. We'll return with Act 2 of The Emperor Waltz. Now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins, with interesting news for movie fans.
They'll be glad to know, Mr. Keeley, that Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer has an important new picture. It's The Red Danube, an exciting story of post-war Vienna, as up-to-date as today's headline.
There's certainly drama in that subject, Libby. You know, Walter Stidgen tells me his role in this picture is one of the most powerful he's ever done.
Ethel Barrymore is thrilled with the story, too, and with her part as the Mother Superior of a convent near Vienna.
There's only a great actress that played a role with such conviction, which means that Miss Barrymore, well, she's perfectly cast in the part.
I love Peter Moffat as the dashing British major. Didn't he get a grand reception when he went to the premiere in San Francisco last week?
Yes, and I noticed that Janet Leigh takes another step towards stardom in The Red Danube. You know, she makes a very lovely Russian ballerina.
Yes, indeed. She looks the part with that delicate, almost ethereal beauty she has. Don't you think so, John?
She's a charmer, Libby, especially in the close-up. A Lux girl, of course.
That's right. Janet finds Lux toilet soap gives her skin just the care it needs. And the new bath size kit makes a special hit with her. It's so luxurious, he says.
That big bath-size Lux toilet soap couldn't be finer. Lots of rich, creamy lather. And a perfume screen star as well.
Yes. It leaves such a delicate, clinging fragrance on the skin. There's something rather special about that Lux soap perfume.
Indeed there is. It's an exclusive blend of many flower fragrances. Rose, jasmine, lily of the valley are just a few.
No wonder that new bath size soap is the choice of 9 out of 10 screen stars.
And women everywhere say it makes their daily beauty bath more refreshing than ever. Have you tried this fine new product of Lever Brothers Company? You'll find the whole family will enjoy the generous bath-size Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of The Emperor Waltz, starring Bing Crosby as Virgil Smith and Anne Blythe as the Countess. Well, our hero, Virgil Smith, is convinced that his sales trip to Austria is a bust. And in the Golden Fiddle Inn, he's packing up to go home. A few miles away, in the Emperor's hunting lodge, disaster hovers over the royal dog kennel. Scheherazade, the French poodle, is ailing.
How is she, Dr. Schweibach? Oh, my poor Scheherazade.
Physically, there is nothing wrong with the Countess, but emotionally, well, this is something else again.
You think she's upset about her wedding?
It's very difficult to say. I have been psychoanalyzing her.
But she never had a sick day until she had the fight with that other dog.
Fight? Other dog?
An American dog, a brown and white mongrel.
His name, what was his name?
Button.
Let's test it. Scheherazade, listen. Button. Absolutely clear now. A fear complex, very disturbing.
Isn't there a cure?
We must bring the two dogs together, Scheherazade and this Button.
Oh, but I've ordered Button's owner to leave Austria.
You did what? That is bad, Countess. Very bad.
Well, maybe it's not too late. He'll be at the inn. Don't worry, Scheherazade. I'll do everything I can. Everything.
Okay, all right. I'm leaving, I told you. I'll go on back to the police station. Let me finish. Well. Come in, Countess.
I thought it was the cops again.
I'm here to demand your cooperation, Mr. Smith.
Me? Help a Countess?
My dog is in a state of complete collapse.
Oh, what am I supposed to do?
Well, the reason for Scheherazade's breakdown is fear.
Oh.
And the reason for her fear is your dog.
Oh, no.
Now, the veterinary says, well, to put it simply, if Scheherazade could realize that Buttons is not a danger, if your dog could be nice to my dog, well...
Oh, no. She might toss a flea on him or something.
I assure you this is a matter of utmost importance. It goes far beyond just curing a dog.
So we're going to do you a favor and then you're going to kick us out. Is that it?
No, you can stay as long as you like. I don't care.
Oh,
Oh, now you're talking sense.
Let me get Scheherazade from the carriage. There's no time to waste. Oh, and see that your dog behaves.
Oh, hold it, Countess. There's a word missing here.
I beg your pardon.
The word is please.
Please.
Come again.
Please.
Bring in the mutt.
Just look at them, Mr. Smith, playing like a couple of puppies. It's incredible.
I told you, didn't I, back in Vienna, that Buttons is a gentleman? Of course, after she hurt his feelings away, she
You
did,
don't know how relieved I am. Why, the doctor said Scheherazade might have gone C-R-A-Z-Y.
Oh, not that. Well, let's see what else we can D.O., Does Scheherazade like music? Now, there's a piano over there in the corner.
I think she'd love some music. Oh, nothing too gay, though. She mustn't become overstimulated.
Oh, well, let's see. How's this here?
In dreams I kiss your hand, madame, your dainty fingertips, and while in slumberland, madame, I'm begging for your lips. I haven't any right, madame, to do the things I do. Just when I hold you tight, madame, you vanish with the night. In dreams I kiss your hand, madame, and I pray my dreams come true.
I think, I was thinking maybe a little object lesson might help, huh?
Object lesson?
Well, if I were to kiss you like this, well, then they might get the idea, too. Get you on?
I see.
Nothing personal, you understand?
Oh, I understand perfectly. You may kiss me again, Mr. Smith.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't presume.
No, of course you wouldn't.
Oh, look. She's kissing Buttons, and now Buttons is kissing her. Oh, she's cured, huh?
Oh, I'm sure she is. Come, dear, we can go back now.
Say goodbye, Buttons.
You've been very kind, Mr. Smith.
Oh, my talking machine, huh? Any objections?
Oh, no objection.
You wouldn't happen to know when he's going hunting?
Tomorrow morning. They've sighted a big stag in the glen.
Well, then if I hide in the woods tomorrow morning and I bring along the phonograph...
The chances are he'd hear it. Goodbye, Mr. Smith.
Well, what's the matter with you? You're telling me.
There he is, Your Majesty. What a magnificent stag. What antlers.
All my life I've waited for a stag like that.
Here's your rifle, Your Majesty. Look at it. Like a statue mounted on those rocks. Don't move, anyone. Oh, already I can see its head mounted above Your Majesty's desk.
I can't miss, not at this distance.
Quiet now. I'll take aim. Oh, no. No, what's going on? My stag. He's gone. Incredible. Must be a band marching down the highway. I want my stag. Music here. Arrest them. Arrest every man in that band, especially the brass section. Oh, what a disappointment. What a tragedy. It's inhuman. I can't stand it.
Turn that thing off.
Countess! Oh, hiya, Countess.
Turn it off.
But the Emperor's here. I saw his hunting party. Hey, now, look out. Don't fool with that. You're going to scratch my leg. Look out. Don't.
You've scared off the Emperor's stag. They're combing the woods.
Oh, well, he can knock off a stag anytime, but an invention like this...
be quiet.
Come.
Did you find that band?
Not yet, Countess, but they must be here somewhere. Who is that man?
You mean this man?
What's he doing here?
Oh, just a tourist picking wild strawberries.
And that contraption he's got, what is it?
Well, that's what I was just asking about. It's apparently for strawberries.
Huh? Yeah, sure, strawberry.
Show me.
Well, you see this horn? You put the strawberries in here, and then you grind them up with this crank, you see? And the jam collects down yonder in the box.
Yeah, down in there, get the box down there and get the jam. That round black thing, what does that do?
Oh, you mean this platter? Well, this is what you serve them on. And the hole in the middle, that's so the juice can run out. Any questions?
I don't know. It would seem to
I don't care what it seems to you. Now go find that van.
I beg your pardon, Countess. Come.
Oh, you're a pip, Countess, and thanks.
I'm afraid you'll have to think up another scheme for your talking machine.
Yes, I will. I don't know what it's... Hey, how's Scheherazade?
Oh, gay as a lark. Busy with her wedding plans.
Oh, boy.
Being trimmed, a new collar, sniffing over her wedding presents.
Buttons and I, we didn't sleep a wink last night. Couldn't eat breakfast either.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So you don't suppose that, whatever Scheherazade had, could that be contagious?
Oh, nonsense. Buttons is a sturdy, well-adjusted little dog.
I'm talking about me. I'm the one who's got the shivers.
Oh, no,
Don't laugh. I've got them. One of these nights there'll be a knock on your door, and when you open it, Buttons will be standing there with me in his arms. With my eyes rolled back until just the white is showing, and... Oh, you'd have to help me then, wouldn't you?
How?
Well, you'd bend over me and... Well, you remember the cure we found?
Joanna, where are you?
I have to go.
Now, wait a minute. Don't go. Don't you feel it, too?
Feel what, Mr. Smith?
That funny stir inside of you. All bubbles and firecrackers and your blood all out of whack. Oh, boy, right now mine's going counterclockwise. How's yours?
Perfectly normal, I assure you. Goodbye, Mr. Smith.
Countess, hey. Oh, well. That's the chance I'd have with a gal like that. Say, I wonder if it would work. I throw some strawberries in the horn, I turn the... Holy Toledo, I am nuts, I guess.
Still awake, Scheherazade? Don't you know it's way past midnight? Now you listen to me. He's just an ordinary little dog like a million other little dogs. All right, he has some charm, knows a few tricks, but he's not for you, Scheherazade. He's not your sort. And tomorrow, you and the Emperor's poodle will be married. Oh, now stop crying. You're not a child, Scheherazade. You're an adult and intelligent woman with a position to maintain. Self-control, dignity. Is that too much to ask? It's no use, is it, Scheherazade? A fine pair we make. Scheherazade! Where are you going? Scheherazade, come back here!
As your royal chamberlain, sire, I find it my duty to...
Yes.
Well, it's high time you knew what was going on.
Well, speak up. What's going on?
Sire, it is 3 weeks since the Countess Joanna came here to the mountains with her dog.
Well?
Why do you suppose the Countess is so intent upon remaining here? Why has she not returned to Vienna?
Perhaps she likes it here.
She has an excellent reason, Your Highness. There's an American in the village. I've had trouble with him before, sire. Countess Joanna feeds this low person every day. He dares to make love to her.
Well, it's been going on for 3 weeks. She can't object too strenuously. Perhaps she finds it amusing, which is more than I can say for you. Now stop this absurd gossip and let me alone.
Let's not walk anymore, Virgil. Let's just sit here by the lake. You know something? If Scheherazade hadn't run away that night to find Buttons, I wouldn't be here now.
Poor Buttons. His gallop married royalty.
As I shall probably do one of these days.
Meanwhile, do you suppose I could trouble you for another kiss, honey Countess?
No trouble at all. I'll never forget you, Virgil.
Oh, you bet you won't. I won't be around to remind you.
Impertinent, unpardonable, ridiculous, Virgil.
You can say your lips are not for me, but you can't hide the kiss that's in your eyes.
And you can say my arms would only leave you cold, but wait till they hold you and then look wise.
Yes, and you can say night will come and go without a single moment's worth of sorrow.
But why should I agree when I know what will be? It's plain to me. Plain as dark What did you mean, Virgil? You're going to be around? I thought you were going back to America.
Oh, I got it all worked out, honey Countess. You pack your bags, I pack mine. We get the dogs, we take the first train, the first boat. And then one day your folks are going to get a postcard from Newark, New Jersey, and it'll say, Merry Christmas from Mr. and Mrs. Virgil Homer Smith.
Oh, it sounds so wonderful.
Isn't that great?
It's so impossible.
Why?
Don't you understand, Virgil? There'd be a scandal, and we can't afford a scandal in my family. I have a younger brother in the Imperial Military School. He'd be expelled.
So he'll hustle around. He'll get a job setting up pins in the Imperial bowling alley or something. He's fine. No worries.
I've a young sister. She's to be presented at
Oh,
court.
so she'd call in the neighborhood kids. Instead, she'll have herself a big taffy pull.
And then there's my father. Very bankrupt and slightly dishonest. If we should affront the Emperor...
Oh, the Emperor again. Nobody's that important.
He is,
Well,
darling.
then why don't I go see him? Tell him how things are with us. That we're wacky about each other,
He
huh?
wouldn't listen to
You
me.
just get me in there now. I'll reason it out with him.
You don't reason with an emperor, Virgil. You simply listen to what he tells you. And what he has to say is no.
Oh, not me. I don't take no.
Now let me get back to the boat.
Out there in the carriage, poor little fellow all bundled up. You ought to see him. Just a little rack of bones. Last night he dragged himself out of the hotel. You know where I found him? In front of your house. Looking for Scheherazade.
I'm extremely
I
sorry.
rang the bell and your servants told me Scheherazade was here at the palace.
She can't be
What are you
disturbed.
trying to do, Comet? You're trying to take it out on him for something I did? Buttons isn't a businessman. He isn't working any angles. All Buttons did was to lose his fool heart, that's all.
One doesn't die of a lost heart, Mr. Smith. Except in those syrupy songs the chambermaids play on your phonograph.
Well, let him see her just once more, huh? Come on. Just for a minute. Just so the poor little dog can begin to breathe again. I'll go out there and get him.
I'm expected back in the ballroom, Mr. Smith, and that's just where I'm going.
I forgot the word, baby, huh? Please. Please.
Your Honor, and where have you been?
What is it, Father?
The Emperor just went to the kennel. Scheherazade's puppies will be born at any moment now. Well, aren't you coming?
Yes, Father, of course.
Oh, Buttons. Now, how'd you get in here? I thought I told you to wait out there and stay covered up. Oh, you just got to see Scheherazade. Is that it, well? Oh, boy, I never wanted to tell you this, but I guess I'll have to. Seems that she and the Emperor's poodle, well, Buttons, she's about to present him with her family. shy fella, but that's the way it is. Now do you give up? Buttons. Buttons, here. Here now. Come back here. Here now, wait a minute. Here, boy.
Well, Your Honor, any news in there?
It will be a little while yet, Your Majesty. If you'll excuse me, I'll stay with Scheherazade.
Of course, my dear, of course. What a relief, General, when this is all over. Now, what shall I call the puppies?
Let me see. Well, they'll be black, of course. Jet black like their mother and father. I have a few suggestions, Your Highness.
Huh?
For the firstborn, Othello.
Oh, good.
For the second, Cafe Noir. If he's very small, Demi-Tasse.
Yes, and if it's a female, Sheba.
Huh?
Queen of Sheba, you know, she was dark.
Inspired, Your Majesty, simply inspired.
Oh, if I could only stay here, but I can't. Not with a palace full of guests. You will remain, General, and let me know the moment the puppies arrive.
Oh, So this is where you are, Buttons, huh? Well, those little old kennels, that's right. Scheherazade must be in there, but... Oh, she's a pretty busy lady right now. I guess all we can do is just walk the floor out here.
Who is it? Who is that?
The Emperor. Why, just Buttons and me, Your Highness. Me, remember Virgil Smith with the music box?
What are you doing here?
Well, Well, I came to see Dr. Schweibach. Buttons here has really got the miseries, and I understand that Dr. Schweibach stuck something in there might do him a world of good.
He's the best veterinarian there in the little basket.
Well, now, that's more like... No, I refuse to believe my eyes.
3 puppies, brown and white. Each of them.
That blasted black Jezebel.
Stop shouting, Father.
That dog can't do this to me.
He seems to have done it anyway. These puppies are the image of Buttons.
The Emperor, this will break his heart.
It could ruin me. And nevertheless, he must be told at once. Your Honor, you'll come with me.
Yes, perhaps I'd better see a good mama, Scheherazade. I'll be back later.
Schweibach, come here.
Yes.
I shall tell the Emperor that the puppies were born dead. Then he won't want to see them.
Good. What shall I do with them?
Father, I'm waiting.
I'll be right there. You will drown them at once.
General,
You heard me. Drown them. That's an order.
Puppies, you say, General, and all black, eh? Black as coal, I wager. Well, I shall go to them at once.
I don't think you should see them.
What's that?
Great grief has befallen us, Your Majesty. Your Honor was too upset to face you with me, sire. The puppies, they were born dead.
Dead? That's an ugly word. How is Scheherazade?
Quite well. She'll give you puppies yet, Your Highness. Come spring, you may count on another litter.
Question is, can I count on another spring? Now go.
Your Majesty. Well, Your Honor, you heard what I told him.
Do you think it's wise to lie to His Majesty?
I thought I handled it very well. Anyway, I didn't lie. The puppies are dead. I ordered Schweibach to drown them.
You didn't. You couldn't have.
Let them live. Run the risk of him finding out. Now, stop acting so tragic and get back to the ballroom.
Hi. Hey, can we come in, Doc? Oh, I hope it's not that visiting hour.
Who are you? Get out of here.
Oh, yeah. Just a minute. You're being a little rude, aren't you? This little gentleman here is a close friend of the family. Who's that? There you are, Buttons. There's Scheherazade.
Nobody's allowed in here. Now get out.
What about the pup? Hey, what are you filling that pail for?
Stay away from there. The orders have been given.
What orders? Now, give me those pups.
Well, they're in the basket there, but you can... Stop! Come back!
Ladies and gentlemen, His Majesty, the Emperor, Franz Joseph. Just a second, Your Majesty. Wait a minute now. Before you tell these people that the dance can go on, I got a little something to tell you.
What?
I got the puppies, you see, and you're not going to kill them.
Just what are you trying to tell me?
They're not pure enough for you. They're not good enough. They're freaks. Little brown and white mongrels that you wouldn't have around. So what are you going to do? You're going to shake them up that great big noble family tree of yours and let them rot. As if nothing had ever happened.
Exactly what is in that basket, Mr.
Scheherazade's pup. And you know it.
General von Stolzenberg. It seemed wiser, Your Majesty. I didn't want to shock you.
Let me see them, Mr. Smith. And as my hearing is not impaired, please stop shouting at me.
Well, I want to get my 2 cents worth in before you started talking. Last time, like a chump, I kept my mouth shut, and what did you do? You sold me a bill of goods about the wrong side of the tracks, and a lot of guff about me not being good enough.
Are we discussing the Countess Joanna or the contents of this box?
Well, it amounts to the same thing, only now I know. With your very kind permission, sir, that you're full of crack Christ. Maybe I was to fall for it and walk out and make a heel out of myself.
Virgil, will you say that again, please? Slowly and plainly and simply.
I sure will, honey, Countess. But later.
Your Majesty, please. Was it me that you made him give up?
Your Honor, we both agreed that with him you had only one chance in a million to be happy.
Does Your Majesty think I am happy? Isn't one chance in a million better than no chance at all?
Oh, my dear, you're much too pretty for mathematics. Look at those puppies. Look, they're all boys.
Sure. Boys running Button's family.
This tiny one has a bite like a nutcracker.
Oh, you're so sweet, Your Majesty. He'll be the strongest, the smartest, the funniest.
Yeah, and between Buttons and me, we'll bring him up right when we get him back home, too. There's no fooling around with these. Can I have him? Give me this.
Indeed, you cannot have them, no. Why should you have Buttons and Scheherazade and the puppy?
Maybe we could leave one for His Majesty. The one who seems so attached to his finger.
Oh, sure. That just sounds like a good deal to me. You know what I'm going to do?
Yes?
I'm going to withdraw that remark about the cracked ice.
Well, thank you very much, but I'm keeping them all, nevertheless.
Oh,
now, leave me alone. Go on, dance, all of you. Your Majesty, if I may. You may not. I'll settle with you later.
The people, they're all staring at us.
Good. I got something to tell you. You too, honey, Countess, and the people. Love is a dream, yet it's so real. To explain just how you feel. Deep in your heart, joy seems to dwell. Like poets say, perfectly swell. Love is a dream, yet it's so real. Hard to explain just how you feel. Deep in your heart, joy seems to dwell. Like poetry, it's perfectly swell. Back to the footlights. Here they are for a curtain call. Bing Crosby and Ann Blythe. You know, you both gave delightful performances. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bill. Take a bow, Countess.
Oh, sure, and it's very kind of you, sir, to say such nice things.
The Countess is an old friend of Barry Fitzgerald.
Well, sir, now, you know, it's just that I worked so long with you and Barry on top of the morning.
Paramount will adore you for saying that. So you just got to talking that way, eh?
Oh, that's right. You might say it's a habit like that wonderful bath-sized Lux soap.
You can't be Lux.
Oh, you're so right. It's a grand soap.
Aye, and she's one of our loveliest Lux girls.
Thank you, Bill. You know, I've been reading all about the Lux Radio Theater's 15th anniversary in Look magazine. The pictures are very interesting, especially one taken in 1937 of one of our older singing stars as he appeared here.
Well, Jolson in print again. You know, you can't keep old Jolie down.
Bing, this was a picture of you. Very handsome, too.
Me? And look. Must have been Al Dexter or somebody. What's the show next week, Ben? It's very timely, Bing. Next week, the World Series begins. And next Monday night, we'll celebrate baseball's big week with a fast-moving baseball comedy. It's the 20th Century Fox picture, It Happens Every Spring. We'll have the original star of the picture, Ray Milland. And with Ray, the lovely Colleen Townsend. A delightful romantic play for the whole family's entertainment next Monday.
Well, I'll have to scout that lineup for the Pittsburgh Pirates. So long, Belle.
Good night.
Good night, and back to your boat.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ray Milland and Colleen Townsend in It Happens Every Spring. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Anne Blythe appeared by arrangement with Samuel Goldwyn, producer of Rosanna McCoy. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silberg. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear It Happens Every Spring, starring Ray Milland and Colleen Townsend. And listen in next Sunday night to hear America's famous comedy team, Amos and Andy, when they return to the air over most of these stations.
This is Red Skelton.
Lucille Ball.
George Tobias.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Presenting tonight Damon Runyon's comedy, Tight Shoes. And here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, the Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer bring to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater radio's newest comedy sensation, Red Skelton. And starring with him, Lucille Ball and George Tobias in Universal Pictures' slap-happy comedy, Tight Shoes. We've less than a minute before our Gulf curtain rises, so we'd like to take that brief moment to tell you about a neighbor of yours. All right, Bud Easton?
You know, folks, no one better realizes how much proper car service at the proper time means to you than the man I'm speaking for now. The good Gulf dealer right in your own neighborhood. In his business, he sees what happens to cars whose owners put off having them serviced. He knows what makes them start wasting oil and gas. Knows why cars wear out too quickly. Most important to you, the Gulf man knows how to prevent much excessive and premature wear with his car saver services. When he flushes out the dirty, worn oil from your crankcase and refills it, when he replaces your gear lubricants, when he gives your car a Gulflex registered lubrication job, his training and his knowledge pay you dividends in longer car life. And, of course, you can rely on the famous Gulf products he sells, each designed to help keep your car running better longer. So tomorrow, remember, stop at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc. Ask your neighbor, the Gulf man, about his car saver services. Remember, to care for your car, for your country.
And now the curtain's about to go up on our saga of a pair of tight shoes. Our stars, Red Skelton playing Swifty Miller, Lucille Ball as Sybil, and George Tobias as Blooch. We're all ready, so Oscar Bradley, will you start the ball rolling with some suitable music? Somewhere in America, there's the sound of marching feet.
Company! Halt! All right, men. 30 minutes rest period. Make the most of it.
Oh, they're killing me. Oh, my feet. Oh, I can't stand it. Show me a bayonet and I'll fall on it.
What's the matter? We've come just as far as you have.
Oh, my feet, they're murdering me. I feel like I'm walking on hot coals. These shoes, the right size is too small.
Hey, did I hear you say tight shoes?
Yeah, you sure did, brother.
Well, take my word for it and get rid of them, chum. Do it now and don't hesitate.
And march the rest of the way on my knees, I suppose.
Regardless, do it now. Take it from a man who lost everything because of a pair of tight shoes.
How come?
Well, I tell you this as an illustration of why you should burn those shoes before another minute goes by. But before I do, give me a cigarette, will you, soldier?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Now, at one time, I'm a prosperous, respected citizen who's the biggest gambler in town. Now, on this particular day I'm mentioning, I'm in my warehouse looking over a new shipment of slot machines. 2 lemons and an egg.
Boss, why you play them machines? You know they're crooked.
Quiet, Blutch. Yeah, 2 eggs and a lemon. Well, I'll try one more. That does it. Hand me that axe.
What'd you get that time, boss?
2 eggs and a jap. Hey, don't these things ever pay off?
You know they don't, boss. That's how we make our living.
Yeah, we'll fix up one that does pay off. I gotta have some fun out of life.
But gee, boss, they're your machines. All you get back is your own money.
Can't you leave no illusions, Butch?
Okay, boss, okay. We'll fix it up. Relax. We better get started for the races.
Yeah, all right. Hey, but there's one thing we gotta do before we go to the races.
What's that?
We gotta buy a shoe store.
A shoe store?
Yeah. I gotta get a shoe store. I got it all figured out. Now, the district attorney's making things hot. All the gambling dives are closed. Am I right?
You're always right, boss.
There's only one ward we can still operate in.
Councilman Honest John Beebe.
You beat me to it. Correct. Now, Honest John is still friendly because Honest John likes the 1,000 fish I give him every month. So with things being in that condition, what we got to do is concentrate on Honest John's ward.
Boss, you're a wonder. Say, boss.
Yeah?
Why do they call him Honest John?
Because he only steals retreads.
Oh.
Yeah, well, like I'm saying, we open up the new place tonight. I already got it picked out. In the front, we sell shoes, and in the back, we sell game of chance.
We better get started.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm going to try this once more. More lemons. I ain't going to no race. My luck's no good today.
Look, boss, I fixed those machines myself. It's not got nothing to do with luck.
Sometimes they gotta pay off.
Now, these machines, nobody can win. Look, boss, I'll put in a quarter myself. Now, watch.
Yeah.
Oh, how'd that happen?
Yeah.
I guess I have to give that left screw a couple more times.
Yeah, I guess you better. You reach for that jackpot and your hand will never make a return trip. Now get out of here.
You're giving me $10,000 for my shoe store.
Yeah, that's right. I give you this $10,000 bill.
A $10,000 bill?
Yeah.
I didn't know the government was printing them.
Hmm? You mean they're printing them too? Well, now here's the cash. You just say the word and I'll dump it in your lap.
What will happen if I want to sell?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
I'll sell.
Yeah, fine. Now, you understand you keep on working for me. I'll pay you $50 a week.
Only $50?
Yeah, I'll give you $50 and all the shoes you can eat.
Well, boss, now we own a shoe store.
Yeah, you know, and speaking of shoes, I could do me with a new pair. Hey, a meal fly. Get somebody to sell me some shoes.
I'll get our best salesman, Jimmy.
Yeah.
He's the college man. Jimmy.
Yes, Mr. Malfi?
Show this gentleman the best shoes in the house. It's the new boss.
Yes, sir. Sit right down here, sir.
Okay.
Hey, boss, we better get started. Sybil will tear your heart out if we keep her waiting any longer.
I said I gotta buy shoes. Now, shut up.
Size 10.5.
Okay. What's that?
Oh, I said size 10.5, sir. That's what your feet measure.
Is this guy trying to insult me? I never wore over a 9 in my life. I got a dainty feet.
Well, you measure 10.5, sir.
I don't care. I want size 9s.
They won't fit you.
Oh, yes, they will. Just fold my toes under.
But I just measured, sir, and...
Get me some size 9s, Bob.
Yes, sir.
My father had big feet once.
Yeah, what size did your father take?
I don't know. I don't remember. They just skinned a cow and put some buttons on it.
Take it easy there.
Oh,
quit shoving, will you?
Just a little more, and we'll have this shoe on, sir.
Hey, did you ever sell girdles?
We nearly got it on.
Yeah.
You'd better tuck the ankle in a little more neat.
There we are, sir.
Yeah.
As snug a pair of shoes as I've ever fitted.
Yeah.
Aren't they nice looking?
I could answer that, but it would only lead to bloodshed. It took you long enough. Come on, Blutch. Let's get to the races.
We gotta pick up Sybil.
You know, I don't like that clerk. He looks to me like he belongs to a bad element.
He's a college man.
A college man?
Yeah.
That does it. I'll never buy another magazine as long as I live. I'm sorry I was late, Sybil, but my feet are killing me.
It'll be worse than that killing you if I miss the first race.
Oh, now, don't talk like that, Sweet Pea. Guess what I got for you today? I went down and got you.
Not a nasty old diamond bracelet.
Yeah. But, of course, you won't be able to wear it in public for a while.
Why not?
Well, I got it out of a hot iron claw machine.
Oh, Swifty, sometimes you make me wonder what I see in you.
Yeah, I wonder myself. Maybe it's my clothes. For instance, how you like my victory suit, huh? How do you like it?
What victory was it, Bull Run?
Oh, Sweet Pea, you know I'm crazy about you. I'd do anything for you.
Anything?
Sure, just say the word and I'll tear up my autographed picture of Roger Pryor.
I don't know. Here I am, the biggest star on Broadway, and I run around with a slug like you.
Oh, I'm off my onion for you, Sweet Pea. Or maybe it's only gas pushing up around me heart.
Don't kid me. It's just my shape.
Nah, don't you kid me. Shape ain't everything in life. My mama done told me.
Hey, Swifty, you better drive slower. We don't want to have any trouble with the cops.
No, they think they're still sore at me for throwing that body in that vacant lot.
Well, they're right. You shouldn't have done it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have, I know. But it was dark. I didn't see that no dumping sign.
The trouble with me is I can't forget I used to be in burlesque. Yeah. I got used to guys like you, and I can't get over it. Give me a kiss, Swifty.
Now, let's stop and get a hamburger.
No. Come on, give me a kiss.
All right. Well?
Let's stop and get a hamburger.
Baby Mine first, Happy Harper second, and Roadrunner third.
That makes 6 losers in a row, boss.
I thought you said even the horses were betting on your last one, Swifty.
All right. So I'm not lucky. Oh, boy, my feet are murdering me. Well, wait till the next race. That's where we make our killing.
Do tell.
Yeah, I got it all fixed. We go the whole way on Palomar. Now get down there and put up our bet, Butch. He's number...
What's the matter?
Number 7. Look at the name of number 7.
Let's see. Feet first.
What a hunch. I've been waiting for a break like this for years.
You're not going to switch.
What's been killing me all afternoon? What's been talking to me? The feet. That's it. Feet first.
But, boss, you already spent $10,000 to fix the race so that Palomar wins.
But look at the odds on feet first. 90-1.
But he can't win, boss. I fixed it already. With your dough, I fixed it.
This is bigger than a fixed race. This is the hunch of a century. Just think of what I can do with all that dough. I can buy myself a little vine-covered saloon on Main Street and settle down. Come on, Butch. Put every cent on feet first. It's a hunch from heaven.
But, boss...
Come on, get going, will you? I can't be wrong this time. Borrow all the Mazuma you can. Put every nickel on them. Hey, make a tour of the phone booth. See what you can get on Sybil's jewelry there. See what you can get on Sybil. Now, hurry up. Get going.
Results of the 7th race. Palomar first, Laughing Water second, and Grover third. Feet first, the horse that collapsed at the first turn had to be destroyed because of old age.
Yeah, just wait till I get my hands on that shoe salesman. I'll pull his tongues out.
We couldn't win, boss. But you had it fixed.
If I hear another word out of you, I'll take you for a ride. In your car, of course.
Okay, boss, okay.
Wait till I get my hands on that guy.
Listen, never mind about that. What about my jewelry?
I
can't go around on my bare wrists.
I know, but, kid, you lost everything on the 7th race.
I did, huh?
Yeah, I'm awful. Now, don't look at me like that, Sybil. Sybil! No, not the feet, Sybil! Oh, you broke my little toe, you...
Things being the way they are, Sonny, I'd pull out and sell my shoes someplace else for a while if I was you.
But this is silly. He asked for that size. I tried to tell him they were too small. What happened?
Well, I'll give it to you fast. He bet $50,000 on an ad called Feet First to come in head first, but it was dead first and carried out feet first.
But I can't run away.
Oh, don't run. Catch a train. Fly.
Absolutely not. It's time someone showed the gangster element that decent citizens have some rights.
Okay, you show him. You'll be the best liked stiff in the morgue.
It was very sweet of you to warn me.
Well, I don't have any reason to want to see you dead. You're kind of cute.
I am?
My, where'd you get those nice wide shoulders?
I am?
Before we get into a rut, why don't you take me to dinner?
I am.
Quite an idea, Swifty. Running a gambling joint behind a shoe store.
Hey, Swippy, Morgan over there wants $500 on the cuff. What'll I do?
See how far you can throw him.
Okay. Say, I thought Blooch was going to be here to help with the blackjack game.
No, he's over to a political rally with Councilman Beebe. I sent him over to look the crowd over and a few pockets.
Is Blooch a pickpocket?
Yeah, he couldn't make enough money just being a peeping Tom.
Boss! Hey, boss!
Yeah?
Hey, boss, get out of here, boss.
Blooch, what's the matter?
Disaster's broken loose, boss. There's a mob coming for you. That shoe sales.
Well, what happened?
Well, Honest John is standing up there giving the crowd the corn about good government when up jumps this shoe salesman.
Yeah.
He says that Honest John is a crook watching cahoots with hoodlums like you. Hoodlums like you? What do you know about that?
Oh, hoodlum? How do you like that? I'm an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I think he called you that, too. Listen, boss, the mob is here.
Take it easy there. Don't knock that door.
Hey, you see, boss? You see what I tell you? Honest John tells you he has the cleanest district in town. Well, just take a look around.
You wait till I get my hands on that college guy. Let me through there, bub. Just one poke, that's all I ask.
And here's the biggest rat of them all, folks. Here's the man who corrupts your city officials, Swifty Miller.
Well, brother, you asked for it. You wrecked my joint, you fool around with my girl, and now you're going to get it. Come on, put up your mitts. Come on, put up your mitts. Well, why didn't somebody tell me to put up my mitts?
And so the Gulf Theater curtain falls on the first act of Tight Shoes. In just a moment, we'll find out whether or not Swifty Miller ever got up from the floor. Meanwhile, let's find out what Mr. Heaston has on his mind.
Friends, next time you stop at your good golf dealer's, have him fill your crankcase with Gulf Pride, the improved motor oil so long known as the world's finest. And once you've tried Gulf Pride, we sincerely believe you'll continue to use it, no matter how much or how little you've been accustomed to paying for oil. You see, Gulf Pride now has an extraordinary resistance to the destructive effect of high running temperatures developed by modern engines. It fights the formation of corrosive acids and effectively combats the oxidation which causes lesser oils to break down so quickly. And Gulf Pride is highly resistant to the formation of hard carbon deposits and engine varnish. Designed to meet the exacting requirements of the latest motors, Gulf Pride assures thorough protection to any motor. So to give your motor really top-flight protection, stop at your good Gulf dealers and fill up with Gulf Pride motor oil. And when you drive, don't forget that gas and oil are ammunition. Use them wisely.
And now the second act of Damon Runyon's story, Tight Shoes. Adapted for the Gulf Screen Guild Theater by William Bowers with comedy sequences by Jack Douglas and Sam Perrin. Our stars, Red Skelton, Lucille Ball, and George Tobias. Somewhere in America, a group of soldiers resting by the side of a dusty road. Swifty Miller's relating the history of a pair of tight shoes.
So there I am with the work of 10 years crashing over my ears. This mob wrecks my joint, the shoe salesman wrecks my jaw.
What happened after that?
Well, this shoe salesman becomes somewhat of a public figure. I'm startled out of my wits one day when I wake up to find that he's running for city council against my good friend and candidate, Honest John Beebe. But the biggest shock comes a couple of weeks later when I decide to attend one of this guy's political rallies to see what he's got on the board.
I don't see what we're doing here, boss. He ain't got a chance to corner the longshoreman's vote. Think of all the free beer we give them at Honest John's rally.
Yeah, maybe he's got something to give him, too. That's what we're here to find out. Now, shut up. I think they're going to start now.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Now, before we actually begin tonight, we're going to have a little bit of entertainment. You fellows all remember Sybil Anderson. Well, you all remember that before Sybil became the brightest star on Broadway, she used to perform a little specialty dance down here at the Bijou Burlesque. Well, Sybil is going to perform her specialty dance for us again tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of good government, I give you Miss Sybil Anderson.
I can't believe it. That's Sybil. To think she'd do this to me. It's a fine thing to do in the interest of good government. I can't stand to watch blood. Come on, we're leaving.
Wait a minute, boss. I haven't seen Sybil do that specialty since she started that riot in Flatbush.
Yeah, I think I'll go out and commit suicide.
You can't commit suicide, boss.
Yeah, I know. It wouldn't be fair to my victory garden. Hey, what do you suppose she's doing in there?
Are you kidding, boss?
I can't stand it. Take a look through the door and see what's happening, will you?
My, oh, my, oh, my.
What is it?
She's got a sign on, boss. Vote for Jimmy Finley, the longshoreman's friend.
How do you like that?
She's wearing another sign on the back of her dress.
Yeah, what does that say?
It says, "Goodbye, Mama, I'm off to Yokohama." Oh, boy!
Yeah, what's she doing? What's she doing, huh?
What's she doing?
I don't know. All I can tell you, boss, is that I think she just won the election.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the latest election returns. With the incomplete reports from 28 states in, Roosevelt is leading Wilkie by...
Yeah, we know that. How's BB doing?
Oh, in the local elections, the hottest contest is between incumbent John Beebe and the reform candidate James Finley. Half an hour ago, John Beebe conceded defeat.
Shut that off, will you? How do you like that? So dear John finally gave up.
It's no use, boss. We all knew he was sunk the minute Sybil started taking things off.
How could Sybil do this to me?
Well, what are we going to do now, boss? You lost all our money.
Yeah, I know.
We're flat.
Yeah. I'll think of something, though. Hey, wait a minute. We still got a business.
But with Honest John out, they'll toss a net over us.
I ain't talking about the racket. Have you forgotten? We still own a shoe store.
I said I wanted an open-toed sandal.
But believe me, madam, these high-button shoes is the latest rage. Look, real pearl buttons.
Sure, madam, them is real quality.
Yeah.
I want open-toed sandals.
Well, we don't carry them. You know, there are so few people with open toes.
Will you please give me what I want?
Yeah.
Maybe you better give them to her, boss.
She'll take what she gets and like it.
I want a pair of open-toed sandals.
Open-toed sandals, open-toed sandals. What are you, a fresh air fiend or something?
I want open.
Listen, you take these high-button shoes or I'll cram them down your throat.
Well, really?
I don't think you used the right approach, boss.
How can I keep my mind on my work when I read in the paper that Sybil's going to marry that guy?
The fact, it ain't very loyal of her, boss. After all the things he done to you.
Yeah.
What are you doing, boss?
I'll fix that guy. I'll fix him just like he fixed me.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to send him a wedding present with the compliments of my shoe store. Hey, Blutch, you run out and find out what size shoes the new councilman wears.
How am I going to do that?
I don't care how you do it, but do it. Hey, wait a minute. Go break in his house. Steal every pair of shoes the guy owns.
But, boss, that's dishonest. Anyway, what good will that do?
Plenty. I'm going to send him a pair of shoes that's so tight he'll have to unlace them to swallow.
Well, there's no use being so crabby about everything.
Who's crabby? I tell you, my feet are killing me, that's all.
Well, take off your shoes, sonny boy.
Oh, that's a great idea, that is. Ouch! And don't call me sonny boy. It isn't fitting for a man in my position.
If that's all I ever call you, brother, you'll have cause to be thankful.
Well, I suppose that's your burlesque background seeping through again?
You didn't seem to mind my burlesque background when you needed the longshoreman's vote.
Oh, so now I owe my entire career to you. Listen, I started out on my own hook.
You mean on my unhook. Take it from me, Sad Eyes. Those longshoremen weren't voting for that crazy speech you gave.
Oh, and what were they voting for, may I ask?
Well, if you don't already know, I won't disillusion you by telling you.
Here's the theater, Miss Anderson.
Thank you, Chuck. Are you coming, Grandma, or are you going home and soak your feet?
Well, I said I'd see your show, and I will.
Oh, you're too good to me, Santa Claus.
Now, see here, Sybil.
Hey, hello. Hey, how you, Sybil? I thought I'd just stop by and wish you good luck tonight.
Swifty, you old so-and-so. How you been doing?
Oh, fine. I finally sold those high-button shoes.
Look, Sybil, I can't afford to be seen with these shady friends of yours.
Okay, put on a disguise.
Well, Sybil, you're not back in burlesque, you know. You've got to start acting and thinking like a lady.
Oh, come now, Emily. Besides, you can't talk to Sybil like that and get away with it.
You keep out of this if you know what's good for you.
Now, look, Brain Trust.
Are you going to get out of here, or do I have to call an officer?
Call Errol Flynn. Call Flash Gordon, for all I care.
Why, you two-bit racketeer, it burns me up the way you get away with murder.
Oh, so it burns you up, does it? Okay, brother, you ask for it. Well, are you cooled off?
No, I'm not.
Well, then I'll lie here until you are.
Swifty Miller, this court finds you guilty of disturbing the peace and of willful assault on a public official.
Just a minute, Your Honor.
Order in the court. Swifty Miller, you seem to be quite fond of fighting, and our country is in need of fighting men at this time. I will suspend your sentence if you'll offer your services to some branch of the armed forces of our country.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll wait for you, Swifty.
Yeah, how about that guy? I mean, that councilman,
Oh, he's not for me, Swifty.
Yeah.
I was brought up with lugs like you, and that's the kind I belong with.
Me a lug? Me, what used to be the biggest racketeer in town?
Shut up, you lug.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask you two to show a little more respect for this court. What you're doing now might better be done in some more secluded place.
And that's how a pair of tight shoes got me into this man's army. Yep,
All right, men, on your feet. We got 10 miles to march up today.
She must have been a pretty swell dame, Swifty.
Oh, she was one of the best.
All in, men.
Whatever happened to the shoe salesman?
You mean the councilman?
Yeah.
You see that guy giving out the orders?
Oh, the captain?
Yeah. Wouldn't you know he had a reserve commission from college? Wouldn't you know it?
Oh, what about the dame? Where's she now?
Oh, she always had a spot in her heart for lugs.
She's still waiting.
No, she and Butch got married. Already they got a couple of little rackets.
Oh, so she got married and you joined the army.
Yep, she did it. Now the Japs is going to get a whipping.
Thank you, Red Skelton, Lucille Ball, and George Tobias for 30 minutes of slap-happy fun. And thanks, Oscar Bradley, for a fine score. You know, ladies and gentlemen, the money these stars would ordinarily receive, the Gulf Oil Company donates instead to the Motion Picture Relief Fund. The fund uses this money to help the less fortunate members of the picture industry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, next week's show.
Eddie Davis.
Conrad White, Warren William, and Osa Masson.
In Metro Goldwyn Mayer's smash success, A Woman's Face.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, next week on your Gulf Screen Guild Theater, we present a superb cast in the story of a woman who committed murder to save a life. You won't want to miss Betty Davis, Osa Masson, Warren William, and Conrad White in A Woman's Face. And so until next Sunday at this same time, this is Roger Pryor saying good night, everyone.
Today,
any American in any part of the nation can strike against the enemy thousands of miles away. You can do it by buying the United States savings bonds and stamps that provide the tanks, planes, ships, and guns our fighting men must have. So with every cent and dollar you can spare, buy United States savings bonds and stamps. Red Skelton can soon be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Ship Ahoy, Lucille Ball in RKO's Little Pinks, and George Tobias in Juke Girl, a Warner Brothers picture. Don't forget to tune in next week when we present Betty Davis, Conrad Veidt, Warren William, and Osa Masson in A Woman's Face. Bud Easton speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a boy and his dad. Jeffrey Silver stars as Mike Malloy in Your Loving Son, Mike.
Frank,
excuse me, Tom. What is it, Betty?
may I see you for just a minute?
You go ahead. Yes, Tom. I'll be right there, Betty. I'll write the prescription.
Okay, Doc. Glad it's nothing serious.
What is it, Betty?
Close the door. That man, Frank. I saw him from the window again. Look.
I don't see anyone.
He was there a minute ago, I'm sure.
Oh, you're letting your imagination.
No, I'm not.
And last time...
That wasn't my imagination either.
Betty.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling.
Maybe you were mistaken again.
I suppose I could have been.
That's better. Now relax. Stop whispering.
If only you hadn't opposed them.
The Springfield Medical Society was glad to have someone speak up.
They're always glad to have someone else speak up against the party.
Well, somebody's got one on this issue. It's one thing for the local Communist Party to decree the hours of work. Oh, and they want to inoculate the whole population with an untried, unproved serum.
But you always have to be the one to read the doctor's oath to them. You've done it before, you know, more than once.
And nothing's ever happened, has it?
Well...
And it won't be any different this time. Stop worrying. Get back to that, apple pie?
I promised Mike pie for tonight.
Let's pull the shade up and come away from the window. Say, where is Mike? I didn't hear the usual slam of the back door this afternoon.
Still at school, I guess. Friday's the end of the term, and they're registering for junior high.
Smart kid. Going into junior high already. He'll make a fine doctor someday.
Frank, 11 is just about the average age to start junior high, so don't go exaggerating.
Hey, Betty. Come to think of it, I didn't hear the back door slam yesterday either. His report card. That's it. Has he shown it to you?
Oh, my gosh. No.
So that's why he's making himself scared.
You don't think he was left back?
Dr. Malloy.
I'll be right with you, Tom. I'll bring the unpleasant subject out to dinner.
Oh, don't be too hard on him.
I'll be tactful. I'll get to it just about apple time.
More gravy, Ma, please.
Sure, Mike.
A piece of bread to soak it up with?
Oh, thanks, Dad. Gravy's the best part of it, except for the apple pie, I mean.
And milk?
I'll drink it later, Ma.
You know, son, milk's pretty expensive these days.
I'll drink it, Dad.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if your mother didn't go without a few things she needs so you can have enough milk.
Oh.
You know, it's up to you and me to see that Mother gets enough money for herself, too.
Sure, Dad. Ma, you don't think that Dad or that I wouldn't always take care of you?
Of course not, dear.
And just how do you
I
propose
want to be a doctor like you, Dad. You know that.
It's a pretty long grind, son. Through school, I mean.
Well, it's been agreed. We always said so.
Now, if you wanted to be a policeman like Roy McClure next door...
He's a plainclothesman, Dad.
Well, detective or cop, he didn't have to go to school for 8 years.
But, Dad, I thought you wanted me to be a doctor like you.
Oh, I do, Mike. But how about that 8 years of school?
I wouldn't mind it, honest, Dad.
You haven't, of course, played any hooky this last month.
Oh, gee, Dad, Pete McClure and me did
Pete
go.
McClure and I, Mike.
Yeah. Him and I...
He and I.
Yeah, Ma. We only went... Hey, Dad, did I tell you that I got 3 E's and 4 B's? Not even a C. You can look at my report card.
May I?
Oh.
They do still give out report cards, don't they?
Yes, Dad.
And this is the end of the term, isn't it?
Day after tomorrow is, Dad. Tomorrow we're all supposed to fill out application cards for junior high.
That is, those who have passed will.
But I passed, even though my report card does show that... Well, Dad, gee, I did sort of go to see the Springfield Tigers beat the Red Stars 7-5, and I did see them lose the next 2 games and win the 2 after that.
Now may I see your report card?
Wouldn't it be better if we had the apple pie first, Dad?
I think I'd like to see if 5 games were all you saw.
Yes, Dad.
He played hooky 5 times.
I only knew about his going to 3 games.
And you didn't tell me.
Now, you must have known about at least 2. Liz McClure told me about her boy and Mike. She must have told you, too.
Well, I just couldn't tell on him, Frank.
Neither could I. Well, as long as he passed that, I think we can cut the apple pie.
Dad, I want to tell you that I sort of went fishing.
Oh, see who it is, Mike.
Hello, Mike.
Oh, hi, Miss McClure.
Hello, Betty. Frank, can I see you a minute?
Are you feeling sick, Roy?
No.
Oh, what's up?
I've got to see you.
Okay. Excuse me, Betty. You and Mike go ahead with the pie.
Well, Roy, is it anything...
Let's go into the office. Go ahead with dinner, Betty.
The party's tagged you, Frank. I've got orders to arrest you.
Because of my stand at the Medical Society?
I don't know officially, but ever since they took me out of uniform, I've only been making political arrests.
So I'm a political unreliable. I'll give him a fight at the trial.
You don't understand. I take my prisoners to Shark Island.
Shark Island?
In the Caribbean.
But they've got to give me a trial.
For the love of heaven, listen to me. I know what's happening to you. It's a political arrest. There's no hearing, no trial, no appeal. The party's denounced you. Don't. I just got the phone call to bring you in. And my 2 hatchetmen will be here as quick as they can get across town. I just thought I could make it a little easier.
Frank, what is it?
It's that business at the Medical Society.
Are they taking Frank's license away?
Betty, you may as well hear this straight and fast. Lord knows that I'm in their hands as much as you are. But, well, I'm taking Frank away tonight. I don't know when you'll be seeing him.
No. Oh, Frank.
They're just trying to scare me.
They'll have to let you go.
They won't hold me long, Betty.
Maybe years there have been others.
The others committed political crimes.
Where will they send you?
Roy says it's an island in the Caribbean.
Roy, we've got to do something.
There's nothing to do.
There must be.
The party's got you. They've got all of us.
We can run.
Where?
I can't let you. I've got to think of Liz and Pete.
We can go to the party. We can crawl to them. We can beg.
There's no time.
We can scream. We can scream in the street.
Betty!
I won't let them take you.
Please, Betty.
Just let you go.
Remember Mike.
Oh.
You've only got a few more minutes, and they'll be here.
Frank, what about Mike?
I don't know. Maybe I'll go talk to him.
Hurry.
I'll go with you.
No, darling, you stay here. It'll be easier. Just give me a few minutes with him alone. Mike.
Uh-huh. Want some pie?
No, thanks. You think you can hold off on that pie for just a minute? Sit down. Mike, got something to tell you.
Yes, Dad?
Would you come a little closer, son?
What's the matter?
I've got to go away.
Mr. McClure?
Yeah.
Fishing?
No, Mike. It's on business. It has to do with the medical society.
Oh, a convention again?
No. This may be a long trip. Maybe as long as a month.
A month? Well, can't more than me and I go with you?
No. It might be for longer, son. It could be for a year.
A year? Where?
Well, I've been assigned to clean up an island.
Where?
Well, I can't say. I don't know exactly, but I'm going tonight, and it might even be longer.
Gee, Dad, that sounds kind of bad. But I'd be good. I wouldn't give Ma any trouble.
That's what I wanted to hear. Listen, Mike. Listen hard and remember. Make a promise.
Sure, Dad.
Promise me you'll take care of your mother. Promise me you'll take care of her by going to school and studying hard. I want you to be a doctor, Mike. More than ever, I want you to be one. You're going to have to earn enough money so that someday you can really take care of her. The way I would.
Sure, Dad. Gee, you're so serious.
Promise?
Cross my heart, Dad. I'll go to school. And no more hooky. So I can take care of Mom till you get back.
Go tell your mother that they're here. The people I'm going with.
They didn't give me a blue card. I didn't get an application card to fill out.
For what? What for, dear?
For junior high. All the other kids in my class got blue cards except me. Except me. Why? I'm going to junior high, too. I promised Dad.
Mike, dear, I...
Mike! Hey, there's Pete. He got a blue card. Hey, Mike! I'm going to ask him. I'm going to find out.
They wouldn't dare. I'll go see the principal in the morning. They wouldn't dare.
I can only repeat, Mr. Malloy, your son's name appeared on the prescribed list yesterday. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I ought to do. There's nothing I will do.
But the child has done nothing.
He's your husband's son.
And you'd punish him for that.
Excluding a politically unreliable person from the Soviet school system is not punishment, but a carefully considered policy of the Communist Party.
But Mike's not even a person. He's just a baby.
Policy is clear, the rule unmistakable.
And what will I say to him? Shall I tell him that he's inherited diseased political blood from his father?
Your tongue, like your husband's, is too loose.
Why can't you be fair?
The Communist Party is fair, by definition.
Oh, you must be mad to punish an innocent child.
I can only repeat, the policy is settled and carefully considered. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I ought to do. There is nothing...
Now, class, are all junior high registration cards in?
Go ahead, Mike. Ask me some. I'm scared to, Pete. Go ahead.
I won't ask again.
Suppose she says that I can't.
I warn you, this is the last day of the term. Those children whose parents have neglected to sign the applications will be sorry.
Better ask her now.
Now, those who have turned in their cards will form a line.
Miss Douglas!
Yes, what is it, Michael?
I didn't get a junior high card.
I know it.
But I want to go to junior high.
I know it.
And I passed everything.
I know it.
My mother wants me to go to junior high.
I know it. Yes?
Why don't I get a junior high card?
Ask your mother.
She doesn't know.
Then ask your father.
Oh, hello, Mike. Pete's not home yet.
I know, Mrs. McClure. I don't want to see Pete. I want to see Mr. McClure.
Oh, well, he just got home from the office, I mean.
Did I see him?
Well, I suppose so. He's in the kitchen. Roy. Roy, Mike's come to see you.
Mr. McClure, I'd like to talk to you.
Okay, Mike.
I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, just for us men, huh?
Could we?
Of course, Mike. Roy, please.
Don't worry, Liz. Now, what's on your mind, Mike?
Mr. McClure, something's wrong about Dad's going away so sudden.
Why?
Well, it was awful sudden.
He's a doctor.
Oh, I know, but everything's gone wrong.
Like what?
Like Mom sounding so worried, and I didn't get my junior high card. Miss Douglas said if we didn't turn in our cards today, we couldn't get to go to junior high. They're not letting me go. I know.
Well, maybe it's just a hold-up because of that hooky that you and...
No, he got a junior high card. Why him and not me?
Well, maybe, Mike, maybe you ought to talk this over with your mother.
No, Dad said not to worry her. Besides, it's all got something to do with you coming over to the house the other night, hasn't it? Hasn't it?
Well, Mike...
You're a policeman, Mr. McClure.
Yes.
Secret police.
That's right, Mike.
Is my dad arrested?
Mike, you'd better talk this over with your mother.
No.
But she'd know best.
I'm not going to worry her. Dad told me to take care
All
of her.
the same, Mike...
Did you arrest him?
Like I said, Mike, you'd better talk this
Where
over...
is my dad?
You are listening to Your Loving Son, Mike, starring Jeffrey Silver. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
You're Lieutenant of Secret Police, sir?
Who sent you?
Nobody. I want to find out where my dad is.
Who told you to come here?
Nobody. Where is he?
Who is your father?
Dr. Frank Malloy. Where is he?
That's in the secret file.
But I've got to know. I promised him I'd take care of Mom. I got to go to school.
We only take orders here.
And who can tell me?
I'm only lieutenant of secret police. I only take orders.
Who from?
From headquarters. Higher headquarters.
Are you the captain of secret police, sir?
Who sent you?
Nobody. I only want to find out where my dad is. Aren't you the same man as the other one?
Who told you to come here?
I saw the lieutenant of secret police. Aren't you the same man?
Men in uniform are all the same. Who sent you?
Gotta go to school. I just gotta see my dad.
I only take orders from higher headquarters.
Where's that? Where do I find it? Where is it? Tired. You the inspector of secret police?
Who sent you?
Promised my dad to take care of Mom.
Who told you to come here?
Gotta go to school. I gotta be a doctor so I can take care of my mom. Where is my dad?
I only take orders.
You're the same man.
We're all the same.
I gotta go to school.
I only take orders.
I gotta take care of my mom.
From higher headquarters.
I gotta go to school.
I only take orders.
I gotta take care of my mom.
From higher headquarters.
Betty? Betty, are you home? Mike! Betty! Well, Betty, didn't you hear me? Oh, no. I guess I've just been sitting here. Any luck finding a job? No, not an office job. Why? I guess I've been blacklisted. I couldn't believe it at first, but after a week of looking... Did you try the labor exchange? That's where I found out. Oh. They asked me what kind of unskilled labor I'd like to do. Cleaning, washing, farming. Oh, I'm so tired I could die. No, Betty, it isn't that hopeless, dear. Why, they might let Frank out as suddenly as they arrested him. And Roy's making the trip again tonight. He wants to know if he can take a message to Frank. Oh, yes. Tell him everything is all right, that I'm working, that I've got my old job back at the old salary, that everyone at the office has been swell to me, that I'm not going to sell any of his instruments, and that we know he'll be out soon. Roy will tell him. And tell him that Mike is doing fine at school. He's been a good boy and he's studying hard so that he can be a doctor. To take care of me, he says.
Oh, hello, McClure. Want to see the doc?
Yeah.
Bring another pigeon down with you?
Yep. I feel kind of feverish. I thought I'd better get a pill or something.
Plenty of typhoid hereabouts. Yellow fever, too.
Doc? Take it easy now. Keep your voice down. Take a look at my throat, Doc. I feel a little unsteady.
Roy, I've been waiting for you to come. How's Betty and Mike?
Okay, both of them. How about the right side, Doc?
Yes, a little red. You sure she's all right?
She sends her love. All her love.
What's she doing? Turn your head, please.
She's working back at the old job.
Mike, he's not playing hooky.
Don't worry, I'm watching them both. Him and Pete. That kid of yours, he sure is the beaver with the books.
Say, ah.
Ah.
Now say that again about Betty's job.
The old job, Frank. The last one that she had.
The last job she had was secretary to an engineer in the secret weapons commissariat. Say, ah, again, McClure.
What's the matter? Tell me the truth. What's she doing? Quiet. You want to sink me?
They wouldn't give her that job back. Now, tell me the truth.
I'm telling you, she can't find a job. You want to get me killed?
Don't lie to me.
She can get unskilled work. She's not strong enough. She's anemic now. Frank, please, keep your voice down. What's the truth? They won't let him go to school.
And does he know about it?
Well, he's trying to find out.
What do you mean?
He's hounding police headquarters, trying to find out why they won't put him in junior high. I'm pretty sure he suspects you've been arrested. On a roll.
Mike, are you home?
I'm here, Mom. Oh. Hello, Mom. Mom, what's the matter?
Nothing, dear. Just tired.
Better sit down. Here. Working in that laundry.
Oh, I'll get used to it. Hasn't even been a month yet.
You're not strong enough, Mom. You're not getting those pills Dad used to make for you. You okay, Mom? What kind of white? Maybe you ought to let me look at your tongue.
Well, I'll be all right. It's you I'm worried about, Mike, dear.
You don't have to worry about
Mike, you've
me.
got to stop going to police headquarters. They don't like it.
I know. They kicked me out today.
You see,
but I'm going to find out why they won't let me go to school. How I can get to be a doctor like I promised Dad and take care of you. Mom? How can I if they don't let me? You all right, Mom?
Sure. Just let me rest a few minutes.
Mom, you sick? Mom, open your eyes.
Mike, call.
Mom! How come Mrs. McClure? In bed.
Oh. What are you doing here?
Gonna see Miss Douglas.
How come?
Gonna find out once and for all why I can't go to school.
Oh. Say, Mike.
Yeah?
I found out something for you.
What?
My pop goes to see your dad.
Where?
I don't know. I just know he does. Hey, here's Miss Douglas's room. You really going in?
Just watch me.
The class will come to order. I said order. Now, children.
Miss Douglas.
Who gave you permission to come in here?
I just want to...
I asked you a question.
Nobody gave me permission. I just want to...
Then leave at once.
I gotta know why.
What's that?
I gotta know why I can't go to school.
I said that you may leave this room at once.
No.
Very well. Class, pay attention. Your first lesson today will be in communist patriotism. Mike Malloy?
Yes'm.
Do you know what Shark Island is?
I think I...
I'll tell you. It's a prison for traitors to the Communist Party.
Yes'm.
For those who are disloyal to the American Soviet Republic.
Yes'm.
And for those who are traitors to their Soviet profession and to their Soviet responsibilities as husbands and fathers.
Yes'm. But, ma'am...
Shark Island is where your father was sent to prison.
No, ma'am. No. No, ma'am.
Wait. One thing more.
Yes, sir.
Because you are the son of a traitor, you may not go to school. That is the rule of the Communist Party.
No, don't say that. My mom will hear you. She's sick.
Because you are the son of a traitor, you may not go to school. May not go to school.
But I've got to. I got to take care of Mama. I promised Dad. I promise. I got to go to school. I got to take care of Mom. I promise. I promise. I promise, Dad. I got something to do. I got a message for your pa to take to my dad.
How does my throat look, Doc?
It could use another spraying, McClure. Nurse,
Yes.
we're out of methylate. Would you get some from supplies?
Yes, Doctor.
What about Mike? Have you seen him?
Yeah. He busted into the house day before yesterday. He wrote a letter to you.
Have you got it? Where?
Keep your voice down. How long till the nurse gets back?
Good 15 minutes. The letter, Roy.
Yeah. Here.
Dear Dad.
Can't you read it later? The nurse, what's the matter?
Your loving son, Mike.
What is it, Frank?
God's curse on him. Dear Dad. I'm not allowed. Dear Dad. I'm not allowed to go to school because you are a counter-revolutionary. Please, Dad, send me a letter and write that I am not your son. Dad, I shall always love you, and you are my father. But still I need such a letter, without which they will not let me go to school. Your loving son, Mike.
You have just heard a story of what happens to a family under the rule of the Communist Party. You think this could not happen? It did happen in Soviet Russia. It did happen to Dr. Agayev Sihangir, who was a political prisoner in the Soviet island of Kond. It was this doctor's son who was barred from school because of his father's imprisonment. You have just heard the letter which he wrote. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Jeffrey Silver as Mike and Lou Krugman as Frank in Your Loving Son, Mike. Lillian Bayef was Betty, and Paul Richards was Roy. Others in the cast were Ann Morrison, Paul Frees, Jack Carroll, David Duvall, Ruth Parrott, Joe Cranston, and Lamont Johnson. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Your Loving Son, Mike was written for If Freedom Failed by Arthur Weiss, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Dyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Oh, hello, Chester.
Oh, come on in, Doc.
Where's Matt?
He ain't here.
Say, where have you two been the last couple of days? I haven't seen either one of you.
Well, I just got back from Hays City. Mr. Dillon sent me there to fetch some government papers. And you know what? I took the Santa Fe both ways,
You
Doc.
did? Oh, well, that beats riding. But where's Matt, you say?
He left a note, but he didn't say exactly where he was at.
Well, you mean he's out of town?
That's what the note said. It seems somebody told him where he could find Jack Brand.
Jack Brand? Well, what's he doing around here?
I don't know. I guess Missouri got too rough for him.
Why don't they handle their own outlaws instead of chasing them into Kansas for Matt to catch?
Mr. Dillon says Brand's got 3 of his gang with him.
You mean Matt's gone out alone after 4 men?
Well, if I knew where he was, I'd go help him, Doc.
Oh, well, there's nothing you can do about it, Chester.
It worries me, though. That last holdup the gang pulled, they say 4 men got shot down.
Well, maybe they've quit. Maybe that's why they came to Kansas.
When did you ever hear of a bunch of outlaws quitting?
No, I guess I was just talking to myself, Chester.
Chester!
Oh.
Chester!
Oh, that's Mr. Dillon, Doc.
Where is he?
Well, there he is, sitting on that wagon.
Oh, yes. Well, who's that with him?
Some fella give him a ride, I guess. Hello, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester. Doc.
Hey, you lose your horse, Matt?
We left our horses out at Bauer's Ranch and borrowed this wagon. One of his riders will bring him in tomorrow.
Who's this with you, Mr. Dillon?
You've seen his picture, Chester.
Oh, my goodness. It's Jack Brand.
Let's get on, Brandon. You first.
Sure. How come you let him drive the wagon, Mr. Dillon?
To keep his hands full, Chester. Here, take my shotgun and lock him up.
Yes, sir. Where's the others? I thought he had 3 men with him.
Well, tell him, Marshal. Tell him where they are.
They're in the wagon, Chester. Out of that canvas.
Well, are they all dead, Matt? All 3 of them?
They're all dead, Doc.
Bloodiest marshal I ever saw. It's just a wagon load of meat to him.
That's enough, Brandon.
It ain't hardly enough. I never seen such killing.
What happened, Mr. Dillon?
It doesn't matter. They put up a fight and I had to take them.
Well, I'll tell him what happened. Your lawman here hid himself in the grass and just waited for us to come out of that cabin. And then he yelled, so naturally we headed for cover. Who wouldn't? He just laid there and he cut loose with a shotgun. Tore up 2 of the boys that way. Then he stood up and he cut down Hank Smith with a 6-shooter.
How come you got out of it, Brand?
I jumped back in the cabin and I give up. We weren't putting up a fight. He spooked us yelling like that. Make any man jump.
Oh, I suppose you're trying to say that you wouldn't have shot him.
We tried to shoot him. Who wouldn't? Any man's got a right to defend himself.
Oh, well, I never heard of resisting arrest called self-defense.
I never heard of no marshal shooting down everybody on the landscape.
Lock him up, Chester.
Get going, Brand.
Well, he actually think he was killing hogs, not men. Shut up and keep bloody as marshal ever.
See, how come you brought the bodies back, Matt? Why didn't you just bury them out there?
I wanted more witnesses than me to identify him, Doc. Might save trouble when Brand goes to trial.
You say you were mighty lucky, taking 4 outlaws that way, man.
Yeah.
And you killed 3 out of... Oh, say, wait till people around here hear about this.
Brand's right, Doc. It's a lot of killing. An awful lot.
Oh, no, you don't. Don't get to thinking about it too much now, man. It's your job. You did it, and so it's over.
It's over? Wait till tomorrow or the next day. There'll be somebody else. There's always another man to kill.
Oh, no, that's not the way to look at it, man. I've never heard of you shooting anybody you didn't have to.
No, I never did. But sometimes that doesn't help much.
So you look tired, man.
Well, I haven't slept since I rode out of here 2 days ago.
Well, now you get some rest, and you'll feel better.
Sure.
Brand's snug in jail, Mr. Dillon. He don't like it much, but I told him not to try kicking his way out, that I'd be sleeping in the office.
We'll both be sleeping in the office, Chester. I'm too tired to walk to my room. Take care of this wagon. And what's in it, will you?
Mm-hmm.
You and Doc can identify those men. We'll write it out on paper in the morning.
All right, sir. I'll be coming to bed about midnight, but I'll be real quiet.
Nothing could wake me, Chester. Not tonight.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Gosh, Doc, you sure I shouldn't wake him up and tell him?
It can wait until morning, Chester. Matt's too tired to do anything about it tonight, anyway.
I guess you're right.
Of course I am.
Okay.
Good night, Chester.
Good night, Doc. Mr. Dillon?
No. Don't make me kill you. Don't make me kill another man.
Mr. Dillon,
no, I've spilled enough blood. I don't want to kill you. No.
Mr. Dillon, wait.
No.
It isn't me, Mr. Dillon. It's Chester. There ain't nobody here.
What?
You was asleep. You've been dreaming.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'll light the lamp.
No. It's all right, Chester.
My gracious, I come in and I heard you talking, and I thought somebody was here. That moonlight ain't too bright. I couldn't see good at first.
Sure.
I had to yell at you a couple of times before you woke up. You was dreaming you was in a fight, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was dreaming.
Nightmares like that, they're just terrible, ain't they?
There's a bottle in the desk drawer over there. Chester, get it for me, will you?
Yes, sir, I know where it is. I used to have nightmares sometimes when I was a boy, but I don't get them much no more. Here it is, Mr. Dillon. A good stiff drink will do you good.
Thanks, Chester. What time is it?
A little past midnight.
Jack Brand awake?
No, he'd be bellering if he was. But, Mr. Dillon, now that you're awake, there's something I ought to tell you.
Oh, what?
Well, me and Doc was having a drink over at the Alfregans, and a fella come in there and started talking real loud.
Talking about what?
Well, sir, mostly about how he's going to tree dodge and how he's going to tell you, too.
Oh?
He says he's a friend of Jack Brand's, and he's heard about how you caught him and all.
What's his name?
Stanger. Joe Stanger.
Yeah, I know him.
Well, do you think he'll cause trouble?
Probably. But I'm not going to worry about him tonight.
No, sir, that's what me and Doc figured. He won't try nothing tonight.
All the same, keep your gun handy, Chester. Now let's try to get some sleep. Shut him up, Chester. It's hardly dawn.
I swear I'd like to throw a bucket of water on him. Yes, oh, shut up, Brand. I'm coming.
I'm trying to.
Cut out that cut yelling, Brand. What's the matter with you?
Come on over here. Just unlock this cage, Chester.
What?
I'm holding a gun on you. Can't you see it?
Where'd you get that gun?
Come on over here, I said.
Well, the keys ain't over there. They're hanging on the wall down here.
Don't take your own sweet time about it. I've been in this chicken coop long enough.
Drop it, Brand.
What?
You're not hurt. I hit the gun.
I got the keys, Mr. Dillon. I'll get his gun out of there.
All right, go ahead. Stand back, Brand.
You like to bust my hand.
You're lucky.
Luck you didn't kill me, I suppose, just like you kill everybody.
Shut up.
I got it, Mr. Dillon. It ain't no good anyway. Not now.
Where'd you get that gun, Brand?
I made it, Marshal.
Don't be smart.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Joe Stanger brought it to you. He tossed it to you right through those bars on the window.
I didn't know Stanger was in town.
Didn't you? Chester, get some boards and nail them over the window so nothing can get through it.
I'll fix it, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, wait a minute, Marshal. That's the only window in here. You can't board it up.
You'll get enough here.
No, but it'll be dark. I don't like it dark.
Don't you? When you get it fixed, we'll go to breakfast, Chester.
It won't take long, Mr. Dillon. Well, it's been some time since I've been out on the plaza this early in the morning, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, weren't you up gambling all night last Saturday, Chester?
Oh, well, that's different.
Oh, how?
Well, I've been asleep all night this time. Things looks different when you had a good night's sleep.
Yeah, they sure do.
You didn't have no more nightmares last night, did you?
No, but I didn't sleep well.
You ought to take some time off. Go out buffalo hunting or something.
Yeah, maybe I ought to take a lot of time off. Wait a minute, Chester.
What?
That's Joe Stanger coming there.
Say, by golly, it is. What's he doing up so early?
Maybe he wants to find out why Jack Brand hasn't shot his way out of jail yet.
Well, he won't throw him no more guns, not the way I got that place boarded up now.
Get out of the way, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Marshal. Marshal.
You're up early, Stanger.
Train leaves for Abilene in about an hour.
Going to Abilene?
I'll be back next week.
Jack Brandt'll still be in jail.
I heard you caught him.
Good friend of yours, isn't he?
Sure. But I ain't part of his gang. I never was.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, there ain't much gang left now.
No.
You're a pretty rough man, Marshal.
When I have to be.
Don't it ever bother you, killing people the way you do?
Stanger, I shot a gun out of Jack Brand's hand this morning. You come by the office later, and I'll give it back to you.
Now, what would I want of a smashed-up six-shooter?
It's yours, isn't it?
I'm wearing mine.
I ought to throw you in jail, too.
What for?
To get you out of sight, if nothing else.
I wouldn't go to jail, Marshal. Not without a fight, I wouldn't. I ain't afraid of you. You want to try it? Go ahead. Go ahead, draw.
No.
What's the matter, Marshal? I thought you liked killing men. What's holding you back? You're going to have to fight me sooner or later.
Get out of here, Stanger. Go get on your train.
Wait till I tell everybody about Matt Dillon. How he's lost his nerve.
Get out, I said.
Well, I don't want to shoot down a man that won't draw. Not today, anyway. But I'll be back, Marshal. Next week.
Why didn't you shoot him, Mr. Dillon? He's nothing but a big bluff.
Chester, you go on to breakfast. I'm going back to the office.
What? Why, you told me...
You heard me.
Well, yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Dillon. Brought you a can full of coffee, Mr. Dillon.
Thanks, Chester.
I'm going to put it right here. What you doing, writing a letter?
It's a telegram. Here, Chester. Take this down to the depot, will you?
Sure.
I want it to go out right away.
U.S. War Department. What are you telegraphing Washington about?
That's my resignation, Chester.
What?
I'm quitting right now.
Why, you can't do that.
I've done it.
Oh, I don't believe it. You're funny now.
A man can quit a job, Chester. I've quit jobs before.
Well, I know, but this is different.
What's different about it? The government doesn't own me.
But think what'll happen if you ain't marshal here.
There are other men can be marshal.
Mr. Dillon.
What?
You ain't doing this because of, well, what Joe Stanger said.
That I've lost my nerve? No, he's wrong about that. And he's wrong about my liking to kill men, too.
You've never killed nobody unless you had to.
And now I don't have to. I'm through, Chester. And I knew I was through when I didn't draw on Stanger this morning. I've killed my last man.
I just don't know what to say, Mr. Dillon.
I've hated this job since the day I took it. I never did have a taste for killing, and now they can find somebody who has. And he'll make a better marshal than I ever was.
That ain't true.
Go send a telegram, Chester. I'll be at Delmonico's having breakfast. And with a good appetite for a change.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter-tip cigarette.
Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
After breakfast, I went to my room and got some of the sleep I'd missed the night before. And I slept good. It was as though what was past, and none of it bothered me now. I didn't have to face it happening over and over again. And when I woke up, I felt better than I had in years. I even felt a little cleaner somehow. There wasn't going to be any more blood on my hands. Washington, as usual, was pretty slow answering my telegram. A week later, I still hadn't had an answer. But I didn't care. I'd quit, and that was that. I even began to enjoy myself for a change. Like the day I finally took Kitty fishing.
Matt? Hey, Matt, look, I got another one.
Well, throw him back, Kitty. We got more than we can carry now.
I will not throw him back. Hold still, you.
Come on over here in the shade. You've done enough fishing.
Okay. Hey, look at him, Matt. Isn't he a beauty?
Yeah, he's bigger than any I caught. Why don't you throw him in the sack and then sit down here, huh?
Say, you're right. I didn't know we caught that many.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have a fish fry tonight, huh?
Well, we can feed half a Dodge with all those.
Well, I doubt it. You ever see Chester go through a mess full of fish?
The last time he starved himself a couple of days in advance. Maybe we can kind of sneak up on him tonight.
No. He knows we're out here.
Maybe you ought to go into the business, Matt.
Oh? What business?
Fishing. You could do it for a living.
Well, I am going to have to find something to do for a living, I guess.
Well, it won't hurt you to loaf for a while, Matt.
Yeah. I'm enjoying it.
You know something, Matt?
What?
I think this is the first time I've ever seen you that you weren't wearing a gun.
It is. And I'm enjoying that, too.
Someday maybe nobody will wear guns.
Yeah, maybe. You know something? I'm sleepy.
You're lazy. So lazy you're probably going to starve to death before you find a new job.
I don't care.
Matt, look, somebody's coming on horseback.
No?
Uh-huh.
Hey. Well, that's Chester.
Oh, he's as lazy as you are. Imagine taking a horse to come this far.
Oh, Chester hates walking. Besides, he looks like he's in a hurry.
Oh, maybe he couldn't wait for that fish fry.
Mr. Dillon? Hello, Miss Kitty.
Look in that sack, Chester. We got about 30 catfish already.
Well, that's fine, Miss Kitty, but Mr. Dillon, Joe Stanger's in town.
Oh? Well, it doesn't matter to me, Chester.
But you don't understand.
Understand what?
What I come to tell you. Stanger's at the Alfraganza. A while ago, he had words with one of the girls there, and she slapped him, and he pulled out his gun, and he killed her.
What?
Who was the girl, Chester?
Kate Hawkins.
Oh, no.
That's who it was, Miss Kitty. And then the bartender tried to stop him, and Stanger shot him, too. And I hear he's going to die. I grabbed a horse off the hitch rail and come right down to tell you, you've got to stop him, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not marshal anymore here, Chester. I quit.
Oh, that don't matter.
It does to me.
You mean you're going to let Joe Stanger walk around Dodge and shoot everybody that gets in his way, including women?
I'm through killing. I told you that.
Who's going to stop him, then? You're the only man around here that'll go up against him, and you know it.
That may be true. But I'm still not going to do it.
Wait, Mr. Dillon. Wait a minute. I've been thinking a lot about all this lately, and there's something you've been overlooking.
Oh?
Men like Stanger and Brand, they got to be stopped. I'd do it if I could, but I can't. I ain't good enough. Most men ain't. But you are. It's kind of too bad for you that you are, but that's the way it is. And there's nothing you can do about it. Not now. It's too late. It's way too late.
Give me your gun, Chester.
Chester. Want my holster?
I'll carry it in my belt.
Oh, Kitty. Chester will help you carry the fish back.
Sure, Matt. Sure.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Time and the little gray cells. These will always catch the criminal. Agatha Christie's Poirot. From the thrill-packed pages of Agatha Christie's unforgettable stories of corpses, clues, and crime, Mutual now brings you, complete with bowler hat and magnificent mustache, your favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, starring Harold Huber in The Deadest Man in the World.
Mr. Poirot. Oh, thank heaven you're in. I was afraid that... Please close the door quickly. That's better. Thank you. He may have followed me. If he knows that I came to you...
Mademoiselle, you have the advantage of me. You know my name. I do not know yours. But no matter. You seem to be in trouble. I have found that a cup of tea is...
Oh, no, I mustn't stay. We haven't time.
Mademoiselle...
Shepherd.
Shepherd. Mademoiselle Shepherd, what you have said is intriguing, but confusing. If you want my help...
I'm sorry. I haven't made anything clear, have I? You see, Derek killed my dog.
Mademoiselle, are you asking me to investigate the death of a dog?
Oh, no, you don't understand. I know I'm telling this badly, but...
Perhaps it is my fault, Mademoiselle, for being impatient and hastening to conclusions, eh?
You see, I live at Manitou. You've probably never heard of it.
A small suburb of New York, about 37 minutes by train from the Long Island station.
Oh, you know it then?
No, a small hobby of mine. I read timetables.
Oh. Well, I live there with my Uncle James.
Pardon, Mademoiselle, but if my memory does not betray me, James Shepherd is a famous name. Is he not called...
The luckiest man in the world. Yes, that's Uncle James.
I have often asked myself if the newspapers were not wrong to call him lucky. I myself would have them change it to the shrewdest man in the world.
What makes you say that?
A simple deduction. Any man who wins the grand prize in the Dublin sweepstakes 40 years ago takes all his winnings and boldly breaks the bank at Monte Carlo, and then, Mademoiselle, has never gambled since. There is a man who makes good use of his little gray cells.
I suppose some people might look at it that way, but Others say that Uncle James is tight.
Well, no matter. Was it your uncle who sent you to see me? Is he also concerned about the death of this dog?
Oh, no. Uncle James mustn't know anything about this. He's very ill, his heart. If he found out what was hanging over me, I'm afraid it would kill him.
I see.
Everything was all right until about a year ago. Uncle James was raising his rose, and we were all very happy. And then Derek Redfield took the house next to ours. He was young and attractive.
And you are also young and attractive, and so you fell in love. Eh bien, that is only natural, mademoiselle.
Yes, but what happened next isn't. Derek is... Oh, he's charming, Mr. Poirot, but he was insanely jealous. I noticed it before we became engaged, but he was just difficult then. After we became engaged, well, it was impossible.
And so you broke the engagement and returned his ring.
How did you know?
Mademoiselle, that is obvious. You tell me you are in difficulty. You tell me you were engaged. And yet I see no ring on your hand. Voila, you have given it back.
You're right, but that's what started all this. Derek is going to kill me.
Oh, come now, mademoiselle, you are not serious.
I was never more serious in my life.
Ah, mademoiselle, if we were to suspect every young man who threatened to kill his loved one when the affairs of the heart went badly, poof, half the population would be in jail.
And what about the dog? What about Taffy? He said he'd kill Taffy, and he did.
But, mademoiselle, what makes you so certain your dog was killed?
This. I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I brought it along. This is the meat, or part of it, that poor Taffy found in the garden last night. He ate it and died. It was horrible. Just smell it, Mr. Poirot.
Yes, it is unmistakably poison. I confess this puts a different aspect on the affair.
Then you will come down to Meriton and help me.
No, mademoiselle?
But why not? Surely you believe me. He told me he'd kill Taffy as a warning. He knew I loved Taffy with all my heart, and he poisoned him. I'm frightened, Mr. Poirot. You must protect me.
Mademoiselle, I am not a guard for the body.
Oh, but you must, I tell you, you must.
Could you not go away for a little while?
Oh, it's no use. He'd follow me. Anyway, I can't leave Uncle James. Oh, Mr. Poirot.
Have you spoken to the police about this?
No, they wouldn't help me. I was depending on you. I thought you'd do something. Seems funny that somebody can be killed. Somebody can know she's going to be killed. Nobody will help her. Doesn't that seem funny to you, Mr. Poirot?
Excuse me, mademoiselle. I had to do that. Hysteria is not only unpleasant, but it also accomplishes nothing.
I'm sorry. Would you mind raising the shade? I'd feel better if there were a little more light.
Not at all. Voila. Better?
Much, thank you.
Perhaps a cigarette. I myself find they have a singularly soothing... Pardon. Hello?
Mr. Hercule Poirot?
Speaking?
This is a warning. If you know what's good for you, stay away from Elaine Shepherd.
Who is this? Mademoiselle, Hercule Poirot has changed his mind. You may expect me at Manaton this evening.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Poirot.
No thanks, mademoiselle. I do not like people who kill dogs, and above all, I do not like to be threatened.
Derek?
Elaine, here. This way.
Derek. Oh, Derek, my darling.
Anybody see you?
Not a soul. I left the house the back way. You know no one ever comes here. Oh, Derek, why couldn't you come back with me on the train?
Are you crazy? We mustn't be seen together now. That'd ruin everything. Just when we have it all in our grasp.
All right, darling. You know best. Everything went just as you said it would. I was afraid you wouldn't see him pull up the shade.
I knew he might prove difficult, but I was positive that phone call would get him. The clever Monsieur Poirot.
He'll be here this evening.
Sure, just the way I figured it. The servants will be out tonight, and the luckiest man in the world will soon be the deadest man in the world. And we'll have the money.
What about Anne?
Oh, he probably left her a few thousand, but what's the difference to us? We can afford to be generous. There's millions there.
But Anne's his adopted daughter. He's terribly fond of her.
Yes, I know, but Anne's only 7 years old, and you're his niece, his own flesh and blood. You'll see. He's left practically all of it to you.
Yes. I hope you're right, Derek.
What's the matter?
I know we've been thinking about this for a long time, Derek, but the doctors did say that Uncle James doesn't have long to live. Couldn't we...
No. We've been waiting a year now, and his luck's still holding. We might go on waiting for another 10. You don't want that, do you?
No, but...
We want that money now, Elaine. Now, when we're young enough to enjoy it.
Oh, Derek, are you sure nothing can go wrong?
There isn't a chance in the world for anything to go wrong. Unless you slipped up somewhere today.
I did everything you told me to, only...
Only what?
Oh, I don't know.
You're just nervous. Perot's coming down, isn't he?
Yes.
Then that means he's fooled. I've got everything all set. You know what you have to do when you get back to the house, huh?
I know. I've been through it a million times.
That's a girl. When Monsieur Perot arrives to stop me from killing you, we'll make him an accessory to another murder.
Here you are, buddy. The shepherd joint.
1,000 thanks.
Okay, but if it's all the same to you, I'd rather have one tip.
And that, too.
Oh, Monsieur Poirot, come in. You don't know how glad I am to see you.
Mademoiselle, it is a great pleasure to receive such a hearty welcome.
There's a deep, dark plot behind my welcome.
I suspected as much.
Yes. You see, tonight is the servants' night out. I didn't want you to run away because you'd have to put up with my cooking.
But, mademoiselle, that will be a pleasure, if I may help.
You?
Well, people who have had the pleasure of sampling the cooking artistry of such famous chefs as Escoffier, Oscar, and the immortal Monsieur de Gouy, these people, mademoiselle, say there is yet one greater chef.
Who?
Hercule Poirot.
Oh, then I'm doubly glad to have you. Oh, there's Uncle's phonograph. That means he's awake. Wouldn't you like to go upstairs and meet him? That is, if you don't mind climbing 3 flights.
Oh, I should be delighted, but did you not tell me that it would upset him to know that I am in the house?
Oh, don't worry about that. I'm going to tell a little white lie. Now, don't you be surprised at anything I might say.
On that score, be at ease, mademoiselle. I have come to expect extraordinary things from you.
Uncle James, this is Mr. Poirot. Mr. Poirot, my Uncle James.
I've heard of you, Mr. Perot. Wait until I turn this phonograph off, and then you can ask me some questions.
Questions, monsieur?
Sure. And the only reason I can see for a famous detective like you coming to Manhattan is that you suspect me of murdering someone. All right. Fire away.
No. I assure you, monsieur, my visit has no such purpose.
And then you're here to find out how I broke the bank at Monte Carlo. You'd be surprised how many people want to know.
Well, that of a surety I would love to know. But I am certain that is something beyond my poor powers of discovery, eh?
You're just as smart as they say you are, and I like you. So I'll tell you how I did it. I was just lucky as the devil.
Now, Uncle, Mr. Poirot really came down because he heard about your roses. He's interested in gardening.
Well, of course he is. Any smart man would be. I tell you, Mr. Perot, the roses are all right. Of course, not as fine as they used to be when I was able to get out and tend to them myself. And now my greatest pleasure is playing records on this phonograph.
And a very fine machine.
Mr. Poirot is also a good cook, or so he says. He's going to help me with the dinner.
And so I am, mademoiselle. Now, what do we have?
Well, there's a duckling.
With a sauce bigarade. I insist on it.
If you know how to make it.
But of course.
And some string beans. But I can take care of those. You just boil water and...
No. It is a sacrilege. You must not destroy the flavor. They must be steamed gently, mademoiselle. And...
All right, you win. Come along and show me.
I will indeed, mademoiselle. Directly after I have my bath, I will make a sauce bigarade that would make Escoffier himself jealous. Ah, mademoiselle, I thank you for a magnificent dinner. Superb.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. And the sauce bigarade?
A masterpiece. I have never prepared it better.
I I hope you didn't mind my asking Derek over after dinner.
No, I did not mind, but I do not see what you hope to accomplish.
I know it's probably silly, but if Derek sees that you're actually here, he'll realize that I'm serious and leave me alone.
I shall not threaten him, mademoiselle. Threats are useless.
No, there he is. Oh, no, don't bother. I'll let him in.
Elaine, I got your message. I came right over. Does it mean you forget... Who's this?
May I present Mr. Hercule Poirot? This is Derek Redfield.
Poirot? Well, if you did this to impress me, Elaine, you've certainly succeeded. I've heard of you, Mr. Poirot.
And I of you, monsieur.
Yes, I know. I can just imagine what Elaine's been telling you. You must think I'm a pretty bad sort of guy, but, you really got me in a spot, Elaine. How about a little drink to sort of help me out, huh?
Would you like something, Mr. Poirot? A little sherry or port or something stronger?
Port will do excellently, mademoiselle.
Then if you'll just press that button next to your chair, the maid will bring it. I'm too lazy to move.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose Elaine's told you how I made a complete fool of myself and scared her half to death, Mr. Poirot. But I hope you can realize how it is when a fellow's in love.
Mademoiselle, it has just occurred to me. There is no maid to bring the port unless she has already...
Of course, I completely forgot how stupid of me. It's only a little after 9. Servants won't be back until 11. I'll get it.
Hey, what did you ask me over for? To ignore me? I was hoping that maybe we could straighten everything out tonight.
I'll tell you exactly why I called you when I come back.
The danse macabre, eh? Monsieur Shepard seems to have a rather morbid taste in music.
Look, Mr. Poirot, you can ask me any questions you like, but I've got to convince you that I don't mean any harm to Elaine.
Tell me, monsieur, you did kill her dog?
Well, yes,
Here we are. I hope you'll find the port to your liking, Mr. Poirot.
Elaine, I just admitted that I killed Taffy, but I only did it because I love you. You know, sometimes you want to hurt the person you love.
Derek, I asked Mr. Poirot to come down here to show you that I'm serious. When I tell you I never want to have anything to do with you again. I can never forgive the way you've acted. And if you make any more threats, Mr. Poirot will know how to deal with it.
But, Elaine, if you'll only listen...
I have nothing more to say to you, Derek. Oh, Uncle's turned off the Victrola. What time is it, Mr. Poirot?
It is 9:15, mademoiselle.
I'd better run upstairs and see if Uncle wants anything. Good night, Derek.
But, Elaine...
I said good night.
Mr. Poirot, I'm desperate. Maybe you can understand the way I feel. Would you talk to her and put in a good word for me?
I am afraid, monsieur, that I would find it slightly ridiculous for me to plead the suit of a man who terrifies a lady to such a degree that she seeks my services to protect herself from him.
But I...
Sacre bleu! Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle!
It's Uncle James. He's fallen out of the window. He's dead.
Good morning. What's your name?
Hercule Poirot. And yours, my little one?
Your name is funnier than mine. I'm Anne Shepard.
Then you are the sister of Mademoiselle Elaine.
Oh, no, Elaine's my cousin. Not really, you know, because I'm adopted.
Yes, I see. Your father was...
Do you think Daddy will be away long? He told me this morning that he went away.
As to that, I could not say, but...
How did your mustache get to grow so long? Daddy has a mustache, but not one like that.
Ma petite, very few men have. How long have you been living with your daddy?
Oh, a long, long time. But you haven't told me whether your mustache is real.
I assure you, my little one, it is real. Just like your hair.
Oh, you have to brush your mustache then like I have to with my hair?
Oh, yes, indeed. One has to take care of a mustache, you know.
Could you show me how you brush it now?
I would like to, ma petite, but I have not the time.
What is ma petite?
It is French. It means my little one.
When Daddy comes back, I think I'm going to learn French.
You love your daddy, eh?
I should say so. Are you going to live with us now?
Perhaps for a little while.
How long?
I do not know. It depends, you see, my little one.
Why? Is it because of the noise last night?
Dis donc, do you like fairy tales?
Oh, yes. Sometimes I tell them to myself. Go for a walk in the woods and I make them up.
Oh, but how that is nice, eh? Perhaps you would tell me one sometime, eh?
Oh, no, I'd rather have you tell me one. I like you.
And I like you, my little one.
Can you tell me the story about the Snow Queen?
Alas, that is a fairy tale I do not know. But I will tell you another one. Once upon a time, there was a great, big forest. And in this forest, there lived a very little girl.
Now I've seen everything.
Inspector Stevens, do you know Mademoiselle Anne Shepherd?
Well, hello, little girl.
Hello. He was telling me a fairy tale.
I heard him. But would you do me a favor and leave me alone with Mr. Poirot for a little while?
All right. If he promises to finish the story.
I promise.
Bye. Don't forget your promise.
No, Poirot. There doesn't seem to be any trouble about this one.
No. The coroner, he has ascertained the cause of death?
No question about that. He died from a fall out of his bedroom window onto those jagged rocks while you and Miss Shepherd and Mr. Redfield were down here in this room.
Are you quite certain, my friend?
You told me neither of them left the room.
Well, Mademoiselle left to bring some wine, but she did not have sufficient time to run up 3 flights of stairs.
And he was wearing a wristwatch, which was pretty well smashed up. The hands had stopped at 9:15. There was a medicine bottle and a spoon on the floor near the window. Now, what I figure is that he must have felt sick, got up, tried to get the medicine, and he fell out of the French windows.
Perhaps.
Yeah. What do you mean, perhaps?
Me, I have an idea it was no accident.
You mean you...
Yes, my friend. Murder.
What? Murder?
A particularly vicious and carefully planned murder.
Do you know who did it?
I think so.
Well, what are we waiting for, Poirot? Let's get going.
Gently, my friend, gently. I think it was murder. I even think I know how it was done. But alas, I could not prove it. The murderers would get clear away in a court of law.
You mean you're going to let them get away with it?
No, that I will most certainly not allow. But we must annoy them, Stevens.
That's the first time I've ever heard of annoying murderers. I generally arrest them.
I do not like murderers, my friend. And when we arrest these, we will make certain they are not set free. The little gray cells, Stevens. The little gray cells have found a way.
What do you mean?
Murder breeds murder, my friend. And a murderer always repeats. If he poisons once, he poisons again. If he stabs once, he stabs again. If there is an accident once, there is an accident again.
What are you going to do about it?
Me, I shall help to create an accident. I am going to telephone a lawyer.
Now that we are all together, I think that we can proceed with the reading of the will. As the late Mr. Shepherd's attorney, I am the trustee of the estate. I, James B. Shepherd, being of sound mind and body, do here. I believe that we can skip all that. Here. All my property, both real and personal, I leave to my adopted daughter, Anne Mary Shepherd, to be held in trust for her until she attains the age of 21. To my loving niece, Elaine Shepherd, I bequeath the sum of $2,000.
Some water, please. It appears Mademoiselle Shepherd has fainted.
Quiet.
Derek, the will. The will.
What about it? What happened? Will you stop shaking and tell me?
Uncle James left everything. Left it all to Anne.
What?
All of it.
I don't believe it.
It's true. We were all there. McBride read it to us.
But it's impossible. Didn't he even mention you?
Yes. He left me $2,000.
$2,000. That's good. That's very good. What are we going to do with $2,000?
I don't know. Oh, Derek, it's all gone wrong. I knew it when I knew it. I'm sorry we ever started. We never should have done it.
Hey, wait a minute. I think I have an idea. Sure, that's the solution. It's easy.
What?
If you'd only stop and think, you'd see the way it has to be.
Derek, I don't know what you're talking about.
Who inherited the money, Elaine?
Why, Anne... No. No, Derek.
I say yes.
Derek, you mustn't. Listen to me. Remember what you said about planning things? The people who didn't think things out made mistakes.
Never mind that. I know what I'm doing.
No, Derek, we planned something, thought it all out. Look what happened. Even if we do something to Anne, I still won't get the money.
Don't be a fool. You have to get it. You're the only living relative. Now, listen, Elaine. Inspector Stevens has gone back to New York. We're perfectly safe.
I won't help you do anything to Anne.
What makes you so soft about Anne all of a sudden? A bride who doesn't even belong to your family. Where does she come in for anything?
Oh, Derek, I'm frightened. I won't do this with you.
Oh, yes, you will. That's one thing I'm sure of now. We're together, Elaine. Together for life. Don't forget you were with me on one murder. And you're going to be with me on another.
Come in.
Mademoiselle, I have come to say goodbye. My train leaves within 10 minutes.
Oh, yes. This has been so dreadful, I hardly know what to say to you. Such a terrible accident. If you'll send me your bill...
No, mademoiselle. You owe me nothing.
That's very kind of you. Of course, now I'm afraid I shall have to get used to economizing.
Mademoiselle, before I go, is there anything you would like to tell me?
Tell you? Why, no, I can't think of anything.
You are no longer afraid of Monsieur Redfield?
To tell you the truth, I've had so many things to think about. I haven't even given Derek... Well, he hasn't entered my mind.
What are your plans?
What?
Do you intend to stay on here with Mademoiselle Anne?
What? I hadn't considered it. I don't know.
She is a very charming child. I spoke to her this morning and told her the truth about Monsieur Shepherd. She is very sad. I think you should see that she is helped.
Oh, I intend to. I'll do everything in my power.
I am sure you will, mademoiselle. Au revoir.
Walk much more, Elaine.
Oh, you've got to grow up to be big and strong. Remember, I promised you ice cream.
Don't think I'd like it now. Can't we play Indian?
I didn't know little girls played Indian.
I didn't make it up. Roy taught me. You know Roy, Uncle Derek?
No.
Do so. He's a boy who lives in a big house down the road. See, this is the way we play. I run away and hide.
Anne! Blast that brat.
You'll frighten her. Anne, dear. Come back.
Where did she go?
Here I am. See, I'm very good at it. Sometimes even Roy can't find him. He's a scout.
Anne, I don't want you to do that again.
Yes, you might get hurt. There might be some bad men in the woods.
Oh, pooh.
Come here, Anne.
But you're so near the edge.
I said come here.
No, I don't want to.
Anne, did you hear me?
Yes, but I don't like you. I'm going to run away and hide.
You're not going to run anywhere. There, I've got you.
Oh, Mr. Perot.
Mr. Perot. So you didn't take the train?
As you see. I am afraid that woods and flowers do not agree with me. I must have the fever of the hay.
Cut it out.
Pardon?
That means stop trying to fool us. You're a little cleverer than I thought.
A little? Oh, monsieur, for the sake of courtesy, let us say a great deal, eh? Come here, Anne.
Go.
Just how clever are you, Perot? Hold still, Anne.
Ah, monsieur, really. Such a transparent little plan, eh? You send a charming young lady to my apartment with a very sad tale. She is so distressed. I must protect her from this terrible fiancé. And everything prepared for me, even to the poisoned meat. This meat so strongly dosed and evil-smelling that not even a starving dog would have eaten it, monsieur. So I say to myself, these people must have a reason for wishing Hercule Poirot at Manhattan. What is it? And that evening I find out. You have murdered Monsieur Shepherd.
I told you. Shut up, you fool.
Is that all you have to say, Perot?
And you, mademoiselle, the window shade. Did you really believe that such an old trick would deceive Hercule Poirot? You become hysterical and you need light. Oh, mademoiselle, you asked me to raise the shade and then the so convenient telephone call.
So what? You can't prove we murdered anyone. We were right there with you when Shepherd died.
Ah, no, monsieur. Monsieur Shepherd did not die at 9:15. You killed him earlier, much earlier, before dinner, in fact, while I was bathing. That is the only possible time. It is easy to set the hands of his watch. Then you came over and played your little comedy with me.
Oh, you're crazy. You heard him playing his Victrola as well as we did.
I heard the Victrola, monsieur.
Then if he was dead, who started it?
That, monsieur, is what makes me to burn. I started it myself, when Mademoiselle Elaine asked me to press the button for the servants. After making so much bother about their being out, you simply had the wire set for that button to start the racket automatically in Monsieur Shepherd's bedroom. That was supposed to prove he was alive. You removed the wires last night.
All right. You have it all figured out. But you've overlooked one thing.
I think not. It is not Hercule Poirot who makes mistakes.
But you made one this time. This is the last bit of detecting you'll ever do because you're going over the cliff.
No, Derek, no.
Here, hold the kid for me.
Monsieur, you are even more stupid than I thought.
Yeah, this is perfect. Everyone knows the kid liked you. You went walking together and fell over the cliff. Those shoes of yours weren't made for the country. Another accident.
I think not. Give me the child, mademoiselle.
This is it.
All right, Inspector. I believe you've heard enough.
There we are, Redfield. You haven't a chance.
Oh, you little smart aleck. You'd never have proved a thing if the will hadn't left all that money to that brat. You couldn't have proved it.
Precisely, monsieur. That is why I induced the lawyer to read a false will. The real one left everything to Mademoiselle Elaine.
Be sure to listen again at the same time next week when Agatha Christie, America's favorite mystery writer, brings you her favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, starring Harold Huber in The Book and the Corpse. Agatha Christie's Poirot is directed by Carl Eastman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company brings you the unique narrative dramas of Nelson Olmsted, who invites you to enjoy with him the brilliant entertainment in the world's greatest short stories. In keeping with the pace of modern life, it is sometimes difficult for us to take the time necessary to read the great literary works of the world, because they, especially short stories, are not easily found. Nelson Olmsted brings you these stories, interpreting the intense drama so well cut by the pen of the capable author. Here is another of the world's greatest short stories, and Nelson Olmsted.
The human mind reacts peculiarly under great stress, especially when overcome with fear. Ambrose Bierce has expressed this condition very vividly in our story tonight, The Man and the Snake. At ease upon a sofa in gown and slippers, Harker Brayton smiled as he read from Moyester's Marvels of Science. It was an ancient book with its archaic English, which stated, "It is a veritable report, and attested of so many that there now be of wise and learned none to gainsay it, that ye serpent, his eyes, hath a magnetic property, that whoso falleth into its suasion is drawn forward in despite of his will, and perisheth miserable by ye creature his bite." Brayton smiled again as he thought, the only marvel in the matter is that the wise and learned in Moyester's day should have believed such nonsense as is rejected by most of even the ignorant in ours. A train of reflection followed, for Brayton was a man of thought, and he unconsciously lowered his book without altering the direction of his eyes. As soon as the volume had gone below the line of sight, something in an obscure corner of the room recalled his attention to his surroundings. What he saw in the shadow under his bed were two small points of light, apparently about an inch apart. They might have been reflections of the gas jet above him in metal nail heads. He gave them but little thought and resumed his reading. A later something, some impulse, which it did not occur to him to analyze, impelled him to lower the book again and seek for what he saw before. The points of light were still there. They seemed to have become brighter than before, shining with a greenish luster, which he had not at first observed. He thought, too, that they might have moved a trifle, were somewhat nearer. They were still too much in the shadow, however, to reveal their nature and origin to an indolent attention, and he resumed his reading. Suddenly, something in the text suggested a thought which made him start and drop the book for the third time to the side of the sofa, whence, escaping from his hand, it fell sprawling to the floor, back upward. Brayton, half risen, was staring intently into the obscurity beneath the bed, where the points of light shone with, it seemed to him, an added fire. His attention was now fully aroused, his gaze eager and imperative. It disclosed, almost directly beneath the foot of the rail of the bed, the coils of a large serpent. The points of light were its eyes. Its horrible head, thrust flatly forth from the innermost coil and resting on the outermost, was directly straight toward him, the definition of the wide, brutal jaw and the idiot-like forehead serving to show the direction of its malevolent gaze. The eyes were no longer merely luminous points. They looked into his own with a meaning, a malign significance. A snake in a bedroom of a modern city dwelling of the better sort is happily not so common a phenomenon as to make explanation altogether needless. Parker Brayton, a bachelor of 35, a scholar, idler, and something of an athlete, rich and popular and of sound health, had returned to San Francisco from all manner of remote and unfamiliar countries. He had gladly accepted the hospitality of his friend, Dr. Druring, the distinguished scientist whose studies were centered around the lower forms of life. His scientific sympathies, in fact, were distinctly reptilian. He loved nature's vulgarians and described himself as the Zola of zoology. His wife and daughters, not having the advantage to share his enlightened curiosity regarding the works and ways of our ill-starred fellow creatures, were, with needless austerity, excluded from the wing of the house called the snakery. Well, despite the snakery and its uncanny associations, to which, indeed, he gave little attention, Brayton found life at the Druring mansion very much to his mind. Beyond a smart shock of surprise and a shudder of mere loathing, Mr. Brayton was not greatly affected. His first thought was to ring the call bell and bring a servant. But although the bell cord dangled within easy reach, he made no movement toward it. It had occurred to his mind that this act might subject him to the suspicion of fear, which he certainly did not feel. He was more keenly conscious of the incongruous nature of the situation than affected by its perils. It was revolting, but absurd. Brayton rose to his feet and prepared to back softly away from the snake without disturbing it if possible, and through the door. People retire so from the presence of the great, for greatness is power, and power is a menace. He knew that he could walk backward without obstruction and find the door without error. Should the monster follow, the taste which had plastered the walls with paintings had consistently supplied a rack of murderous oriental weapons from which he could snatch one to suit the occasion. In the meantime, the snake's eyes burned with a more pitiless malevolence than ever. Brayton lifted his right foot free of the floor to step backward. That moment, he felt a strong aversion to doing so. He lifted the foot a little higher by slightly bending the knee and thrust it sharply to the floor, an inch in front of the other. He could not think how that occurred. A trial with the left foot had the same result. It was again in advance of the right. The man had an ashy pallor. Again he took a step forward, and another, causing his hand to knock the chair over with a crash. The man groaned. The snake made neither sound nor motion, but its eyes were two dazzling suns. The reptile itself was fully concealed by them. They gave off enlarging rings of rich and vivid colors, which at their greatest expansion successively vanished like soap bubbles. They seemed to approach his very face, and anon were an immeasurable distance away. He heard something, somewhere, the continual throbbing of a great drum, with desultory bursts of far music, inconceivably sweet, like the tones of an Aeolian harp. He knew it was the sunrise melody of Memnon's statue, and thought he stood at the Nile-side reeds, hearing, with exalted sense, that immortal anthem through the silence of the centuries. The music ceased. Rather, it became by insensible degrees the distant roll of a retreating thunderstorm. A landscape, glittering with sun and rain, stretched before him, arched with a vivid rainbow, framing in its giant curve 100 visible cities. In the middle distance, a vast serpent wearing a crown reared its head out of its voluminous convolutions and looked at him with his dead mother's eyes. Suddenly, this enchanting landscape vanished in a blank. Something struck him hard upon the face and breast. He had fallen to the floor. The blood ran from his broken nose and his bruised lips, and for a moment he was dazed and stunned, and lay with his closed eyes, his face against the door. In a few moments he had recovered, and then realized that his fall by withdrawing his eyes, had broken the spell which held him. He felt that now, by keeping his gaze averted, he would be able to retreat. But the thought of that serpent within a few feet of his head, yet unseen, perhaps in the very act of springing upon him and throwing its coils about his throat, was too horrible. He lifted his head and stared again into those baleful eyes and was again in bondage. Now ensued a fearful scene. The man prone upon the floor within a yard of his enemy raised the upper part of his body upon his elbows, his head thrown back, his legs extended to their full length. His face was white between its gouts of blood. His eyes were strained open to their uttermost expansion. There was froth upon his lips. It dropped off in flakes. Strong convulsions ran through his body, making almost serpentine undulations. He bent himself at the waist, shifting his legs from side to side, and every movement left him a little nearer to the snake. He thrust his hands forward to brace himself back, and yet constantly advanced upon his elbows. Dr. Druring and his wife were at this moment in the library. Their conversation was interrupted by a mighty cry which rang through the silent house like the voice of a demon shouting in a tomb. Again and yet again it sounded, with terrible distinctness. They rang to their feet, the man confused, the lady pale and speechless with fright. Almost before the echoes of the last cry had died away, the doctor was out of the room, springing up the staircase 2 steps at a time. In the corridor, in front of Brayton's chamber, he met some servants who had come down from the upper floor. Together they rushed at the door without knocking. It was unfastened and gave way. Brayton lay upon his stomach on the floor, dead. His head and arms were partly concealed under the footrail of the bed. They pulled the body away, turning it upon the back. The face was daubed with blood and froth. The eyes were wide open, staring. A dreadful sight. Yes, he died in a fit, said the scientist, bending his knee and placing his hand upon the heart. And while in that position, he happened to glance under the bed. Good Lord, how did this thing get in here? He reached under the bed, pulled out the snake, and flung it, still coiled, to the center of the room, whence, with a harsh shuffling sound, it slid across the polished floor until stopped by the wall where it lay without motion. It was a stopped snake. Its eyes were 2 shoe buttons.
This has been another review of a great short story of world literature. And now, here is Nelson Armstead with some closing comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, our story tonight, The Man and the Snake, was written by that very vivid American journalist and author, Ambrose Bierce, and is my idea of a very clever psychological study, brilliantly written. Bierce delighted in propounding the psychological and philosophical in his many short stories, some of the best of which are An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, The Man with 2 Lives, Horseman in the Sky, and The Man and the Snake. In this narrative review tonight, Bierce points to the psychology of suggestion on the human mind. Harker Brayton scoffed as he read the ancient theory of the hypnotic power of the snake. And yet, when he faced what he imagined was a live and deadly snake, this suggestion he had just read amplified itself in his mind to such an extent that he literally frightened himself to death. One thing is certain. The most vacillating and undeterminable factor of humanity is the human mind, which is why the subject is so often the basis of better stories of world literature. Ambrose Bierce was born in 1839. He served as an officer in the Civil War. In 1914, he joined Pancho Villa in Mexico and has never been heard from since. Just how or when he died, no one knows. It has been only recently that readers have discovered his masterful writing, so to speak. There's been a very slow but definite Bierce revival among all who admire highly finished fictional studies. Tomorrow night, the story up for review is Rappaccini's Daughter by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is an unusual narrative about a beautiful young lady who was nurtured from birth unpoisoned, so that her very breath was deadly. Until tomorrow night, good night and good reading.
presents Nelson Armstead and his world's greatest short stories 3 nights each week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, at the same time over most of these same stations. Rappaccini's Daughter by Nathaniel Hawthorne is scheduled for tomorrow night, and we hope you'll be with us.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Lives of Great Men, a new series on great leaders in human progress, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author of Beauty in Nature and Art, and many other books. In these talks, Dr. Griggs is building a story of civilization based on outstanding characters through the ages, and how each one influences his own in future times. This evening, Dr. Griggs will discuss Jefferson, philosopher of democracy. We present Edward Howard Griggs.
My friends, the careers of Jefferson and Hamilton centered in the making of our government, and in them appears that first cleavage of political philosophy which divided our country for many decades and culminated in the Civil War. Jefferson's Welsh-descended father was of great physical vigor and liberal mind. Though dying when Jefferson was but 14, he was the first strong influence determining his son's lifelong liberalism in politics and religion. Contrasting with several of our greatest men, Jefferson had thorough schooling. At 17, he entered William and Mary College, the mother of so many important leaders, and proved equally capable in languages, mathematics, and science, becoming eventually the most broadly cultivated of all the fathers of our country. Soon after entering college, he was honored by the invitation to be the fourth in a group of eminent men who dined together several times a week, including Governor Forquer, Dr. Small, the foremost liberal scholar in Virginia, and Wythe, leader of the bar. Their conversation was of high value in Jefferson's education, and Dr. Small became the second strong influence, confirming his liberalism. Leaving college at 19, Jefferson studied law 5 years with Wythe, and began practice with immediate success. Through 7 years at the law, he doubled his inherited fortune. 6 of those years he served in the Virginia Assembly. His personal life was established by his marriage with the lovely young widow Martha Skelton, gifted in music, to which he also was devoted. Soon after his wedding, he drove with his bride 100 miles west to the home he had begun building 2 years before at Monticello. The little mountain rises 600 feet above the countryside, with marvelous views across the rolling hills to the majestic Blue Ridge. Jefferson was his own architect, constructing the mansion on classic lines, Doric columns rising at full height. Jefferson's marriage was exceptionally happy during the 10 years of his wife's life. Only 2 daughters of his 6 children grew up to maturity, the elder becoming the mother of 11 children. It is interesting that the father's chief anxiety was to have his daughters acquire the manners and culture of gentlewomen. The great Democrat was distinctly an aristocrat in personal life. Monticello, remote from the settled part of Virginia, was even more than Mount Vernon, a little world to itself. All the bricks for the mansion were made by slaves on the estate. Jefferson brought better breeds of animals from Europe, introduced rice culture in the South, practiced rotation of crops, a great advance in farming. Though owning slaves, Jefferson was bitterly opposed to slavery, saying of it, "Can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are the gift of God, that they are not to be violated but with his wrath? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever." The death of Jefferson's father-in-law brought him 40,000 more acres of land, with 135 slaves, again doubling his property. This was not an unmixed blessing, as there was a heavy mortgage, which in the end Jefferson paid several times over, collecting the money in our depreciated currency and paying it in gold at London. Jefferson was a delegate to the Second Continental Congress, and in May 1776, Virginia passed resolutions of independence, sending a copy to the Congress asking that it take similar action. Jefferson was appointed on the committee and requested by the other members to draw up the Declaration. He spent 18 days at the task. His draft, accepted by the committee, was bitterly attacked in Congress, but with some changes was finally adopted and signed traditionally on July 4th. Jefferson thus became the author of the birth charter of our nation. It is now the fashion among smart cynics to call the Declaration of Independence a tissue of glittering generalities. Rightly understood, that is just what it is, a fabric of shining general truths, the only basis on which men can widely unite. Had Jefferson done nothing else than write the Declaration, his fame as philosopher of democracy would have been amply warranted. In the autumn of 1776, Congress asked Jefferson to go to France with Franklin, but his wife's illness caused his return home. Elected to the legislature, he was appointed to revise the Virginia statutes. That work was of supreme importance, not only to Virginia, but for the nation. He succeeded quickly in eliminating the laws entailing estates on eldest sons, thus ending the development of a Virginia landed aristocracy. Gradually, he substituted a just and liberal penal system for the barbaric one then in force. His bills provided for a complete state system of education and for the elimination of slavery. Of these measures, he achieved only the prohibition of further importation of slaves into Virginia and the later founding of the university. The most important item, won through a 10 years fight, was the abrogation of the vicious colonial laws on religion, replacing them with his great statute on religious freedom, which reads, "Be it therefore enacted by the General Assembly that no man shall be compelled to frequent or support any religious worship place or ministry whatsoever, nor shall be enforced, restrained, molested, or burdened in his body or goods, nor shall otherwise suffer on account of his religious opinions or beliefs, but that all men shall be free to profess and by argument to maintain their opinions in matters of religion, and that the same shall in no wise diminish, enlarge, or affect their civil capacities." That is not the earliest statute on religious freedom in our country, but is one of the noblest, and through Jefferson's prestige and influence, helped to give us the similar guarantee in those first amendments to the Constitution forming our Bill of Rights. Jefferson thus became the father of American religious freedom. And in a day such as this, with worldwide revival of religious intolerance and persecution, we need, as never before, to return to his great ideas and follow them. In the darkest period of the war, Jefferson served 2 terms as governor, when Virginia was ravaged by British troops. He narrowly escaped capture at Monticello, fleeing by an underground passage as the British came over the brow of the hill. Elected to Congress, Jefferson drafted the law for the government of the Northwest Territory, providing in it that slavery should cease there from the beginning of 1800. Finally adopted by the Congress, this made Union victory possible in the Civil War. His original bill further provided that slavery should cease in the Southwest Territory at the same date. This Congress rejected. Had it carried, there would have been no Civil War. In 1784, Jefferson was again asked to go to France. His wife had died in the meantime, and he accepted, soon succeeding Franklin as ambassador. His 5 years in Paris were happy. His culture made him welcome at the court of the last King Louis, but alone among our statesmen, he was able to see the true meaning of the French Revolution. Shortly after the fall of the Bastille, he came home, permanently loving France, but wholeheartedly American. He remarked to Monroe that to love one's own country, one should live abroad a while. Advice as good today as when Jefferson gave it. Reluctantly, he accepted appointment as Secretary of State in the first cabinet, but was increasingly alarmed at the growing power of the federal government, fostered by Hamilton, with Washington's sanction. Jefferson believed in the least central government consistent with law and order. Hamilton wanted the strongest government consistent with liberty. At the close of 1793, Jefferson resigned and went home to Monticello. In 1796, the largest electoral vote was for John Adams for president, the next for Jefferson. As the Constitution then provided, this made Jefferson vice president. During his term, he devoted himself to organizing the opposition to the Federalist policies, thus founding the first political party to be consciously formed. He called it Republican, in contrast to the monarchical, as he stigmatized the Federalists. It was afterwards named Republican Democratic and finally Democratic. It has had the longest life of any political party in America. And although called dying some years ago, recently took office with the largest majority given in decades. During Adams' administration, there was threat of war with France, and the Federalists passed the vicious alien and sedition laws. Jefferson wrote protesting resolutions passed by the Kentucky legislature denying the right of the federal government to assume any power not specifically given it in the Constitution, and affirming the right of each state on its own initiative to nullify such action. While needed at the time, those resolutions contained germs of grave trouble to develop later into the Civil War. In 1800, the electoral vote was equally divided between Jefferson and Aaron Burr, throwing the election into the Federalist House. As chief opposition leader, Jefferson was bitterly hated, and the House inclined to give the election to Burr, which would have been a national calamity. At this point, Hamilton intervened. Distrusting Burr and recognizing Jefferson's devotion to the country's welfare, he influenced enough votes to make his enemy, Thomas Jefferson, President of the United States. Jefferson's inaugural address was a masterpiece, stating his whole philosophy of democracy. He pardoned all sedition law convicts, gradually removed the midnight judges, last-minute appointees of Adams, and sought to eliminate all aristocratic customs. His great achievement was the Louisiana Purchase. The year he took office, Spain ceded to Napoleon her claim to that empire extending from New Orleans to the Pacific Northwest. When Jefferson learned of this, he exclaimed, "We must marry ourselves to the British nation and fleet." He hoped, however, to buy New Orleans and some adjacent territory, an idea earlier urged, and sent Monroe to negotiate. Napoleon had not been able to shake the dominance of the British fleet, and finally offered to sell the whole territory to Jefferson for $16 million. For that sum of national small change, Jefferson bought the empire that made our greater America. He did it in direct violation of his expressed views of the constitutional powers of the federal government, taking as president the action he saw was necessary to the nation's welfare. His second election was almost unanimous, but the party split behind its leaders, as usually follows when a party takes office with too large a majority. Believing no generation should limit a subsequent one, Jefferson was anxious to pay off the national debt before leaving office. To accomplish that, he must avoid war, and so accepted grave humiliation to maintain peace at any price. He refused a third term, establishing the tradition founded by Washington, and left office saddened, but with the heart of the people still with him. His later life was given to the 16 years' fight to establish the University of Virginia. He planned its simple but beautiful buildings, and as rector inaugurated educational reforms carried out nearly a century later in northern institutions. In the last year, Jefferson suffered increasing financial distress from a combination of causes, including the throng of visitors who came. He had to sell his beloved library, collected through 60 years. To keep the books together, he let Congress have it for about half its public auction value. A large gift from friends in other states enabled him to remain at Monticello. After his death, his daughter had to leave, and the great estate was sold for $10,000. So Jefferson died at Monticello, and strange to say, on July 4th, 1826, anniversary of the signing of his draft of the nation's birth charter. Stranger yet, John Adams died the same day in Massachusetts, and almost his last words were, "Thomas Jefferson still survives," but Jefferson had died several hours earlier. He wrote his own epitaph, which reads, "Here was buried Thomas Jefferson, author of the American Declaration of Independence, of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, and father of the University of Virginia." No mention of his other great services. Those were the three by which he wished to be remembered. Author of the American Declaration of Independence, philosopher of democracy for all time. Of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, father of our American religious liberty. And father of the University of Virginia, first of our statesmen to recognize fully the responsibility of the state for the education of the citizen under democracy. Jefferson thus stands for a few great simple ideas: freedom of speech and press, freedom in religion, freedom of person and conduct, ideas for which we must ever fight to keep the soul of democracy in our great, ever-growing, more powerful and centralized republic.
Jefferson, philosopher of democracy, has been the subject of another program in the series titled Lives of Great Men, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Come in. Welcome. Welcome to the Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. In the assessment of criminality, the basic criterion, of course, must be volume. After all, Attila the Hun was a greater transgressor than, well, say, Jack the Ripper. Therefore, what does history tell us? We see that for those who kill more or less at retail, we have our local police. For those who murder at wholesale, the Attilas, the Hitlers, and the like, we must have our philosophers, men who inspire us to stand up and fight. And such a fighting philosopher was Thomas Jefferson.
Now, Mr. Jefferson, there's no need getting excited.
Sheriff, they're going out there to commit cold-blooded murder.
That can't be proved.
They intend to kill him.
But there's nothing I can do about it.
You swore to uphold the law.
Well, not exactly. What I swore was to uphold the law to the best of my ability. And this just happens to be the very best I can do.
Well, someone has to stop them.
I don't have the authority to keep men from riding through the woods.
Even if their purpose is to kill an innocent man?
But I don't know that.
I do. And if you won't stop them, I will.
Now, Mr. Jefferson, it could be dangerous.
Somebody has to enforce the law, Sheriff. And it looks as if it'll have to be me. Me alone. All by myself.
Our mystery drama, The Thomas Jefferson Defense, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The year 1775. The fuse of defiance has already been lighted. It is now hissing and sputtering towards the powder keg of rebellion. Thomas Jefferson has feelings of uneasiness and guilt all around him. He hears outcries for freedom, justice, equality, and yet he knows these fervent demands are not being made for everybody. There are those human beings who have neither equality nor equity in this brave new world that is soon to be born. As a matter of fact, because of their skin color, they are not considered to be human beings at all.
Good evening, Carter.
Good evening, Mr. Jefferson.
Oh, Mr. Jefferson, is it? Whatever became of Tom?
Oh, well, sir.
Oh, is it sir now? This becomes worse.
Well, sir, we're going to have us a new government, ain't we?
We most likely will, if we're not all hanged first.
Now, the way I hear it, we got to get rid of old King George, true?
True.
Well, then we've got to get us a new king.
Why, Carter?
Why are you going to have a country without a king? Who are the people going to obey?
We shall create an equal society.
Oh, it'll never work.
I think you have the wrong idea.
The king will have to be a Virginian.
Why?
Why? Well, there ain't nobody even worth talking about south of here. Go north. Pennsylvania's all pig farmers. New York's all potato farmers. And I wouldn't trust nobody lives in New England.
Carter, the entire idea is to get rid of king.
You know, you could be king. Because you're the smartest. And then we got Mr. Patrick Henry, who's got a powerful mouth. And Colonel Washington looks like a king. Ooh.
Yeah? Carter, what's wrong? Why are you so pale? Are you ill?
Good evening, Mr. Jefferson.
Oh, welcome, Louisa. Your mother sent word you mightn't come.
Well, I was feeling poorly. But Jeremy Morgan here just happened by and cheered me up. Hasn't he got the nicest smile? I tell you, it's the finest medicine. Mr. Jefferson, may I present Mr. Jeremy Morgan?
Your servant, sir.
Welcome, Mr. Morgan.
And old scowl face here, Carter McAllister.
You said you'd come here with me tonight, Louisa.
Did I?
You promised.
What's the promise? It's only something you make when you won't give your word of honor.
I won't have it.
What won't you have,
I
Carter?
won't have you seen around with every common Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Tread lightly, sir. I caution you.
Who are you to caution
And
me?
now, gentlemen, you're both under my roof, and I will not permit things to get out of hand.
Louisa, I'm taking you home.
You just let go of my arm, Carter McAllister.
I believe you heard what the lady said.
You say one more word, and I shall horsewhip you.
Like you horsewhip your slaves?
You impertinent ruffian.
Gentlemen, stop right here, or I may have to thrash the both of you.
Mr. McAllister, you will give me satisfaction.
Satisfaction? You overstep your bounds. Satisfaction is something that only can be exchanged among gentlemen.
And do you pretend to be a gentleman, Mr. McAllister? Your father's a thief who cheats his tenants. How dare you look down on me? My father traces his lineage back to King Henry II.
And your mother, no doubt, traces hers back to Pocahontas.
Why, you...
That's enough. Mr. Morgan, stop that. Now, don't strike him again.
I'm sorry, sir. I should not have lost my temper.
I'll kill you. I'll kill
Shut
you.
up, Carter. Now, you begged for it.
I'll kill you. I am going to kill you, Jeremy Morgan.
Nobody's going to kill anybody. Walter, Fred, help him to the sofa. Get some cloths. Get some vinegar.
Jeremy Morgan, I shall shoot you down like the mongrel dog you are.
Oh, do be quiet, both of you. Mr. Jefferson, may I retire to your sitting room?
Mr. Jefferson, I'm sorry. I had no right to abuse your hospitality. Therefore, if you'll excuse me...
Mr. Morgan. Jeremy, wait. Now, son, there's no need for you to run off.
I know I'm not welcome.
Oh, that's nonsense. This is my house.
I should never have come.
How can you say that? You're Lord Arthur Morgan's son. Your father was a dear friend of mine.
Was my mother? You see, sir, I forgot my place.
Jeremy, your place in this world is whatever you can win through strength and skill and courage. Every man has the opportunity to prove himself. Every man is free to strive.
You really don't believe that?
I do.
How can you? You own slaves. I'm sorry. I had no right to say that.
It's a difficult, complicated world.
I agree, sir. Especially for me.
You may be somewhat oversensitive. After all, Louisa Henderson did seem quite taken with you.
No. I saw what all that meant the moment we entered the room. I was just an instrument.
An instrument?
With which she could provoke Carter McAllister.
Oh, you're very young. And very cynical.
And very right, Mr. Jefferson.
Jeremy, I would like to be your friend.
There's no need to consider my feelings.
I mean that, Jeremy, sincerely. Look at yourself. You're barely grown out of your childhood, and already you've abandoned your hopes.
It would be best if children like me would never be born. A consolation is we die young.
Oh, now, come on. Come on back in with me, and we shall have some wine.
Usually we die by violence.
I offer you my hand in friendship.
I'm grateful. But there will be violence.
Come back inside. You and Carter McAllister will shake hands.
No.
You, Jeremy, are also to blame. You insulted him, too. Both of you must forgive each other.
That cannot happen.
Now, why do you say that? Aren't you willing to forgive him?
Yes. I am willing to forgive him for his insult. But he will be unable to forgive me for my mother.
Oh, I cannot believe that men of goodwill cannot reconcile their quarrels. Will you let me mediate between you?
If it pleases you, Mr. Jefferson. However, I have decided to leave this part of the country.
But why?
Carter is determined to kill me. I have no wish to kill him first, therefore I must go.
But where will you go?
Back to my own people.
Come in.
Louisa?
Now, Mr. Jefferson, I can tell from that look on your face you're about to scold me.
I'm afraid I must.
Well, suppose I say, whatever it is I did, I'm sorry.
Well, I don't think it was right of you to come here with Jeremy Morgan just so that you could make Carter angry.
Oh, did you see Carter's face?
Louisa, this is a serious business. One of those boys could very well kill the other.
Oh, Carter talks big. He's not the killing kind.
Any man can become a killer where a woman's involved.
You mean somebody would kill for me?
Oh, Louisa, if only you had a heart and a mind and a conscience to go with all that beauty.
Do you want to know the awful truth? I love them both.
Oh, you can't love them both.
When I want to have someone to have fun with, to ride with, to dance with, I love Carter. When I need someone just to be with, to talk with, I love Jeremy.
Louisa, how can you love Jeremy?
Carter McAllister. You standing there listening at that door. You are not a man of honor.
You belong to me.
I belong to myself.
Louisa, if I can't have you, nobody will.
I'll decide who has me.
Why, that thieving, skulking half-breed.
Carter, I cannot permit you to insult a friend of mine under my roof.
I'll do more than just insult him. I'm going to kill him.
Welcome, my nephew. Welcome.
I have brought you a gift, Blue Cloud.
Ah, a robe, a rich robe.
It comes from England, across the seas.
It is a robe of great value. Such color.
One may not fully realize the color by firelight. When the sun rises tomorrow, one's eyes will behold a robe of brilliant scarlet.
The color of blood.
You wonder why I come here, Uncle?
I wait for you to speak.
I have come back.
Back?
To my people.
We are not your people, my son.
You are my mother's people.
Are they unkind to you? The other sons of your father?
No. They treat me well. We are brothers.
Then why do you wish to come here?
Because there is no place, no real place for me in their world.
Why do you say this?
The women mock me, the men make sport of me. Only one sees me as a true friend. Tom Jefferson.
Jefferson?
You have called him Red Hair.
Yes, I know him. So you wish to live with your mother's people?
Yes.
Because you are afraid.
I want peace.
There is no peace. There can be no peace for your mother's people.
There is no peace for me in my father's village.
You must go back.
Why?
Soon we shall be driven from here. They want to turn our woods into fields to raise their tobacco. Your mother's people shall be destroyed.
No.
You can lose yourself in the forest and live out your life in peace and safety. But there shall only be misery for your children and death for your children's children.
What is there that I must do?
Your father's voice was strong in the councils for our people. Your voice must be heard there, too. You must make them listen.
Why would they listen to me? By some, I am called a half-breed.
You are strong, young, wise. You were born to make a new understanding between people. It is your destiny.
If I go back, I will surely die.
The day, the hour, the moment of your death has already been cast. And it shall find you wherever you are.
Yes, Blue Cloud, I see now. I must go back.
Hold on.
Well, it's Carter.
Yeah, Carter. Don't take one more step or I'll put a bullet in you.
Well, you've got a weapon. I'm unarmed. No wonder I hear such courage in your voice.
Don't provoke me, Jeremy. I came after you to kill you.
Yes?
It was just before sundown I saw you going into the woods carrying that bright scarlet robe.
It was a gift for my uncle, Blue Cloud. What do you want now, Carter?
Good, I thought. He sees the light. He's going back to his own people, so I let you go.
Thank you.
But I was wrong. You're coming back to town.
No, you were right. I am going back to my own people.
Your people are back there in the woods.
My people are everywhere.
I don't want to kill you. Go back to the woods. Paint your face. Stick a feather in your hair.
Stand aside. I have business in town.
Go back where you belong. I warn you. I'll kill you.
You're not going to kill anybody.
Stop. Don't make me do it. Stop. I'll shoot. I told you I'd shoot. I told you.
Both very young, very proud, quick to anger. They were barely out of their teens, and now one of them lies dead, shot in the back by the musket of the other. And it happened on the very eve of the American Revolution, for some of the reasons the revolution came about in the first place. Reasons of pride, uncontrolled passions, and sheer blindness. But the fight that led to this midnight killing began in Thomas Jefferson's home. So you can expect to see him again in just a few moments when Mystery Theater returns with Act 2. Two is company, three is a crowd, and any time you have a crowd, look for trouble. When a beautiful girl cannot make up her mind between two handsome young men, something has to give. And in this case, what has been given is the life of Jeremy Morgan. And naturally, the prime suspect is Carter McAllister.
Come in.
You wish to see me, Father?
Shut the door and sit down.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I understand Jeremy Morgan has been shot to death.
Oh?
I'll thank you not to play the innocent with me. You know he's been murdered.
Well, how would I know?
Because enough people have told me they heard you swear you would shoot him. Because at any minute the sheriff can knock on my door with a warrant for your arrest.
Well, they can't hang me.
And why not?
Well, because he was only a half-breed.
Unfortunately, his father was the late Lord Morgan. His brothers, Jeff and William, accepted him. He was well-liked.
Oh, Father, you have to save me.
Fool, did you have to kill him yourself? With all the riffraff hereabouts, couldn't you have hired a man?
Please. Father, please get me out of it. I don't want to hang.
You should have thought of that all long before.
I never wanted Louisa Henderson. The match was your idea. You're the one who needs your father's money. Yes, I killed him. But you also had a hand in it.
Be quiet. Now tell me. Everything. The truth now.
Well, I waited for him near the woods. He came along. And he was carrying a red robe. Like Indians like to wear.
A red robe?
Yeah, brilliant scarlet. Well, I thought he intends to go back to his own people. Therefore?
Well,
I followed him. He headed toward Blue Cloud's village.
Fool! If he had decided to return to the Indians, why did you have to kill him?
But he didn't return. I saw him go into Blue Cloud's tent. I heard him talk.
About what?
I don't know. I don't understand their stupid language, but they were angry with each other.
How do you know?
Well, I think their voices sounded angry. Well, then, I watched him as he came out of the tent. He wasn't going to stay. He was headed back, so I...
Yes, speak up.
Well, I moved ahead of him and stopped a few miles away, and I said to him, I said, go back to your own people. Stay with them, or I'll kill you. And he didn't believe me, and now everybody knows I killed him.
What everybody knows is a lie. But now you listen to me. You are innocent. You did not shoot Jeremy Morgan.
But,
you
Father...
are a fool. All you can do is get yourself into trouble and then come whimpering to me. You're my son, and I must save you.
Yes, Father.
First
please.
off, who saw you heading for the woods?
I passed by Pearson's farm.
Noah Pearson knows any money.
I passed by Louisa Henderson and her mother. She was going out riding.
Very well. You went into the woods.
And then I'll hang.
No, because you didn't shoot Jeremy Morgan.
What?
Now, let me tell you what happened. You wanted to shoot him. You followed him into the woods. You saw him go into Blue Cloud's tent. You heard them fight.
Yeah, but I'm not sure this is what they were actually doing.
Oh, yes, you are. Your anger had meanwhile cooled, and you knew deep in your heart that you could never kill another human being. You do know that, don't you?
Yes.
And so you headed back for home. Suddenly you heard a shot. You turned around. The angry Blue Cloud had followed Jeremy Morgan and put a bullet into his back. When he saw you, he fled. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Now, how do you know it was Blue Cloud? It had to be Blue Cloud. He was wearing that robe, that brilliant scarlet robe.
Father, will they believe me?
It's your word against that of an Indian.
But it's
Tell the story calmly and look every man in the eye as you say it. And, of course, they'll believe you. And that's what happened. It's the Indian Blue Cloud.
Just a minute, Edmund McAllister.
Now, Tom, everybody knows how you feel about Indians.
And everybody knows how you feel about him, too, Edmund.
This is surely a crime. That Jeremy Morgan was a fine, upstanding young man. And that skulking savage shot him in the back.
Why?
Why? Who can figure what goes on in the mind of a redskin? It isn't as if they were fully human.
Blue Cloud loved his nephew. He had no reason to shoot him.
My son, Carter, heard the whole thing and saw the whole thing.
Your son, Carter, stated clearly in front of witnesses that he had every intention of shooting Jeremy Morgan.
Sir, are you calling my boy a liar?
I'm saying it's a matter of his word against Blue Cloud's.
I warn you, Tom Jefferson. You're getting mighty big around here as a politician. But you can't go around insulting people.
You are a bigoted, ignorant man, and that's the truth. You're too old for me to whip, and that son of yours is a product of your upbringing. And you accuse Blue Cloud of murder?
He was seen to do it.
By whom?
By my son, that's by whom.
Why don't you let him speak for himself? Carter, did you actually see Blue Cloud shoot Jeremy Morgan? Well, did you? Would you be willing to place your hand on the Bible and swear in the name of God that you saw Blue Cloud murder Jeremy? Would you?
Of course he would.
I'm asking him. Would you swear, Carter?
Yes. Yes, I would.
All right. Then come with me to the sheriff and swear out a warrant for his arrest.
What arrest? You don't arrest an Indian. He commits a crime. You go out and shoot him.
Hold on, Edmund McAllister.
Oh, you can surely talk, Tom Jefferson. But we have had enough talk. Any of you folk who agree with me, let's go home and get our rifles.
Mr. Jefferson, sir, it's an honor.
Some men are intent on murdering Chief Blue Cloud.
Well, sir, he did kill Jeremy Morgan.
He has been accused of killing Jeremy Morgan.
Well, ain't that the same thing?
Oh, now, Sheriff, you cannot permit murder to take place in this country.
Well, Mr. Jefferson, it ain't murder exactly. After all, Blue Cloud's only an Indian.
Any man has a right to be protected by the law.
That's true. That's absolutely true. Now, the McAllisters and all of them, they ain't going to go out there to kill Blue Cloud.
Well, that's not the way I heard it.
Well, you see, as concerned citizens, They're just going to bring him back here for trial.
Uh-huh, I see. And then he'll be shot while resisting arrest.
Now,
or
Mr.
perhaps
Jefferson,
while trying to escape. Sheriff, you just can't walk into Blue Cloud's village and murder him.
I ain't saying I agree with it, Mr.
Sheriff.
Jefferson. Why not?
Why not? Do you think his young men will stand idly by?
The answer to that question is yes. Now, you see, Mr. Jefferson, he ain't liked. Blue Cloud, that is.
I don't understand.
Well, a young man, they want a fighting chief, which you gotta admit, now, Blue Cloud ain't.
Still, they can't just sit by and watch?
The thing is being arranged, and nobody's gonna be in the village.
I refuse to believe it.
No, everybody gets what they want. The tribe gets a new chief, one who would want to go to war.
War? What war? They know what happens when they raid our frontier settlements. They know the retribution.
They'll go to war on our side against the British. So that's what they get. The white folks avenge a murder.
Which hasn't been proved.
Proof, Mr. Jefferson, is usually a matter of satisfaction. And all for just the life of one Indian. All in all, it ain't a bad situation.
I've admired you. I've respected you for many years. But I see now you're unfit to be a sheriff.
I'm doing what everybody else is doing. I'm thinking of me first.
You took an oath to uphold the law. I won't see murder committed.
Well, now, what do y'all suggest?
What I've been suggesting. I suggest that
I
you
have
ride
a better
out.
suggestion. Why don't you ride out there?
Because I'm not the sheriff.
Yes, you are. Yeah. I hereby swear you in as deputy sheriff.
What? What are you doing?
Well, you now have the authority to uphold the law. If you think a crime is about to be committed, it's your duty to prevent it.
I have no experience.
You got plenty of experience, Mr. Jefferson. I watched you grow up. Everybody knows you was meant for high things. You're going to be an important man in this country. I don't throw everything away for...
For what?
For an Indian.
Sheriff. All right, write down on a piece of paper the fact that I am your duly authorized deputy.
We think in terms of intellect and action. We rarely see both qualities combined in one man. How few are the philosopher warriors in history, and yet, for the most part, the great men of 1776 could think and fight. Well, Thomas Jefferson has thought it over and decided it's worth the battle. Therefore, you should stay exactly where you are until Mystery Theater returns in just a few moments. The beginning of the year 1775 sees Thomas Jefferson deeply involved in the pursuit of justice in two separate areas. First, you know all about the struggle for independence from Britain. This is the big picture, the historical picture. But second, there is a small picture, indeed a tiny, almost invisible picture. This is the pursuit of justice, not as an ideal, but as a practical matter for a single human being. Those are always the toughest.
Welcome to my lodge, Red Hair.
Chief Blue Cloud, there is no time for ceremonies. You must leave here at once.
For what reason?
Men are coming to kill you.
Why?
For the murder of your sister's son.
It is well known that he was murdered in a cowardly manner by a young man who insulted him.
Yes. Well, that is not the way many people will have it. They accuse you.
He was as a son to me.
Blue, there is no time for the right and wrong of it. Men are coming here to do murder. Run from them.
Am I a coward? I run from no one.
One of our greatest poets has said discretion is the better part of valor.
Where may I run?
Deeper into the forest.
They will pursue.
No one knows this wilderness the way you do.
I will not be a hunted animal for the rest of my days. Besides,
It is late. They come.
There he is.
Now, hold up there.
Now you stand clear of him, Mr. Jefferson.
All of you. Now turn around and go back to your home.
Now, see here. Who are you to order us?
I have here a piece of paper. I am acting in the capacity of the sheriff.
Now, Mr. Jefferson, the Indian's guilty of a murder.
Who says so?
We have got a witness.
Who is your witness?
My son here, Carter.
You saw Chief Blue Cloud murder Jeremy Morgan. Well, Carter?
Speak the truth, son. Speak the truth.
Yes.
Is he being charged with murder? Well, do you charge him, Carter?
Say yes.
I'm asking Carter.
Yes.
So that settles that. Now, why don't we just shoot him?
You'll have to shoot me first.
Now, Tom Jefferson...
That's how it is, gentlemen. We will have the law here. You will also have to shoot me. So, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Hayton, Mr. Wolverton, the rest of you, is that what you're willing to do? Shoot me?
Tom, we're entitled to justice.
Justice can only be dispensed in a court of law.
You mean have a trial for an Indian? You know they're only a waste of time.
I intend to enforce the law. Now, how will you gentlemen have it?
Well, there's no real difference. Instead of shooting him now, we can hang him later. And so, you say you followed Mr. Morgan all the way to the Shawnee village?
Yes, sir.
And you saw him enter Blue Cloud's lodge?
Yes, sir.
You heard them quarrel?
Yes, sir.
And then you saw Mr. Morgan leave the tent, move into the forest, and then you heard a shot.
I did.
Now, describe what you saw.
Well, I turned around, and there was Jeremy Morgan falling down dead, and Chief Blue Cloud was standing over him with a smoking musket.
Are you sure it was Blue Cloud?
Yeah, I'm positive.
How? Why? What makes you so sure?
Because I could see his splendid scarlet robe.
The robe that we found in his lodge?
Yes, sir, the very same.
Your witness, Mr. Jefferson.
Well, not every witness is fortunate to have his own father-appointed public prosecutor. I must, however, ask some questions that may not have occurred to him. Why did you follow Mr. Morgan into the woods?
Well...
Isn't it true that you intended to kill him?
Well...
You must answer. Isn't it true that he escorted Miss Louisa Henderson to a party at my house? There, you two got into a fight. Didn't you threaten to shoot him?
Yes, sir.
Good. And when you followed him into the woods, isn't it true that you were carrying a musket?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Well, I...
Did you intend to kill him? You armed yourself for that purpose, and now, when the deed is done, isn't it true that you are trying to place the blame on Chief Blue Cloud's shoulders?
I object.
Your Honor, let him answer the question.
Go ahead, son. Answer him. Tell him it isn't so.
Without prompting. Isn't it true you want Blue Cloud to hang for your crime?
I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him!
Blue Cloud, you are accused of murder. Tell us, are you or are you not guilty?
I am innocent.
Gentlemen, I believe him. Don't lose courage, Blue Cloud. The gods will not permit justice to be mocked.
Red hair. The gods do not permit justice to be mocked. But they allow it to be tested.
I shall see you in the morning.
Yes, the morning. It shall be my last morning.
You must never give up hope.
I cannot give up what I have never had.
No, we can do more.
Come in, Mr. Jefferson. My father isn't home.
Has he left for the courthouse?
Yes, sir. He likes to go early.
I thought perhaps you might like to walk down there with me.
Well, sir, should we be seen together?
Why not?
Oh, we're on opposite sides.
I'm still your friend, Carter. Well, shall we have our stroll?
Yes, sir. I was just leaving.
So, you insist you didn't kill Jeremy?
Please, sir, we've already been through all that.
I know. I also know it's a lie.
Mr. Jefferson, I must ask you to let me alone.
Oh, I'll let you alone. And I'm even sure your conscience will let you alone.
I am not listening to any more you're saying.
Yes, your conscience died a long time ago. And do you know who killed it? You did. You, Carter.
Well, what are you talking about?
A man's conscience is what makes him live a man's life. But you're not a man. You're a creature. You're a pathetic, crawling creature of your father.
Sir, you have no right to insult my father.
No one may be insulted by the truth. You're his creature. You don't think for yourself, act for yourself, live for yourself. Why? Why do you tolerate it?
Because I'm nobody. I'm nothing. I don't know anything. I can't do anything. I'm stupid.
Who says so?
My father. And all I have is the prospect of inheriting his estate when he dies.
You'll have worked for it.
Everybody knows I'm a fool.
That's not true.
Louisa. Why do you think she even looked at me? She knows I'll be rich one day. It's
not true. There's nothing wrong with you.
Oh, please, Mr. Jefferson.
Now, look, you have to stand up to your father. You have to let him know you're a man.
I will. From now on, I will.
No. You have to stand up to him now. Tell the truth.
But I'll die.
Possibly, but if you don't tell the truth, you'll surely die. What life can be left you, huh? You'll spend the rest of your days even deeper within your father's shadow.
Mr. Jefferson, what do you want me to do?
Take a stand. Tell the truth.
No. I can't do it. I just can't do it.
Well, Mr. Jefferson, you may as well go home and get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, for sure, the trial has to end.
Tomorrow, for sure.
People keep wondering how you managed to keep it going even this long. The jury was ready with its verdict at the end of the first day.
The jury was ready before the trial even started.
Well, it's open and shut. I mean, I wish it wasn't, but it's open and shut.
Yes. Carter follows Jeremy into the woods, sees him enter Blue Cloud's teepee, hears sounds of a quarrel.
Sees Jeremy leave the teepee, re-enter the woods, and then sees and hears Blue Cloud shooting.
Wait, just... He says he heard them quarrel.
You have something, Mr. Jefferson?
You say they quarreled.
Yes, sir.
In which language?
Well, must have been Shawnee.
Do you speak Shawnee?
No, sir.
Do you understand it?
No, sir.
Well, then how do you know they quarreled?
Please
answer the question.
One need not know the language to know there is a quarrel.
Your Honor, I must insist that the witness answer.
Well, I could tell. You could actually hear the anger in the voices.
Your Honor, Mr. Jefferson clearly has exhausted his resources. He has no more evidence. He keeps going over the same ground. Mr. Jefferson, have you any more evidence?
Well, Your Honor...
I must ask you then to bring your case to a conclusion.
Your Honor, I do have further evidence.
Then you may bring it here.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I cannot bring it here.
Then how may we evaluate it?
We must go to where it exists.
If it exists?
It does exist, but only at night.
I'm afraid I cannot follow, Mr. Jefferson.
Your Honor, the evidence exists at the scene of the crime, and since it cannot be moved from its place, we must attend it there.
Your Honor, This is just another scheme on the part of...
A man's life is at stake.
What do you propose, Mr. Jefferson?
Well, the murder was committed at 10 in the evening. At 10 this evening, I suggest we all assemble at the place where it occurred. Where were you standing, Carter?
Behind this tree.
Well, would you place yourself there, if you please?
This is absolutely ridiculous.
Carter, how far down the path was Jeremy?
About 25 yards.
Sheriff, would you pace off 25 yards? Take the prisoner with you.
All right, Mr. Jefferson.
Very well. Your Honor, gentlemen, here is the scene as it existed on the night of the murder. We are all standing in a line with Carter. We all hear a shot. Fire in the air, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
We all turn to look. We see Jeremy fall to the ground. Sheriff, fall to the ground, please. Now, we all see a figure standing there in the darkness. It is not easy to make out the face.
He didn't have to see the face. He recognized the red cloak.
Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, which one of you has supernatural eyesight? Which one of you would swear on the Holy Bible that the cloak is brilliant scarlet, as Carter testified? Which one of you is possessed of the ability to distinguish color in the dark?
It's a trick, Your Honor.
Carter McAllister lied about the cloak. Therefore, he did not identify Blue Cloud. Therefore, we must now consider his motive.
Don't you ever say a word, boy.
No, I will. I'm tired of lying.
Be quiet.
I killed him. I killed Jeremy Morgan. May God have mercy on my soul.
Your Honor, the defense rests.
I'll be back with a final thought in just a moment. Well, they didn't hang him. It was a crime of passion, and our forefathers were men who understood passion. He was sentenced to hard labor and later paroled to join a regiment of Virginia cavalry, and the people never forgot him, or Blue Cloud, or the Thomas Jefferson defense. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Leon Janney, Russell Horton, Jada Rowland, and Bob Caliban. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
Representatives in Washington, D.C. On this 17th day of February, 1801, the members of the House are about to try again to elect a President of the United States. Soon they will take the 36th ballot and hope this time to break the 6-day deadlock between Jefferson and Aaron Burr. Jefferson is still one state short of the required 9-state majority, and unless he's elected on this 36th ballot, the events of the past few days indicate that violence and bloodshed will descend on this infant capital. The 16 tellers appointed by the Speaker of the House will poll their states. Then they will drop the votes in the 2 ballot boxes provided by the Sergeant-at-Arms. The votes...
Washington,
reported to
February 17, 1801. The House of Representatives. You are there.
CBS takes you back 147 years. It is less than a generation since the end of the revolution which established the United States of America. Now the young republic faces the threat of another revolution arising out of a deadlocked presidential election. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there... You are there. You Are There is produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. And Walter Hamden plays Thomas Jefferson in today's broadcast. You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now...
1801, the gallery of the House of Representatives and John Daly.
This dramatic deadlock has come about in spite of the fact that Jefferson received the majority of the popular vote. A group of willful men in the Federalist Party, losers in the popular vote, are still trying desperately to block the people's choice. A tie in the Electoral College through this election into the House of Representatives, and here the Federalists are still hoping to elect Aaron Burr when he was meant to be Jefferson's running mate on the successful Democratic-Republican ticket. They think of Aaron Burr a lesser evil than Thomas Jefferson. And now, on the 36th ballot, they're still pushing Burr against Jefferson for president. This confused situation. The Speaker of the House, Mr. Theodore Sedgwick, is pounding the gavel, and it looks as if the 36th ballot is about to be taken, so over to the rostrum.
The gentleman from Delaware, the Honorable James A. Bayard, has requested that we postpone the balloting for 30 minutes. Are there any objections?
Mr. Speaker, we've been confined to this hall for 6 days. We're like prisoners, eating here, sleeping here, going about in our nightcaps, never permitted to go to our hearths and homes. Why must we have further delay?
May I remind the gentleman that his colleague from Maryland is also dying here? If he can risk his life, we can risk another half hour. Are there any objections? I hear none. The request is granted. The 36th ballot will begin in 30 minutes.
And as you heard, a delay in the voting. Mr. Bayard, who asked for the postponement, is the only congressman from Delaware, and it has been rumored in this rumor-ridden capital that Alexander Hamilton, leader of the Federalists and a bitter foe of Thomas Jefferson, is nevertheless urging Bayard to switch the single vote of Delaware to Mr. Jefferson. This request from Bayard now for a postponement suggests that these rumors may be true. We shall see. Anyway, the supporters of Mr. Jefferson everywhere are grimly determined to elect the man of their choice. Around the nation, there are demonstrations and threats by armed men, Jefferson supporters, who are preparing to march on Washington. Virginia, Jefferson's home state, is probably the strongest center of pro-Jefferson feeling, so we take you now to Richmond, Virginia. Jack Walters reporting.
I'm in the executive office of Governor James Monroe. The roll of drums and the bugle you can hear are coming from the great courtyard below. The Virginia militia has been assembling down there since early this morning. I'd guess that there are about 1,000 men here, fully outfitted for a long march. Governor Monroe is here at our microphone. Governor, when will the Virginia militia march on Washington?
Upon my orders, Mr. Walters.
And can you tell me, Governor, when you will give your marching orders?
If the Federalist Party continues to plot treason, we are ready to put it down. If the political knaves of the Federalist Party succeed in their nefarious plot to elect Aaron Burr over Jefferson, we shall avenge this violation of the people's will. I've been in touch with Governor McKean of Pennsylvania. His militia, too, is fully armed and ready. We are prepared to march troops instantly upon the capital for the purpose not of promoting, but of preventing revolution and the shedding of a single drop of blood.
But, Governor, there are rumors that some 1,500 Democrats from Virginia and Maryland threaten to assassinate anyone who takes the presidency other than Thomas Jefferson.
This is a wild story, Mr. Walters, published no doubt by the same inflammatory Federalist paper that accused Mr. Jefferson of the Sabbath massacre of 2 million people, among them women, children, and 24,000 priests. A slight exaggeration. The Federalist bigwigs must learn that they cannot frighten the American citizen. They should have learned it when the people abolished the Federalist-inspired alien and sedition law. Their plots against the people did not work then, and they will not work now.
Well, thank you, Governor Monroe. New York City is another stronghold of Jeffersonian supporters. We take you there now. Arthur Hannes reporting. Go ahead, Hannes.
I'm in the headquarters of the Sons of Tammany,
The members of this so-called ancient order here in Manhattan are gathering in this somewhat ancient building to march on Washington. The men crowding this building, which they call the wigwam, wear Indian costumes and long, colorful feathers. They are men from the ordinary walks of life, the tradesmen, mechanics, and carpenters, the builders of this growing city. Here beside me is a man who calls himself an independent carpman, and he's a fiery speaker who just a few moments ago made a speech calling for a march on Washington. His name is Timothy Ryan. Mr. Ryan, will you tell us, does Mr. Burr know that you make speeches against him?
I care not a tinker's damn for the opinion of Aaron Burr. He's deceived us like a Judas.
Well, Mr. Ryan, can you tell us where Mr. Burr is now?
As long as I have been a member of the Sons of Tammany, I have never seen Aaron Burr step foot in the wigwam. He works through his leaders. Will not sully himself to congregate in our midst. Right now, I hear tell that he's hiding in Albany, 100 miles away. And well, he might be to escape our wrath. We should not only march on Washington to put down the traitors, we should also march on Albany and put away Aaron Burr.
Mr. Ryan, our reports tell us that Mr. Burr is in Albany because his daughter is being married there. But you tell me, as a loyal son of Tammany, Mr. Ryan, did you not yourself vote for Aaron Burr?
That I did, God help me. But I meant him for vice president, as all the voters did. It is Jefferson that we elected for president, and well does Burr know it. We were told to write 2 names on our ballot, and we wrote Jefferson and Burr. And we were not told to designate who for president, who for vice president. Any fool knew if he was on it.
But Burr has also done nothing to take the first place away from Mr. Jefferson.
Well, he's done nothing to give it to him either.
Mr. Ryan. In any case, according to the Constitution, the House must now make the final choice. That's the law. And you men, aren't you defying the law by your march on Washington?
Oh, defying the law, are we? Well, then I say we shall change the law. Change the Constitution. But let's not the people be deprived of justice and cheated out of the man they voted for. Thanks be to the Lord that we defeated the Federalist Tories by a great majority. But if Burr is elected by the insidious plot of a band of apostates, I say, in vain have we fought for liberty. In vain have we fought the British misrule. I say, upon to oppressors, on to Washington. We have declared we'll be free, and neither bullying or coach will deprive us of our natural rights.
Thank you.
On to Washington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. While we've been reporting from here in New York, we've had word that Ken Roberts in the Capitol has succeeded in arranging an interview with Alexander Hamilton. So back to Washington and Ken Roberts.
I'm in the library of the home of Mr. Josiah Quincy, Federalist Whip. Alexander Hamilton is waiting to meet Congressman James Bayard here. And while waiting, he consented to an interview. He has, however, stepped into the drawing room at the moment. In spite of the tensions and threats of violence that are shaking the few buildings in this capital, Washington society has not abandoned its social life. Right now, there's a party going on in this splendid mansion in the wilderness. The music is coming from the drawing room. Mrs. Josiah Quincy, our hostess, is here beside me, and she has offered to tell us a little about her prominent guests. Are they all Federalists, Mrs. Quincy?
Oh, no, indeed, Mr. Roberts. Even a member of Mr. Jefferson's party can find a haven of refuge here from the torture of the miserable boarding houses in Washington.
Even Mr. Jefferson himself?
Oh, good grief, no.
Perhaps he would enjoy the excellent company here, and your wonderful canvasback duck.
Indeed, he'd be welcome. But I suspect that Mr. Jefferson would prefer to be surrounded by, shall we say, more loyal admirers at Conrad's boarding house where he resides. Moreover, I doubt that he's given to the singing of psalms. To be sure, even an atheist may love to sing psalms, but certainly not in close harmony with Federalists.
Mr. Jefferson and his minister would deny he is an atheist.
Oh, if you'll forgive me a moment, I'll close the door.
Certainly. There are many notables gracing this home today. Mr. Robert Fulton, the inventor, is in the far corner of this library. Mr. Fulton is trying to raise capital for a new invention of his, a missile that can be fired underwater from a submarine vessel. Well, Mrs. Quincy has shut the library door, and Gouverneur Morris, the senator from New York, has come into the library with her. They're chatting now, and in a moment, Mrs. Quincy should be with us again. Right now, I can see Robert Fulton thumbing through a volume of Shakespeare. The English playwright is quite a favorite in this library. As a matter of fact, anything English is preferred in the home of a Federalist. Mrs. Quincy told me a blue ribbon evening was passed here last night when the senator from Kentucky read The Merry Wives of Windsor and the first act of Hamlet to the ladies. Oh, thank you.
Meanwhile, I brought you Gouverneur Morris, but you mustn't ask him any questions about politics.
Thank you, Mrs. Quincy. And thank you, Senator Morris. Do you think, Senator, that Mr. Hamilton will persuade Bayard of Delaware to break the deadlock today by voting for Jefferson?
Oh, now, please, no embarrassing questions. Senator Morris has just ended a very weary and dangerous trip from New York. Ask the senator how he likes Washington.
Senator, how do you like Washington?
Washington's fine. I almost got lost in the woods through Maryland, but Washington's fine. We only need here houses, cellars, kitchens, scholarly men, amiable women. You, of course, my dear Mrs. Quincy, are the exquisite exception.
Thank you, Senator Morris.
And a few more trifles are needed here to possess a perfect city. In a word, this is the best city in the world to live in the future.
We hope so, Senator. But as you know, there are threats of destruction of this capital by armed militia from Virginia and Pennsylvania if Jefferson is not chosen today. Do you think Hamilton will save the capital today by saying...
You promised no questions on politics, Mr. Roberts, and I see that you're leading to a question on Hamilton again.
My dear, Washington is drunk with politics. The Federalists are like drunken men in their hatred for Jefferson. They believe that Jefferson's ideas on government are ideas of the rabble of revolutionary France. But Mr. Hamilton, alone among the Federalists, has remained sober. He believes, and I agree with him, that if the people want Jefferson, they must have him. A government must be fitted to a nation as a coat to an individual.
Thank you, Senator Gouverneur Morris. Now, the door of the library has just been opened and Mr. Hamilton has come in. He's coming toward our microphone. Mr. Hamilton, is it true that you are trying to persuade Mr. Bayard to cast his vote against Aaron Burr on the 36th ballot?
It is true that I am against the cattle line of America becoming, in fact, the man of our party. Mr. Burr is far more cunning than wise, far more dexterous than able. If Mr. Burr acts ill, we must share in the blame and disgrace.
But, Mr. Hamilton, if your pressure to defeat Burr is effective, won't you then, in fact, be electing your greatest enemy, Thomas Jefferson?
Mr. Jefferson's ideas of democracy are a danger to our country, and the prospects of our country under the evil of foreign democratic doctrines and French Jacobism are far from brilliant. The mass of the people are far from sound. Democracy is the most visionary theory. Democracy is a disease, the poison of which is most virulent.
Mr. Hamilton, to what specific ideas on the platform of Jefferson are you opposed?
Mr. Jefferson would have a government with no army, no navy. A national defense not by arms, but by embargoes, and as little government as possible from within. These are the pernicious dreams which put our country on the steep descent to ruin.
But if you are opposed to the democracy of Mr. Jefferson and opposed to the politics of Mr. Burr, how are you urging Mr. Bayard to vote?
That will be for Mr. Bayard to decide. But for heaven's sake, let not the Federalist Party be responsible for the elevation of Burr. There is a man in the world I ought to despise, it is Jefferson. But the public good must be paramount to every private consideration.
I'm afraid I'll have to take Mr. Hamilton away now, Mr. Roberts. Congressman Baird has arrived.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Not at all.
This is Ken Roberts. I return you now to John Daly in the House of Representatives.
In this committee room of the House of Representatives lies Congressman Joseph H. Nicholson of Maryland. He is the representative referred to earlier by the Speaker of the House as the man who is risking his life here. Congressman Nicholson has just come out of a coma, the result of a raging fever, which has not abated for 6 days, ever since he was carried through the blinding snowstorm of last Wednesday. Somehow, as if by a miracle, this dying man gathers his strength to inscribe the name Thomas Jefferson on a slip of paper placed in his hands by his wife. Mrs. Nicholson has just guided his feeble hand as he wrote the name for the 36th time on the forthcoming 36th ballot. Mrs. Nicholson is kneeling beside her husband's bed, supporting his head on her arms. Gently, she lays his head back on the pillow and turns now to our microphone. Mrs. Nicholson, there are some who say that by awakening your husband in his condition to vote, you take upon yourself a dread responsibility.
It is my husband's fervent plea. My wish, too. For we are both faced with a more dreadful responsibility than the life of a single patriot. We're faced with the lives, the fortunes, and the sacred honor of a whole people. Of Some I know I must ask pardon for quoting the Declaration of Independence. For there are men among us who seek to bury alive this child of freedom, though it is but 105 years old.
But in this room, ma'am, there are many Federalists who have come out of respect and admiration for the patriotism and the courage of you and your husband.
Oh, yes. It is the custom of conspirators to pay homage in the manner that the senators of Rome paid homage to Caesar. I have heard that a certain Federalist fears that my husband takes his life in his hands by his determination to remain here for the final vote, and that this Federalist would not thus expose himself for any president on earth. To this summer soldier, I say, do not fear for your life, for you are already dead. The Federalist Party has been pronounced dead by the popular vote of the people.
Mrs. Nicholson, I hope that your husband need risk his life no longer and that the Congress elects a president on this 36th ballot. And now, if you'll excuse me, Ned Kelmer reports a heated quarrel in the corridor downstairs. Go ahead, Ned Kelmer.
Matthew Lyons, Democratic congressman from Vermont, one of the two states whose vote is divided, has just accused John Brown, the Federalist congressman from Rhode Island, of attempting to bribe him into voting for Burr. Only the intervention of cooler heads kept them from coming to blows. They've calmed down a little now, but Congressman Lyons says he's willing to repeat for us his denunciation of the Federalist representative. Mr. Lyons, as you know, spent 4 months in prison last year for opposing the alien and sedition laws. Congressman Lyons, sir, what did Mr. Brown say that made you attack him?
I have been warning him, but the man is ignorant of my principles. He's an agent of the Federalist traitors.
But what did he say to you, sir?
He urged me to vote for Burr just now, for Burr, and of course I refused. And then he said to me, the scoundrel...
What did you say, sir?
Yes, sir, that's exactly what you are, sir, a scoundrel. What is it you want, Congressman Lyons, he said. Is it office? Is it money? Only say what you want, and you shall have it.
Mr. Brown, sir, have you any comment to make?
Yes, the gentleman from Vermont is a liar. Like all atheists are liars, and all the followers of Jefferson are atheists.
Now, just a moment.
They despise the truth as they despise God. And their hatred for God is equal to their hatred for those who own property.
Oh, what
Why, these Democrats, these paupers, these vagabonds and outlaws, I say take away their vote. Or they will pillage our towns and stain our soil with blood.
Ridiculous. Perfectly...
Sir, I merely want to avoid bloodshed. For if Jefferson is elected, there is scarcely a possibility that we shall escape civil war.
But, Congressman, there are some who say that if Jefferson is not elected, there will be civil war.
Well, then let it come. It is bad, but far less than anarchy or slavery.
And I say that it is the Federalist Party that means to have a monarchy rather than a republic.
Well, better than rabble rule.
But the people will rise up, my dear sir. They will rise up and abolish the indignities of the Federalist Party.
By rise up, sir, do you mean revolution by force?
No, sir, I do not.
That's exactly what he means,
no,
sir.
No, I most certainly do not. My father-in-law was Ethan Allen. And when his Green Mountain Boys wanted to storm the jail in which I was imprisoned in order to free me, I urged them to desist and go to the polls to vote for their freedom and mine. And as you see, they voted me out of jail and into Congress. And I shall vote, express the will of my fellow citizens, and continue to cast my ballot for Thomas Jefferson.
Well, that is your privilege, sir, but it is also mine.
Thank you, Congressman Lyons and Congressman Brown. I have just been informed that Thomas Jefferson is expected at the home of Mr. James Madison. Douglas Edwards is there, so we take you to him now. Come in, Douglas Edwards.
Our hostess, Mrs. James Madison, Dolly Madison, as she's known by all, has informed us that Thomas Jefferson is on his way from his boarding house to dine here. We hope to persuade him to make a statement. To all of official Washington, this new house on F Street is more than the home of the liberal Virginian Democrat. It's a haven for tired statesmen. Most any afternoon at 4, you'll find the distinguished and talented of Washington and Europe enjoying the sumptuous dinners prepared by Dolly Madison, dinners lasting far into the night. This cordial Quakeress brings a touch of warm Virginia hospitality to Washington to thaw the February cold in the frozen mud of the capital. Her parties and dances and card games have won over the bitterest political foes of Jefferson. Dolly Madison is here with me now. She's wearing her famed white silk turban, draped with the large ostrich feathers. Margaret Baird Smith, who writes about Washington society, has said of Dolly Madison that she moves like a goddess and looks like a queen.
Yeah. That kind of flattery is reminiscent of my old friend Aaron Burr. Before Mr. Madison and I were married, Mr. Burr's extravagant flatteries and promises were meant to blind me to his true nature.
And what is your opinion of Mr. Burr now, Mrs. Madison?
His methods are the same in politics as they are in love, both deceiving. But let me tell you of some of our guests. They're all waiting for the outcome of the election. We have Joel Barlow, the poet of democracy, and there's a Bonaparte. And here is Mr. Merry, minister from Great Britain.
Your Excellency, are your hopes on Mr. Jefferson or Mr. Burr?
Well, His Majesty's government does not approve Mr. Jefferson's friendly views toward the Jacobins of France. My own opinion is that Mr. Jefferson has received the votes of a minority of free men and a majority of slaves.
And Mr. Burr, do you approve of him?
Mr. Burr, I do not want to seem too critical, but Mrs. Madison's food here is more like a harvest home supper than the entertainment of a statesman.
And I thought you were enjoying our hams, Ambassador.
Oh,
Forgive
but
us if our food is too democratic for you, but we have to sacrifice the delicacy of European taste for the less elegant but more liberal fashion of Virginia. This is Noah Webster, Mr. Edwards. He's a Federalist, but he enjoys the company of writers here. He's a writer himself, you know. What are you writing now, Noah?
I'm working on a compendious dictionary, my dear.
Good heavens, what sort of a dictionary is that?
A compendious, an adjective meaning briefly stated, succinct, concise, containing the substance in narrow compass, condensed, abridged, synonyms, see terse.
I see. Well, as a Federalist, Mr. Webster, will you give us your compendious opinion on Mr. Jefferson and his supporters?
They are rabble, threatening the safety of the state. From my observations, republicanism is impossible unless the poorer classes are excluded from the vote. Witness how the mass voted for Jefferson. Witness how they are now corrupting law and order, descending upon the Capitol with pikes and muskets in their hands. Savages! Primitives. Too stupid, too abject in ignorance to think rightly, and too depraved to draw honest deductions.
You might do your dictionary a service, Noah, by consulting our Vice President, Mr. Jefferson, for a more compendious definition of the people. For here he is now. Mr. Jefferson, this young man has asked if you'll make a statement to him on the election.
Well, now, I believed it my duty to be passive and silent during the present contest, lest some Federalist senators accuse me of being partial, whilst I yet preside over the Senate. But what is it, sir, that you would like to ask me?
Mr. Jefferson, do you favor or oppose the threats of imminent violence raging about this election?
Whose violence? The violence of the Federalist Party to usurp the people's will? Or the violence of revolution that keeps governments in order to remind them of the rights of the governed?
I refer, Mr. Jefferson, to the actions of the militias of Virginia and Pennsylvania. Should that violence cause civil war or revolution, would you still hold favor with it?
Yes, if the will of the majority of the voters is denied by a cabal of selfish interests bent on the destruction of democracy.
But some argue, Mr. Jefferson, that the public good will be best served by keeping the peace and avoiding violence at all costs.
I know there are men who would prefer that I sacrifice my principles for the guarantee of safety. But I say this is a threat and is itself pregnant with violence. I believe in a jealous care of the right of election by the people. I believe in a mild and safe corrective of abuses which are lopped by the sword of revolution where peaceable remedies are unprovided. Even if force must be invoked, the vital principle of republics is the absolute acquiescence in the decisions of the majority.
Mr. Jefferson, earlier in this broadcast, Alexander Hamilton derided certain aspects of your platform, particularly your belief in democracy. Would you care to comment on that?
Mr. Hamilton has a perfect right to his opinions. He has no faith in democracy. I have. I believe in, and I was elected on these principles: equal and exact justice to all men, of whatever state or persuasion, religious or political; peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none; the supremacy of the civil over the military authority; the diffusion of information, and the arraignment of all abuses at the bar of public reason. These principles form the bright constellation which has gone before us and guided our steps through an age of revolution and reformation. The wisdom of our sages and the blood of our heroes have been devoted to their attainment. They should be the creed of our political faith, the text of our civic instruction, the touchstone by which to try the services of those we trust. And should we wander from them in moments of error or alarm, let us hasten to retrace our steps and to regain the road which alone leads to peace
liberty, and safety.
Mr. Jefferson, those are things that can't be said too often, I think.
Well, that's very nice of you.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. We've had word that the 36th ballot has been taken in the House of Representatives, and the results are about to be announced, so back to the House and John Daly.
The 16 tellers are down there on the floor of the House checking the results of the 36th ballot now. And by the way, we tried to get Congressman Bayard of Delaware to tell us whether he would swing the single vote of his state from Mr. Burr to Mr. Jefferson, but he refuses to make any comment. Sitting up here in the gallery is Alexander Hamilton, watching the proceedings down on the floor, and the Federalist Party leader seems a weary and disillusioned man. Whether Mr. Jefferson or Mr. Burr should win this election down there on the floor, it is going to be Alexander Hamilton who is finally the loser. The congressmen in the House are silent. There's a sense of high expectancy. All eyes are on the tellers. They're comparing totals. Seem to be in agreement now as one of the tellers is writing the results on a piece of paper. But there is no indication, no sign on the face of the tellers as to whether or not the deadlock has been broken. A while ago, there were rumors that the Federalists a teller has handed the paper now to Speaker Thomas Sedgwick. He glances at it. His face is impassive. There goes the gavel now down to the rostrum.
The results of the 36th ballot. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, 10.
It's Jefferson by 10 states, one more than is necessary. Jefferson has been elected. The members of the House of Representatives and the spectators in the galleries have broken into wild, jubilant cheering and applause. Jefferson picked up 2 votes on that last ballot, one more than was required, and Mr. Burr lost 2. I'm going to try to find out which state broke the tie and which cast the blank vote. Perhaps it was Delaware, maybe Maryland and Vermont, but we'll soon know. We'll know in a moment as soon as we...
Washington, February 17, 1801.
We're going to have to detain...
The House of Representatives elects Thomas Jefferson, 3rd President of the United States.
You have been listening to The Election of Thomas Jefferson, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Election of Thomas Jefferson was written by Joseph Liss. Walter Hamden was Thomas Jefferson, and the cast included Thomas Chalmers, Carl Swenson, Joan Wetmore, Bernard Lenroe, Guy Sorrell, Ann Seymour, Eric Dressler, Walter Grisey, Doris Dalton, William Podmore, Charles Webster, Gavin Gordon, Bert Cowlin, and others. Next week...
April 9th, 1865, Lee and Grant at Appomattox. You are there.
Next this afternoon, great music comes your way from the New York Philharmonic Symphony. This evening, great comedy with Amos and Andy, now exclusively on CBS, and with Hollywood star comedian Eve Arden, your favorite schoolteacher, in Our Miss Brooks. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Declaration of Independence, a public domain recording for LibriVox.org, read by Jim Cadwell. The Declaration of Independence of the 13 Colonies, in Congress, July 4th, 1776. The unanimous Declaration of the 13 United States of America. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their duty to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. He has refused his assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance, unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained, and when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them. He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them, and formidable to tyrants only. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records, for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly, for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. He has refused for a long time after such dissolutions to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws for naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migrations hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He has made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. He has erected a multitude of new offices, and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. He has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us in many cases of the benefits of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses, for abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies, for taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments, for suspending our own legislatures and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He is, at this time, transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy the head of a civilized nation. He has constrained our fellow citizens taken captive on the high seas to bear arms against their country, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. He has excited domestic insurrections amongst us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. In every stage of these oppressions we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. Nor have we been wanting in attentions to our British brethren. We have warned them from time to time of attempts by their legislature to extend an unwarrantable jurisdiction over us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our emigration and settlement here. We have appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, and we have conjured them by the ties of our common kindred to disavow these usurpations, which would inevitably disrupt our connections and correspondence. They too have been deaf to the voice of justice and of consanguinity. We must therefore acquiesce in the necessity which denounces our separation, and hold them as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace, friends. We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do, in the name and by the authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Well, Tocqueville, what are you thinking about as you stare at these picturesque shores? Are you thinking about America?
About America? No. I do not see America. I see more than America. I am trying to make out the image of democracy itself, with its inclinations, its prejudices, and its passions.
Where could I be better off?
a study in Jacksonian America. Item 1 in the series Democracy in America. Prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in Jacksonian America. Where could I be better off?
The month of May, 1831. The President, Old Hickory, General Andrew Jackson. And this is New York City. Over 200,000 people live here. Across the clear, fresh water of the East River, we look at Brooklyn, New York's dairy, a countryside of breezy heights and pasture land and cows. And looking across the beach is a New York clam dealer in an orange check waistcoat, tight-fitting gray gaiters, and a plug hat as tall and stately as a belfry with rips in the sides as if to let the noise of the bells out.
Clams, choice clams, here's your Rockaway Beach clams, fine sand clams.
But his mind is on the New York Consolidated Lottery.
To be had in the greatest variety of lucky numbers at Arnold, 313 Broadway, opposite the Masonic Hall.
10 years ago, the state legislature had forbidden the famous old New York lotteries, but the proprietors are still finding loopholes to satisfy their customers who swarm through the bright May streets to produce the busiest community that any man could desire to live in. In the streets, all is hurry and bustle. The very carts, instead of being drawn by horses at a walking pace, are often met at a gallop and always in a brisk trot. Omnibuses are racketing and terry-hooting through the New York streets with as much hubbub, hullabaloo, and general unmitigated uproar as the most optimistic man might expect in a city 7 times the size.
Get up there, team! Get up, team! Out of the way there, mister! One side, get up!
It is May the 11th, 1831. And on the deck of the fine steamboat President, just coming into New York Harbor, there stand 2 young men, both well-dressed, although both seem very tired. They have been without sleep for some time. They are surrounded by luggage, and they glance back and forth at the sights, as if they were strangers from another planet that had never seen the earth before. They are strangers, come from France to see this curious new land that is supposed to be a democracy. This one, age 26, is Alexis Charles-Henri Clérel de Tocqueville, son of a French count.
As for the harbor and the city itself, well, picture to yourself an attractively varied shoreline. The slopes covered by lawns and trees, in bloom right down to the water. And more than all that, an unbelievable multitude of country houses, big as boxes of candy. I am much struck by how convenient these little houses must be, and by the attractive air they give the countryside. Such is our impression of the city of New York.
Beside young Mr. de Tocqueville stands his great friend, also a French nobleman, but 3 years older. This young man, wearing a cloak, is 29. His name is Gustave Auguste de la Boninière de Beaumont.
At each instant you glimpse great bays which cut into the shores and form the most picturesque sides. We were full of real admiration. What struck us particularly was the animation given this majestic tableau by the immense number of vessels, brigs, gondolas, and boats of all kinds, which cross and recross in every direction.
Tocqueville and Beaumont plunge into the crowd as though into a bath and are lost in the tumult of activity and motion. The carriages rattle through the streets, the carts dance as if they were running races with them, and the ladies trip along in all the colors of the rainbow.
Lord, Mabel, skip into that door right smart, or I declare that carriage is going to splash our skirts.
And as for the passers-by, they look as though they actually had something to do.
Now I tell you what it is. Pardon me. I'm going to let you in on the ground floor of this development. I'm going to let you, excuse me, take an option in the purchase of some real first-rate, pardon me, Western Pennsylvania speculations. Basically, it's a granite quarry, which can
Watch where you're going.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
So am I.
Now, basically, like I say, the investment is a granite quarry that's financing an India rubber company, joint stock, and all enterprise, all pure enterprise, if you want to make money...
Everybody is walking as if he were in a hurry.
Well, if you want to find your way around this country, you'll have to hurry. We firmly believe that if a man means business, he better look as if he meant
big business. We Americans are born in a hurry and educated at speed. We make a fortune with a wave of a wand and lose it just as fast, and then remake and relose the whole thing in a twinkling of an eye. Our body is a locomotive ripping along at 30 miles an hour. Our spirit is a high-pressure engine. Our life resembles a shooting star, and death surprises us like an electric shock.
The governor of the state of New York himself, Mr. Throop, looks through his boarding house window at everybody in motion and observes,
"They all seem as if they were running away from an indictment."
And Governor Throop draws out a toothpick and continues to enjoy the May morning and watches the hogs happily rooting around in the gutters, indulging in hearty repasts of offal of every description. And this, too, in the midst of coaches, horses, and pedestrians.
Cholera. That's what you're going to get. Cholera. That's what you're asking for right here in New York City. I wouldn't give you more than a dog's chance.
Well, experience, sir, has proven that the most efficacious and powerful method of keeping the streets of a town in a state of perfect and refined cleanliness is plenty of hogs. And if the hogs aren't doing the trick, then you haven't got enough of them.
Or in 1831, New York City, with its 200,000 people and 11 daily newspapers, is very unequal in style and quality from one district to another. The great avenue of Broadway is striking from its continuous and unbroken length of 3 miles in a straight line. But its breadth, about 80 feet, is not sufficiently ample for the due proportion to its length. It is, moreover, wretchedly paved. And as for 3rd Avenue and 8th Avenue, these are no more than long, muddy lanes leading respectively to the remote villages of Harlem and Manhattanville. But New York is now and always has been a port, a city of ships. The sidewheel steamers, with their long, flaring funnels like postboys' trumpets, lie side by side with the forested sailing ships whose long bowsprits hang over the passers-by like sabers at a wedding.
We must quickly find a boarding house and get some sleep.
Do these people never stay still? Look how they chase along the streets. Everyone seems to be afraid to let the next man get ahead of him.
And indeed, an American is always on the lookout lest any of his neighbors get the better of him. If 100 Americans were going to be shot, they would contend for the priority. So strong is our habit of competition.
Look, Beaumont, over there. It must be some kind of parade.
In the early 1830s, New York was a city of parades. Here's Major Downing. He calls himself a major from the state of Maine. He says he's from Maine, rode in one of those parades with the 7th president himself, Andrew Jackson himself, Old Hickory in person and none other. At least he says he did.
I'd like to meet the man that'd disbelieve me to my face with my glass in my hand.
You tell him, Major.
If you'd been out that day, you'd have seen me and the general figuring considerable large, I guess. There never was anything like it in New York afore.
I'll swear to that, Major.
There's many an accomplished liar sitting outside the tavern drinking his whiskey and telling his stories, though certainly the great men are a great deal more accessible now in 1831 than they ever became later.
One thing strikes me at once.
What is that?
Look at the people. Look at their general ease. Most of them seem well fed. Most of them seem well dressed. This is a country where men live well by the work of their hands.
Irish labourers, straight off the boat, get as much as 75 cents a day. Together with lodging, 3 big meals a day, and 6 to 8 glasses of whiskey, depending on the state of the weather. Bread, meat, sugar, tea, fuel are cheaper than in the old country, and wages are triple.
The stores are full of things, some startling enough to horrify the casual visitor.
We observed the open sale of Dirk's Bowie knives and a long kind of stiletto called the Arkansas toothpick. These are sold by druggists in whose shops or stores these deadly weapons are hung up for public inspection and sold by them as part of the legitimate wares of their calling, thus plainly indicating that weapons to kill, as well as medicine to cure, could be had at the same shop.
A city of green trees and fresh paint. A lively, new, sparkling city for all its roughness and vigor. Towards each other, the citizens are forthright and breezy, as when the clam dealer calls on the governor of the state.
Hello there. Brought some fresh clams for the governor.
Hey, sitting in the parlor, picking his teeth. Go right in.
Hello there, Mr. Garrett. Step right in.
Morning, Mr. Governor. Brought you some clams.
Well, that's just fine. Pull up a chair and bite yourself off a chew.
One man's as good as another, if not better, and people don't forget that elected officers are nothing but their servants. Towards women, however, the attitude is usually very different.
There are no women around here. The females are ladies, should be treated accordingly as the precious repositories and fair blossoms of virtue, beauty, and high morality. And anyone who suggests these dainty creatures should have their innocence sullied by too much education or the toil of commercial or political affairs deserves the active opprobrium of all decent men.
Equality and easy manners, then, and pride. Such pride. Boasting is a virtue, and a good boaster is a man to be admired.
When the ancient, respectable, and patriotic Tammany Society celebrates its 42nd anniversary tomorrow, May 12th, I shall propose the toast to democracy, the finest institution devised by the mind of man, especially suited for the greatest people on earth, the fortunate inhabitants of the greatest country on earth, under God's special protection, America.
Equality, boasting, and business. This is a city of merchants and men of affairs. Even in the streets full of hurrying people, business goes on as usual.
I'll go 30 cents a pound.
I can't cover the cost of shipping at that price. 32.
That takes up all my profit.
You do better than that now with your markup.
There's overhead charges. 30 and a half. If that's what I'll make it, 30 and a half.
And yet, amid the bustle, there are some who sit calm. Like this old gentleman here with a white beard and whiskers and the clean-shaven top lip. He's reading the Mercantile Advertiser at the foot of Cortlandt Street and seems undisturbed by the bustle.
What bustle? This is the 11th of May. You've been here the 1st of May, you'd seen some bustle.
Well, why the 1st of May? What's so special about that?
Why, New York City, the 1st of May is moving time.
Well, how do you mean moving time?
Time, universal flitting. Time when everybody moves. People here are very locomotive in their habits. They are anxious to better themselves, see? It's the day of all others in the year when the good people of this town have one and all agreed to play at the game of move all. 1st of May, they're all at it with all their might. 2nd of May, everything will be quiet. It'll all be settled again.
Did you move the 1st of May?
I most certainly did. I moved every May Day for the last 40 years. Everybody does the same. People can't bear not to be like their neighbors. Oh, it takes a live fish to swim upstream. Well, good day to you. Nice fresh day.
And it is a nice fresh day, perhaps a little too fresh. For down here by the water, there's quite a wind. Look at that poor lady, tacking along with the wind behind her skirts and flounces.
A lady has a time of it when the wind blows and the dust is flying in clouds, as it does in New York almost all day long. I encountered a puff at the corner of one of the streets, and there I stood holding my hat with one hand and my cardinal cloak, which has 56 yards of various commodities in it, with the other. I thought I should have gone up like a balloon and stood stark still until I came near being run over by a great hog which was scampering away from some mischievous boys. At last, a sailor took compassion on me and set me down at the door of a store. As he went away, I heard him say to his companion,
"Damn my eyes, Bill. What a press of canvas the girls carry nowadays."
But this lady is not the only one to complain of the wind, for as we near the waterfront, we see the air full of plug hats and people chasing after them.
Catch it! Catch it! Don't step on it, you confounded blockhead!
But particularly notice this. See the pieces of paper sailing about, together with a variety of vegetables, pieces of linen, and other materials, entirely interrupting the view. Where does all this come from? Is it garbage?
No, sir, it is not. All those commodities come from hats. And no nation on earth uses a hat for so many purposes as a Yankee. It serves him at once for a head covering, a writing desk, a larder, and a portmanteau. In it, the merchant deposits patterns of various descriptions. The doctor uses it as an apothecary's shop. The married man, returning from market, converts it into a depository for potatoes and other vegetables. And to the traveler, it serves as a knapsack.
Look, 66 Broadway. Room for rent.
A boarding house.
1831. Now, let me see. I was in New York City at the time. My husband had gone to his long reward. He used to work as a speculator, trading in commodities, you know. You can make a lot of money that way. He didn't, but he sure tried hard. A fine man. I guess that's what killed him. So I opened a refined boarding house for ladies and gentlemen of standing and position, number 66 Broadway, just down the street from the American Hotel. These two French gentlemen came in off the steamship President, and I never saw two fellas look more tired. They just rolled into their beds in the middle of the afternoon, and I guess they must have slept clean through until 8 o'clock next morning, when I told Kitty to ring for breakfast. All right, Kitty. All the cold meats are on, and the lobsters will be ready in a moment. Might as well let them have the gong soon as it's 8 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Kitty, let him have it. Morning, Mr. Griggs.
Morning, ma'am.
Do any studying last night?
I reckon I did. I've just about proved that the Babylon of the Apocalypse refers to the Scarlet City of London, England.
Mr. Griggs from Kentucky. Very keen Bible student, though just a piece biased about proving England's downfall. Good morning, Marquis.
Good morning, madame.
I hope you passed a good night, Marquis.
The wrongs of my unhappy country.
Get the bagwig and the ruffles. That gentleman's a real French Marquis. That's the way they call it. I believe right now the Marquis is teaching dancing to young ladies of refinement and... Morning, Major General.
Morning, ma'am.
You look fit as a fiddle this fine morning, sir.
An old soldier usually comes out pretty fit, ma'am.
The Major General's from Vermont. A regular walking encyclopedia about the war, if you ask me. Morning, Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, morning, ma'am.
One moment, Mr. O'Brien. I wondered if we might have something on account on that little bill.
Well, I tell you, ma'am, I've got a job this morning at the Hudson River docks checking consignments. And whatever I get, you can have half of it. No, you can't say fairer than that.
I'd rather have the whole of it. But you can't say too much to the poor fella with his ribs all sticking out. He has to stand up twice to cast a shadow. A lot of Irish gentlemen are over here to live cheap, even though it cost them a year's wages to get here. Morning, Mr. Beasley.
Morning, ma'am.
Any luck yesterday?
I thought I saw one of them over near the courthouse, but he'd give me the slip.
Well, I hope and trust you have better luck today. Mr. Beasley is from the Carolinas, indigo planter. He's up here on business and keeping his eye open for half a dozen of his slaves that ran away. He's heard tell they're in New York City at present. I hope he can make those slaves realize that every time they run away, they deprive a gentleman of his lawful property. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning, madame.
Good morning.
Now, let me see. Which of you gentlemen is which?
I am Mr. de Tocqueville, and this is Mr. de Beaumont.
Mr. Tocqueville's the little one. Mr. Beaumont's the big one. Well, I hope I can remember that. And you gentlemen are from France?
That is perfectly correct.
Well, you can't start the day on an empty stomach. And you will if you don't step lively. Why, it must be 8:05 if it's a minute. The gong here goes at 8 o'clock, you know, and I wouldn't answer for there being many victuals on the board by 1:15.
Then we had better hurry.
Sit wherever you like. If there's any left, there's fish, ham, beef, boiled fowls, eggs, pigeons, pumpkin pies, lobsters, vegetables, tea, coffee, cider, sangaree, and cherry brandy.
Oh, we can sit here.
Yes. Beef?
Thank you. Potatoes?
Thank you. Cabbage?
No, thanks. Coffee?
No, not at this time in the morning. I'll have brandy.
Beaumont, look at the ladies.
It is also too early in the morning to look at ladies.
No, I'm serious. You notice they are completely dressed for the day. Everything complete and finished. And here it is only breakfast. At this rate, a lady would be ready to receive visitors at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Things will be very different here in America. See how fast you must eat. This food is melting away before our eyes. More beef?
Thank you. More potatoes?
Thank you.
Oh, some of them are leaving already. Certainly there seems to be very little formality in a democracy.
Then you and I shall gobble our breakfast as though we were Americans and hurry out to see the marvels of New York. Let me see. Where are we?
This is the Bowery.
And this is Bayard Street. Now, look at that hotel.
The North American Hotel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors. And an exchange table
Never
attached.
mind that. Look at the roof. What I want you to notice
But I
is...
do mind it. I want to notice everything and make a note.
Look on the roof beside where the American flag is flying. There is a wooden statue of a poor boy with ragged knees and elbows.
Oh.
Now, why should the management put such a thing on their roof? Surely there must be some instructive story connected with it.
Yes, sir, there surely is. And
pardon.
you'll find it's a tale of American industry, American opportunity, and American courage.
Are those things abundant here?
Sir, those virtues and many others besides are always found in America and never found in other countries. Now, sir, 38 years ago, a poor boy came to this town, a poor Yankee boy, named David Reynolds. He was 12 or 14 years of age at the time, without a crust of bread to feed him, without a copper in his pocket. Weary and hungry, he leaned against a fine elm tree, since cut down, made into lumber, and sold at a good price. That elm tree stood where the North American Hotel now stands. While young David Reynolds was leaning against it, luxuriating, you might say, in his beautiful shade, he racked his little brains to try and devise some means of procuring for the sustenance of his childish needs a livelihood that should be both honest and honorable. While he was thus reflecting how to get his dinner, a gentleman came up to him.
Name?
I beg your pardon, sir.
I wondered if you knew this gentleman's name.
This gentleman's name, sir, has not been handed down to posterity. May I proceed?
Pray do.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman, whose name has not been transmitted to us, approached this poor friendless boy and asked if he were willing to carry the gentleman's trunk down to the wharf. The boy eagerly consented and received for his labors the sum of 25 cents. Now, what do you suppose he did with it?
Spent it on food.
Perhaps he reserved some to pay for his night's lodging. Or was he prepared to sleep in the street?
He was prepared to do anything, sir, providing it was honest. I'll tell you what he did. He did an American thing. With a little of the money, he bought food. And with the rest of it, he bought fruit, which he offered for sale beneath that same elm tree. American initiative, sir, grasping the opportunity. He soon disposed of his little stock to advantage and spent that night richer than he had ever been before. On the morrow, he repeated the transaction. Soon, he had a fruit stall under the tree, then a small shop, then several houses on either side. Finally, he acquired such an estate that he pulled it all down and built this magnificent hotel. On this plaque, which he caused to be erected, he has set out his own story. And you will perceive it concludes with these words. The tree was cut down, but from its beloved trunk he caused his image to be carved. That's it up there. As a memento of his own forlorn beginnings and his grateful recollections. From a penniless, ragged boy, David Reynolds rose to be one of the most prosperous citizens in his community and the owner of the finest hotel in New York City. And possibly the world. That, sir, is an American story. And I myself am David Reynolds at your service.
Sir, I'm enchanted to make your acquaintance.
Delighted. But tell me this. Do not your fellow citizens hold against you in some way these humble origins of yours?
They do not, sir. Most emphatically not. I am a man of property and position. And in New York, that speaks for itself. Oh, I trust, by the way, gentlemen, that you are yourselves not in need of lodgings, because if you are...
No, thank you, sir. We are already accommodated. And in any case, we must very shortly leave the city. We hear New York is not America, and we want to see all the country.
You should see it all. The finest country in the world. Ask any American, and he'll tell you, where could I be better off? Goodbye, gentlemen, and remember that little American story.
I think he is right. That is an American story. A poor boy rising to be a large property owner, enjoying the respect of his community.
But chiefly because of his money.
Perhaps it is the symbol of position, as blood is with us.
This is indeed a new world.
And one to which we had better become accustomed. I am going to find out about this place, Beaumont, because I think in this country we can perceive something of the future of our own.
Democracy?
Yes. America is only my setting. Democracy is my subject. It appears to me, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that sooner or later we shall arrive, like the Americans, at an almost complete equality of condition. But first, we must collect the facts. We must dissect American society and search out the elements of which it is composed. We must ask useful questions. The smallest conversations will be instructive. There is not a man, on whatever rung of society he finds himself, who cannot teach me something.
You have just heard Where Could I Be Better Off? A study in Jacksonian America. Item 1 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen, script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for Item 2, The Governor in the Boarding House, on Democracy in America.
Wherever you travel in the USA, stay well informed. Tune to Radio NBC.
This is John Daly at the State House in Philadelphia. A powerful opponent of the Declaration of Independence has emerged here on this fourth evening of July 1776. An opponent strong enough to rally the latent opposition to separation from the mother country. Mr. John Dickinson, Pennsylvania's leading delegate to the Continental Congress, has just told reporters that he intends to speak on the floor before the final vote is taken. This in a supreme effort to block this declaration, which would commit our 13 colonies to revolutionary war with England. Mr. Dickinson agreed that he is staking his political future on the outcome of the vote. He anticipates that if he fails to block passage of the Declaration of Independence, he will be ejected from the Congress and be...
July 4th, 1776, the State House in Philadelphia. You are there.
John Dickinson, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson. CBS takes you back to the evening when the colonial leaders fought their showdown battle on the issue of independence from England, with the fate of a continent hanging in the balance. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
July 4th, 1776, the Philadelphia State House and John Daly.
Dining during the recess, which is now officially over. We hurried from the inn to this microphone here on the floor of the Congress to bring you this news. Mr. Dickinson has not arrived yet. He should be along at any minute, but meanwhile, the news has preceded him, and it's having an explosive effect on the delegates who are present. As a matter of fact, the weather isn't helping things either. It's very hot here in Philadelphia tonight, and in their heavy waistcoats, ruffles, and wigs, the delegates in the hall are perspiring profusely. Even more irritating are the horse flies from a nearby stable which come in through the open windows. These flies are nasty, so much so that Mr. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, the author of the Declaration, has said that it is not at all unlikely that this debate will be ended not by sharp logic of the delegates, but by the even sharper bite of the horseflies. Major George Fielding Eliot has been talking to the delegates and is now ready with his analysis of the possibilities inherent in Mr. Dickinson's announcement. So I switch you now to our CBS headquarters booth here in the Congress. Come in, Major Eliot.
Mr. Dickinson's views carry great weight here. His announcement therefore comes as a shock to those delegates who want the Declaration of Independence passed. Mr. John Adams from the Massachusetts Bay Colony, leader of the Independence Party, had hoped the Declaration would go through unanimously, but that's no longer possible. Indeed, the Declaration may not even pass. Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson personify the present political conflict. Mr. Adams is the son of a Massachusetts lawyer. He was educated for the law in New England. He agrees with the men who dumped the East India Company's tea into Boston Harbor. Although Mr. Adams prides himself on being a plain man, the delegates regard him as arrogant and intolerant of all who differ with his views. Mr. Dickinson, on the other hand, was born to wealth. He received his education at London's Middle Temple. He has a mild, amiable, sincere manner. He opposes independence because of his conviction that all political injustices can be righted by legal methods without recourse to violence or revolution. Just a moment. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson have entered the hall. So, back to John Daly.
Mr. Jefferson! Mr. Jefferson!
Yes?
Mr. Jefferson, you've heard the news that Mr. Dickinson will speak against independence. May we have your comment?
I have the greatest respect for Mr. Dickinson's courage and integrity. Mr. Adams and I wish we could say as much for his political judgment.
This Congress, sir, is in no mood for any more of Mr. Dickinson's temporizing. In the course of this debate, the delegates have learned to know Mr. Dickinson for what he is. A spineless aristocrat at best, at worst, an agent of the enemy.
Well, Mr. Adams, we're very glad to have your comment also. Are you accusing Mr. Dickinson of being in the pay of the British?
I hardly think Mr. Adams
if you
intended
please, Mr. Jefferson. Sir, Mr. Dickinson has consistently sabotaged the work of this body by fallacious appeals to reason and by parliamentary devices, but no more of that. The Declaration of Independence will be put to a vote as soon as President Hancock arrives and calls this meeting to order. And I am confident that the gentleman will be unable to sway the Congress from the course on which it is now well launched.
Thank you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson. The delegates are taking their seats. And as you must have gathered from Mr. Adams' remarks, the long smoldering enmity between him and Mr. Dickinson has finally flared out into the open. The debate, when he and Dickinson clash on the floor, promises to be more violent than any this Congress has heard in the 2 years since it's been in existence. Mr. Dickinson has just entered the hall, and he has to pass our microphone. He's coming this way now. Mr. Dickinson, sir.
Yes,
Mr. Dickinson. Mr. John Adams has just called you an agent of the enemy, Mr. Dickinson. Would you care to make...
Mr. Adams considers anyone who differs with him to be an agent of the enemy. But I cannot allow myself to be silenced by insults. The question is, shall our colonies declare themselves independent of the mother country? And on this question, my opponents have been utterly dishonest.
Will you explain that, Mr. Dickinson?
Certainly will. 11 times in the past 2 years, Congress pledged itself not to seek independence. In January of this year, only 6 months ago, the Congress passed a most solemn declaration to the effect that we Americans have no thought of setting up an independent nation. And now, tonight, Mr. Adams asks us to break our pledged word. Nay, he demands it.
But if the people favor independence, Mr. Dickinson,
Mr. Adams has confused the people. He has engineered coups d'etats in the provincial legislatures in order to pack
to pack this Congress with delegates favoring independence. He has organized gangs of hoodlums to roam the streets of the cities and towns, attacking those who oppose revolution.
But isn't it true, Mr. Dickinson, that at least 50% of the population favors independence?
Is it right for one half of the population to impose its views on the other half by terror? Can these colonies hope to achieve victory in a revolutionary war when half of the people oppose it? I predict that if the Congress passes the Declaration of Independence, the result will be civil war, useless bloodshed, and ruinous defeat. True. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dickinson. The delegate from Pennsylvania is walking to his seat now. Mr. John Hancock, the president of the Congress, has entered the chamber, but it will very probably be a few moments yet before he calls the Congress to order. Mr. Dickinson said that a considerable portion of the people are opposed to independence. Well, Ken Roberts is outside the State House, where a representative crowd of Philadelphians are awaiting the result of the vote. So let's find out what they think about independence. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
With me at our CBS microphone is Mrs. Agnes Hatcher, who lives on Water Street. Mrs. Hatcher, do you favor separation from England?
I hate separation. My husband was killed fighting for separation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's John Adams that should be sorry, and Mr. Jefferson. Why don't they make peace and end this killing?
But, Mrs. Hatcher, would you want peace at any price?
Will you tell me why my husband should die at Boston fighting the Bay Colonies battles? If the men of New England have a quarrel with the British, let them do the fighting and dying themselves.
But Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson say they want freedom for all the colonies.
I don't care about freedom. My husband is dead.
Thank you, Mrs. Hatcher. Now, here beside me is Mr. Richard Caswell, an importer in Philadelphia. I forgot to ask you, Mr. Caswell, what do you import?
The finest of English woolens, sir. The very finest.
I see. And do you favor independence? Excuse me, Mr. Caswell. A dispatch rider has just ridden up to the State House. His horse is lathered and covered with dust and sweat. It looks as if he's been ridden long and hard. Where are you from, soldier?
New York. General Washington's headquarters.
What's the news there? What's happening?
Plenty of excitement.
Wait a minute. What's going on? The rider has gone into the State House. Whatever the news is, our reporters inside will bring it to you as soon as it's released. I'm sorry about that interruption, Mr. Caswell.
Quite all right. Quite all right.
You were about to tell me whether you favored independence.
It's an illusion, sir. Independent from what? How can we be independent? We're Englishmen. My family's English. They're all in England. Or my trade, my business is with England. Look at my books, you see. This talk about separation is ridiculous. Worse than ridiculous. It's vicious. It's ruining me. Ever since this war started, no shipments. Percentages, 76% less business than my firm did in 75.
But, Mr. Caswell, isn't it argued that if the colonies were independent, American businessmen could then trade with the entire world?
Who wants to trade with the entire world? What do we need the world for? Everything we can produce, we can sell in England. And everything that we need, we can buy from England. It's just common sense, that's all. How do you suppose the colonies have grown prosperous and strong and important? Protected trade with England. Protected trade.
Yes, but what about the heavy taxes that the mother country has imposed? What about taxation without representation?
Bad, very bad. But independence, worse, much worse, terrible. What about Pitt and Burke in Parliament? We have friends in England. They're trying to settle this thing intelligently, without violence, without bloodshed. But Mr. Adams and Jefferson, those wild men in there, hotheads, radicals, that's what they are. They want to get power, that's all, power. That's all they're interested in, power.
Well, Mr. Caswell, independence is
Independence, the word second. Listen to him. We've already become independent of principle and gratitude to the mother country.
What is he saying?
And if this war is permitted to continue, we shall become independent of cash, clothing, laws, liberty, and... Yes, life itself. What are you talking about? You're a liar, that's what you are, mister. You're a Tory. I'm telling the truth. It may not be popular, but it's the truth.
Shut up, you Tory, or we'll teach you a lesson.
I'm not afraid of you. Listen, close your mouth.
Mr. Caswell has just been struck by some man who's been heckling him. The crowd here is manhandling Mr. Caswell. The men are flailing at him with their fists. They must be members of the Sons of Liberty. The women are tearing at Mr. Caswell's clothes, spitting at him. This crowd has gone wild, and it's frightening. Mr. Caswell has been knocked to the ground. I can't see him, but I can hear his cries. The men are bending over him, swinging their fists, pounding.
This is John Daly inside the Continental Congress. We have interrupted Ken Roberts because President Hancock has just called the Congress to order. He's about to read the dispatch which has just arrived from General Washington's headquarters in New York. President Hancock.
This is the information contained in General Washington's dispatch. The news is grim indeed. A great British fleet is at this moment in New York Harbor. British Marines have seized Staten Island in the harbor, and redcoats are landing there by the thousands. General Washington advises that a British attack on New York City must be expected momentarily. The enemy appears to have overwhelming superiority in numbers and equipment. General Washington concludes with a statement that it may be impossible to defend New York City with the slender forces at his command. Gentlemen, the Congress will recess for 5 minutes.
Congress has again recessed. The sound of President Hancock's gavel has released a torrent of excitement and confusion bordering virtually on panic. Delegates have risen from their seats. They are moving about the floor, talking to each other in loud voices, often shouting in their arguments. Mr. John Adams and Mr. Thomas Jefferson have rushed up to the chair. Mr. Adams is pale, agitated. Only Mr. Dickinson, of all the delegates here in the chamber, has remained seated. Mr. Rutledge. Just a moment, sir. Here's Mr. Edward Rutledge, a delegate from South Carolina. Sir, what effect do you think the news of the British arrival will have on the independence vote?
It cannot fail to have a profound effect. It will add force and logic to Mr. Dickinson's position.
Thank you, Mr. Rutledge. Mr. Rutledge is one of Mr. Dickinson's supporters. Here is Mr. Elbridge Gerry, a delegate from the Massachusetts Bay Colony and an independence man. Mr. Gerry, what do you think of the announcement, sir?
Frankly, I don't know what to think. Mr. Dickinson may well argue now that the Declaration of Independence may not be worth the paper it's written on. But we must keep our head. We must stand firm.
Thank you, Mr. Gerry. Major Elliott has more news from New York, so let's switch to him in our CBS headquarters booth. Come in, Major Elliott.
We now know that the British fleet numbers 130 vessels. The troops on board are commanded by General Sir William Howe, one of England's ablest generals. The appearance of the fleet has thrown New York into disorderly confusion, and the legislature has withdrawn for safety to White Plains, 35 miles away. Our New York newsroom informs us that a short while ago, CBS correspondent Ned Kelmer passed through the British lines on Staten Island under safe conduct to interview the British commander-in-chief. He made a tape recording of this interview that our New York newsroom will play for you now.
This is the kitchen of a Staten Island farmhouse which now serves as General Howe's headquarters. A regiment of redcoats is on parade outside, marching to the music of a British military band. I can see them through an open window from where I'm standing. In their tight-fitting scarlet coats and long gaiters, these trim soldiers in perfect step to the music look like the veteran fighting men that they are. General Howe, sir, will you tell us how many such troops you have at your disposal?
14,000 on this island, and an additional 13,000 under General Carleton on their way across Lake Champlain in upper New York.
You don't mind giving General Washington this information?
Not at all, not at all. Frankly, I doubt very much that it will make any difference if Washington knows it.
I take it then, General Howe, that you're completely confident of victory.
Naturally. Those men you see out there, they are the conquerors of France and Spain. They're the finest troops in the world. They'll crush Washington's colonial militiamen at the very first encounter, utterly. But Washington, poor fellow, he's leading nothing but a rabble. They lack powder, guns. His officers are without experience. Washington himself is hardly what you might call, shall we say, a professional military man.
General Washington, sir, made quite a good showing in the war against the French.
Under English commanders, Mr. Calmer.
Chalmer.
Under English commanders. Mr. Calmer?
Chalmer. General Howe, you know, of course, that the Continental Congress is about to vote on independence from England. Would you care to comment on that, sir?
Yes, I would like to say something to that. I would like to say it as a friend and not as a soldier. I repeat, as a friend, because I think I have amply demonstrated my friendship for British America in the past, by word and deed.
Yes, if I recall correctly, General Howe, you once stated publicly that you would never lead British troops against British America.
Of course, but the situation has changed. The colonies are now being led by a pack of extremists. This rebellion by the mob must be crushed, and I have the forces with which to crush it. The greatest fleet and the most powerful force of soldiers ever assembled on American soil. I hope with all my heart that it will not be necessary to throw this array of military power into action. I pray that the counsel of the extremists will be rejected by the Continental Congress and that the advice of saner, more moderate men will prevail.
Thank you, General Howe.
This is George Fielding Eliot in Philadelphia. The interview you have just heard was a tape recording made by Ned Kelmer at British headquarters on Staten Island. The recess here in the Continental Congress continues. The delegates are confused, shaken. Mr. Adams, Mr. Jefferson, and Mr. Benjamin Franklin, the leaders of the Independent Party, are doing all they can to counteract the doubt and hesitation inspired by the news from New York. They are trying desperately to maintain their strength, to keep their pledged votes in line, and they are insisting that the final vote be taken tonight without regard for the situation in New York. On the other hand, a group of less militant delegates is urging postponement until we have more definite information from General Washington's headquarters. The Commander-in-Chief said in his dispatch that he fears that he may not be able to hold New York. The cautious delegates want to know for sure whether he will fight or surrender the city without a struggle. Our CBS correspondent, Bud Collier, is now at General Washington's headquarters. He may have some last-minute information. Therefore, we take you now to General Washington's headquarters in New York. Bud Collier reporting.
I'm waiting here on the parade ground before General Washington's headquarters. The Commander-in-Chief has promised to answer my question as soon as he comes out to address his troops, presumably to make some formal statement about the news of the British arrival. The bugles are blowing assembly. The men of the regiments are running to join their formations. I can see the flag of the 1st Massachusetts, I believe it is, the Virginia Rifles, the 5th Connecticut, and many others. But in all this mass of thousands of men, I see very few men in uniform. Most of the troops are dressed in civilian homespun, and quite a few of them wear the fringed leather shirts which mark them as frontiersmen. General Washington has still not come out on the parade ground. Oh, here's a militiaman coming by. Soldier! Soldier!
Let me go. I got Paul.
Oh, just a few questions. You've got plenty of time. What's your name, son?
Look, Tom Summers. Look, let me go, will you, mister? The sergeant will give me
That's all right. I'll fix it with General Washington for you. How old are you, Tom?
17.
Uh-huh. Ever seen any action against the British?
No, not yet.
Well, you'll probably see action soon right here in New York.
Well, I ain't afraid if that's what you mean.
How long have you been in the Army, Tom?
2 months. Look, please, mister, ask me all your questions at once.
All right, Tom, sure. How long are you in for?
Well, I'm going back home next month. That's when my 3 months are up.
Oh?
My pa enlisted me. He wanted to make himself $10.
I see.
Well, he got his $10, and I'm going home next month.
Uh-huh.
Oh, there ain't nothing wrong with that, you know.
No.
Some fellas enlisted for the money and then deserted without even serving their 3 months.
Well, yes, but what about independence, Tom? How do you feel about independence?
Well, I don't know nothing about that, honest, mister. Oh, there's the general. I gotta go.
General Washington is approaching the microphone. Wears his full-dress uniform. His sword flaps against the side of his leg as he walks. General Washington, are you going to fight for New York?
It is a difficult question. Frankly, I haven't made up my mind.
If you elect to fight, General Washington, do you think you will be able to defend New York successfully?
I will do my best, and God willing, we shall be successful. In any event, I would like to say to all the people, do not yield to panic.
But, General, in view of the current situation, do you think the Declaration of Independence should be passed at this time?
That must be decided by the Congress in Philadelphia.
Thank you, General Washington. Commander-in-Chief is walking away across the field now, his shoulders slightly bent, his jaw thrust forward in the manner of a man who bears an enormous responsibility for which he is ill-prepared. This is Bud Collier in New York. I return you now to the Continental Congress in Philadelphia.
This is John Daly at the Continental Congress in Philadelphia. This is the long-awaited climax of the debate on the Declaration of Independence. The Congress has reconvened, and because Mr. Dickinson asked to speak against the Declaration, Mr. Adams has also requested the floor. By agreement, the vote will take place when the two speakers have finished. Also, by agreement, before the session began, Mr. Adams is speaking first. He's exerting his utmost efforts to keep the votes pledged to independence from bolting to Mr. Dickinson. Will he succeed? Well, we'll only know when the vote is taken And now let's listen to Mr. Adams.
By proclaiming a Declaration of Independence, gentlemen, this Congress will be giving official recognition to a fact which already exists, namely that these colonies are actually, in fact, independent of England. Yet some great brains counsel us to wait, to exercise caution. Do these cautious gentlemen plead for a postponement of a Declaration of Independence so that their Tory friends may have time to hatch plots and conspiracies against us? Gentlemen, to delay is to play into the hands of the enemy, defeating the cause for which so much blood has already been shed. There must be no further delay. The people are ready. The people wait for the Congress to lead them. The hour has struck. The Congress must proceed now to a vote, an affirmative vote, on the Declaration of Independence.
Mr. Adams has left the rostrum. Mr. Dickinson is coming up to speak. Dickinson's face is pale. His fists are clenched. He's clearly marshaling all of his strength for a supreme effort of oratory. He's waiting now for the Congress to come to order. Mr. Dickinson.
Mr. President, I accuse my opponents of cynicism. They cannot believe that these colonies will be able to endure as independent states. Their true goal is not independence. They exploit indignation against the mother country to further their own personal fortune. Mr. President, my opponents make their appeal to the emotions. I make my appeal to intelligence and logic. Mr. President, British troops are on Staten Island in overwhelming force. They are about to attack New York. General Washington's task will be difficult at best, but a Declaration of Independence now will serve only to divide the people of New York and make the defense of that city hopeless. Pass the Declaration and you will set brother against brother, father against son. The colonies will become not only the scene of warfare with a mother country, but civil war as well. And in the bloody, senseless, fratricidal struggle, there is no possibility of success. Proclaim independence this evening, gentlemen, and you gain nothing. You merely invite the whirlwind of destruction. I urge you to vote against it. I beg, I plead, I beseech you, vote against independence.
Mr. Dickinson's plea has been received without applause. The delegates are calling the question, and there seems to be no objection. Oh, but wait a minute. Several of the delegates have risen. However, they're not going to ask for the floor. These delegates are leaving the hall. 4, 5, there go 3 more. Others are leaving also, and I can recognize some of them as men who have been openly undecided. Apparently, they're unwilling to vote, caught on the horns of a dilemma, swayed, no doubt, both by Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson. This is a fearful moment of decision. Some of these men are apparently not capable of facing up to it. President Hancock.
Embodying the Declaration of Independence. The vote will be by colonies, each colony voting as a unit. A majority will decide. The clerk will call the roll.
12 votes will be cast. New York has decided to abstain. Thus, 7 votes will carry the issue.
New Hampshire, Mr. Josiah Bartlett.
New Hampshire votes unanimously for independence.
Massachusetts, Mr. John Adams.
The patriots of Massachusetts vote unanimously for independence.
Rhode Island, Mr. William Ellery.
Independence.
Connecticut, Mr. Roger Sherman.
Independence.
Unanimous. New Jersey, the Reverend Dr. Witherspoon.
Mr. President, in my judgment, the country is not only ripe for independence, but is in danger of becoming rotten for want of it. New Jersey votes unanimously for independence.
Pennsylvania, Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
The majority of the delegation from Pennsylvania votes for separation from England, so help us God.
Delaware, Mr. Caesar Rodney.
Delaware votes unanimously for independence.
The Declaration of Independence is passed. Delaware has cast the deciding vote. There is no reaction from the delegates, and the voting continues. It will very probably be unanimous by colonies. Many of the individual delegates are shaking their heads. However, no matter what may be said against the Declaration, this document is impressive. It reads well. It begins, when in the course of human events, change is necessary, and then continues, and I quote, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
July 4th,
these rights,
1776. John Dickinson loses his fight to block the Declaration of Independence, and the 13 colonies go forward to establish the United States of America.
Radio Hall of Fame. The Radio Hall of Fame is presented during the full hour ahead by the Philco Corporation, makers today of electronic battle equipment for the fighting forces of the United Nations. Makers tomorrow of equipment for good living in a free world united by victory. Cooperating with Philco are the editors and correspondents of Variety, who report for the Philco program all the news of all show business the world over every week. This week, the editors of Variety recommend for your pleasure, and Philco delights to honor in your name,
from radio, Fred Allen with Portland Hopper and the entire Allen Company.
From opera, the celebrated Metropolitan tenor, Lauritz Melchior.
From the Broadway stage, Lou Holtz, master storyteller, and Raymond Edward Johnson, substituting for Orson Welles to bring you a New Year's message written by Stephen Vincent Benet.
From the popular music field, Helen Forrest.
Conducting the Hall of Fame Orchestra and Chorus, Paul Whiteman. Our Master of Ceremonies, the distinguished composer, critic, and commentator, Deems Taylor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Deems Taylor speaking for Philco. You know, if we could transport the members of our cast directly to your homes today in person, you'd have the makings of quite a remarkable pre-New Year's party. Well, that's what we hope that our broadcast turns out to be. With Fred Allen, Portland Hoffa, and Lou Holtz taking care of laughter, Lauritz Melchior and Helen Forrest attending to the song department, and Raymond Edward Johnson lending a serious note to our year's end proceedings. Said proceedings open with a slightly daring piece of musical impertinence on the part of Paul Whiteman. Most New Year's parties end with Auld Lang Syne. Paul has chosen to make this traditional finale into a rousing overture. Beginning, Paul, at once. Speaking of old acquaintance, there's Lou Holtz. Lou is a producer now at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Before plunging Kane first into a 10-week shooting schedule on the new movie version of the Ziegfeld Follies, he's enjoying a busman's holiday at the Capitol Theater on Broadway. In other words, he's back at his old trade, making people laugh. For our New Year's program, Philco has asked Lou to reach back into his inexhaustible bag of tricks for a couple or so of typical Holtz stories, including a continuation of the immortal saga of Sam Lapidus, a gentleman who surely belongs in the Hall of Fame. Enter Lou Holtz.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a pleasure to be back here in New York. I've been away a year. The first thing I did as soon as I got in town, I ran over to my draft board. First thing, they said, Lou, we have put you in 73Fs. See? And I said, what is 73F? And they said, a single man with furniture. I've been traveling all over the country. I've been down south. I was down in Texas. I must tell you this. I met a chap in Texas, a Hebraic chap, and you've heard a lot of actors come out on the stage. They make up a lot of fictitious names for Hebraic gentlemen like DeWitt Clinton Finch or Throckmorton Abramowitz, Lilani Levine. There are no such people. But down in Texas, there's a guy. This is the end of all those names. This fellow's name is Honeysuckle Epstein. Honeysuckle has a mania for driving fast in an automobile. He's been arrested a score of times. He's been in jail. So finally he got an idea. He got himself a car made that would go 175 miles an hour. The car was delivered to him. He got in the car, and he went out on the road looking for cops. He sees a cop that's arrested him 8 or 9 times. He's shot by this cop 90 miles an hour. The cop on the motorcycle right after him. And when he got within about 15 yards of Honeysuckle, he gave it a little more gas, you see, up to about 125. Now the cop is going after him all his might. And when the cop got near him the second time, he gave a little more gas, up to about 145. Now he's going a little too fast for the cop, so he slowed up a little bit, you see. He's monkeying around with the law. When the cop got near him the third time, he gave it all he had, 175 miles an hour down the road. He's gone. He's down the road 8 or 9 miles, looks around. He's lost the cop. So he said, now I'll turn around and give it to him on the way back. Comes back down the road. He's looking for the cop. He finds him underneath a tree. His nose is broken. He's bleeding. His motorcycle is wrecked. Well, he was a wreck. He looked like he'd been hit by a train. Honeysuckle stops the car, turns to the cop. He says, son, see, what happened to you? Said, what happened to you, boy? Well, the cop says, you know, when I got near you that third time, when you pulled away from me so fast, I thought my motorcycle had stopped, so I got off to see what was wrong with it. There's an Irishman who lives in Brooklyn. His name is Sullivan. Now, this is an Irish story, a little out of my line, but say, I'll try. Mr. Sullivan lives in Brooklyn, and he's in this country about 4 weeks. He's walking down the street, and he finds $245 in a purse on the sidewalk. He looks at it. He says, this is the most fantastic thing I've ever seen in my life. The most amazing thing is this gold in the sidewalk. Fantastic. The most fantastic thing I've ever heard of. What a land. What a land. He says it's fantastic. He sees a streetcar. He gets on the streetcar for the first time. He's in the streetcar about 5 minutes. The car has gone about 6 blocks. And the conductor hollers out, Myrtle! And a woman got off. He says, what a land! The most fantastic thing I've ever heard of in my life. It's fantastic. How did he know her name? It's amazing. They ride about 5 more blocks. The conductor hollers out, Marcy! And another woman got off.
He says, what an organization. Fantastic. The most fantastic thing.
They go about 6 more blocks. The conductor hollers out, Sullivan. He says, that's me. He gets off, he's walking up the street, and a nice old lady walked up to him. She says, I beg your pardon. Is this Sullivan? He says, it is. She said, I'm looking for 245, and he handed her the purse. I bumped into my old friend Sam Lapidus. Lapidus is walking down Park Avenue. He passes a very high-tone place. On Park Avenue, they call them salons. Salon. Plain saloon. Walks in for the first time, walks up to the bartender and says, hi, shorty. Hi, old-timer. Hi, Spunky. He says, I'll have a highball. He says, hold it. I think I'll take a capsule. One cocktail. The bartender handed him a cocktail. He gave the bartender $1. He's sipping slowly, awaiting the change. No change is forthcoming. He says to the bartender, Shorty. He says, there's a difference between you and me for 35 cents. After all, he said, I'm not a Johnny-come-lately. I'm one of the boys. I'm a Yankee Doodle boy and uptown boy. Highly educated, NYU, also Holy Cross. He says, kick in with a 35, boy. Kick in there, boy. Bartender said, I'm very sorry. We charge $1 for all drinks here. Peter said, for what reason? For what reason? Specify. The bartender said, you see that oil painting on the right? That's a Rembrandt worth $40,000. The one on the left is an old Gainsborough worth $60,000. The one in the middle is invaluable. Well, Peter said, I didn't know you had these kind of facilities. See you again. Comes in the next night, he says, hi, Spunky. Says, I'll have a cocktail. The bartender handed him a cocktail. He put 65 cents on the bar, put his hands over his eyes, and he says, I saw the pictures last night.
In speaking of the future and the rich legacy which war research and production will leave to the peacetime world, Philco is aware that without victory, there can be no peace and no future for free men. So the only thing that the men and women of Philco are thinking of today in their laboratories, at their desks and machines, is the only thing that matters for us all: winning the war. At Philco, engineers, scientists, and workers are devoting all their skill, their genius, and the great mass production facilities to the weapons of war, producing radios and vital electronic equipment for planes and tanks, artillery fuses and shells, storage batteries for vital military transport and war industry. But all this research and production for war creates new knowledge, new ideas, new skill. Men of science see their dreams spring to reality. No matter how much the product of their brains and labor may be destroyed in battle, their ideas live. And they will survive after victory to bring you newer and finer products under the famous Philco name in radio, television, refrigeration, and air conditioning.
Presenting for the Hall of Fame's finest laurel chapeau, Miss Helen Forrest. After serving an apprenticeship as a band vocalist with Artie Shaw, Benny Goodman, and Harry James, Helen stepped out on her own recently with an engagement at the Los Angeles Orpheum. The local variety correspondent caught her act, reported in rave terms to headquarters, and so Helen is with us today. She sings one of her biggest recording successes of 1943, I Don't Want to Walk Without You. Here's Helen Forrest.
I thought
of the day you left me behind. I'd take a stroll and get you right off my mind, but now I find that I don't want to walk without the sunshine. Oh, why'd you have to turn off all that sunshine? Oh, baby, please come back, or you'll break my heart for me. 'Cause I don't want to walk without you. No,
As the year draws toward its close, in the sound and fury of global war, it is natural that our thoughts should turn toward the future. And if our thoughts on this last Sunday of the old year could be uttered in one huge national voice, it's certain, I think, that they would find expression in a prayer for victory and peace. To give words today to the unspoken New Year meditations of millions and millions of Americans, we had selected a distinguished actor and a great poet. The poet, Stephen Vincent Benet, whose death in 1943 deprived the free world of one of its most eloquent pleaders for human rights. The actor was to have been Orson Welles. When we learned that illness would prevent Mr. Welles from appearing, we were fortunate enough to be able to engage in his place a brilliant young actor, Raymond Edward Johnson, recently starred on Broadway in Sidney Kingsley's prize-winning play, The Patriots. In The Patriots, Mr. Johnson played the role of Thomas Jefferson. Tonight, he speaks as Jefferson might speak to Americans about to enter a third year of war. Raymond Edward Johnson, then, in Toward the Future, a combination of two celebrated radio works by Stephen Vincent Benet.
God of the free, we pledge our hearts and lives today to the cause of all free mankind. Grant us victory over the tyrants who would enslave all free men and nations. Grant us faith and understanding to cherish all those who fight for freedom as if they were our brothers. Grant us brotherhood and hope and union, not only for the space of this bitter war, but for the days to come, which shall and must unite all the children of earth. Our earth is but a small star in the great universe, yet of it we can make, if we choose, a planet unvexed by war, untroubled by hunger or fear, undivided by senseless distinctions of race, color, or theory. Grant us that courage and foreseeing to begin this task today, that our children and our children's children may be proud of the name of a man. The spirit of man has awakened, and the soul of man has gone forth. Grant us the wisdom and the vision to comprehend the greatness of man's spirit, that suffers and endures so hugely for a goal beyond his own brief span. Grant us honor for our dead who died in the faith. Honor for our living who work and strive for the faith. Redemption and security for all captive lands and peoples. Yet most of all, grant us brotherhood, not only for this day, but for all our years. A brotherhood not of words, but of acts and deeds. We are all of us children of earth. Grant us that simple knowledge. If our brothers are oppressed and we are oppressed, if they hunger, we hunger. If their freedom is taken away, our freedom is not secure. Grant us a common faith that man shall know bread and peace, that we shall know justice and righteousness, freedom and security, an equal opportunity and an equal chance to do his best, not only in our own lands, but throughout the world. And in that faith, let us march toward the clean world our hands can make. This I ask in the name of all Americans everywhere.
By what right? By what right do you speak? Who are you?
Yeah, who are you, mister?
Sounds to me like a fool.
An impractical dreamer, that's what he is.
Maybe. Maybe he's a poet.
Impractical dreamer, I always say. Impractical dreamer.
Listen, mister, what's your name?
I have been known by many names in many times and places. I crawled out of the sea in the mud long ages ago. And the gods of the thunder and lightning looked at me and said, "That's a queer new fish. He'll never last on land." I hid in the forest, small and frightened. And the dinosaurs clanked around and said, "Who's that impractical dreamer? We'll eat him alive. He's got nothing but hands and a brain." But they left their bones in the rock, and I lasted them out and went on. I crept out of caves toward the sunlight, and I built the free cities of Greece and the law that was Rome. I gathered the wisdom of China, and I sent a word crying through Palestine, a word that cries through the centuries to all men and nations. There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, but we are all brothers. And that word goes on. I have dreamed many times. I found a new world in small ships, and none but the believers believed in me when I first dared that unknown west. When I wrote, "All men are created free and equal," few believed at first, but slowly many believed and many followed. Jefferson. I shivered and prayed at Valley Forge, and my prayer was answered. When I stood at Gettysburg and spoke over the graves, few believed. But the Union lives and shall live, and the government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Yes, I've been called many names. I've spilt my blood in the streets of Paris and Athens and Moscow. I have grown as an oak tree grows from the roots of English law. I have been a preacher named Paul and a rail splitter named Abe Lincoln. I've been called madman and fool, but it's the brave and the sane who follow me first and always. Always first. There has been the dream and the men who are willing to die for it. I call forth the dream and the men. I call them forth from all nations. When man stands up on his feet and looks his fate in the eyes. Only yesterday on Corregidor, my name was Bill Smith from Ohio. And Jesus Maria Garcia was my brother's name. We had a rock to defend, and we defended it. And the name of that rock is liberty. And in that name I speak. For liberty can be lost by the practical man whose hearts are too shrunken to contain it. Liberty can be bartered away by the greedy minds who cannot see beyond their own day. Liberty can be stolen away by the robber and the brute. But liberty grows like grass in the hearts of the common people, from the blood of their martyrs. And the tyrants rage and are gone, but the dream and the deed endure. And I endure. It is I who command men and win battles. I have called them forth in the past, and I'm calling them forth today. I call the brave to the battle line. I call the sane to the council. I call the free millions of earth to the century ahead. The century of the common man established by you, the people. For this world cannot endure half slave and half free. My name is freedom. And my command today is unite. Unite in brotherhood for a people's victory. Unite. Unite in brotherhood for a people's peace.
And to ring up the second act curtain, Paul Whiteman provides a Paul-esque, or should it be Pauline, version of two melodies from the score of the Desert Song, recommended by Variety as the musical movie of the moment. The story is new, but the music has the same Romberg flair of old, as witness Paul's Desert Song medley.
know. It means the ribs are abroad. But before you've bitten the sore, oh, that's the sound that comes to warn you so. In the night or early morn, you know. If you're the red shadows roll, the red will strike with a blow and bring you home.
Greetings of the season. What feelings do they convey for this holiday week of 1943? Against a background of war, at a time when so many hearts are filled with anxiety, what is the meaning of this gesture of goodwill among men? Today we offer for each other the greetings of the season as an expression of our faith, courage, and hope. It is a pledge of unity among free men. It is a symbol of our determination to work and to sacrifice that the ideals of peace on earth and goodwill toward men may not perish from the earth. In this spirit, the men and women of Philco Corporation, who are helping to fight the battle of production, look with confidence to the future and to the dawn of a brighter day for all mankind. And for themselves, as well as for Philco dealers everywhere, they send to their many friends in the far corners of the United States and Canada the greetings of the season.
Because of his shining career as a heroic tenor in the Wagnerian tradition, because of his lavishly given services in the war tasks of show business, and especially because he adds 6 feet 4 inches and 300 pounds of natural gaiety to the New York scene, Variety nominates for the Hall of Fame Lauritz Melchior. Large Lauritz and that small and lovely wife of his, the Kleinchen Maria, are taken together a constant indication that the world of good music is not of necessity a pompous, stuffed shirt secret society. Consequently, they're beloved of all local men of goodwill. Lauritz, the Great Dane, sings for us a Scandinavian folk song arranged by Edvard Grieg, entitled The Great White Band. Mr. Melchior.
Behold
All of which has led us, by, we hope, agreeable stages, to Fred Allen. And Fred is accompanied by Portland Hoffa, together with the remarkable denizens of Allen's Alley, formerly known as the Mighty Allen Art Players. In the solemnly stated opinion of the editors of Variety, Fred Allen's recent return to the air is just about the most important news of the month in radio, period. If you missed Fred's opening show, you have our sympathy. And to make up for your loss, a condensed version now coming up. To appropriate music, enter Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And Deems, I want to thank you for a nice, dull welcome. You should have honed my welcome, stropped it a little before I get out. I would have expected something better from the Milton Berle of Carnegie Hall, Deems, after all. Do you realize that I have been away from radio for quite some time?
Well, yes. Where have you been?
Well, I could say I've been hiding, waiting for pistol-packing Mama to blow over. But I haven't. I've been out in Hollywood, Deems.
Well, now, Fred, it didn't take you 6 months to get back from Hollywood, did it?
Have you tried to get a reservation on a train lately?
Yes, but even so, California's only 3,000 miles as the crow flies.
You can't even get a reservation on a crow, Deems.
But why should it be so hard to get tickets on trains to California?
Housing conditions. I'll explain to you. A man is going from New York to California. He gives up his apartment in New York. He gets on a train. When he arrives at Los Angeles, the city is crowded, you see. He can't find an apartment. He can't get a room in a hotel. He gets back on the train and returns to New York. Well, by now, the apartment he did have here has been rented. He can't find a place to live in New York. He gets on the train, and that's why it's impossible to buy a railroad ticket to California today. Deems, thousands of people are living on trains. Thank you very much. A commuter. Thank you very much.
Yes, it must be homey.
It is homey, Deems. I came back from California on the cheap. One little old lady named Levy had been living in an upper berth with her 2 daughters and a rubber plant for 6 months, going and coming from Albuquerque.
Wasn't that a bit crowded?
Well, it was crowded at first, but one of the daughters married a man named Schwartz who was living in the lower berth under them, and the 2 families pooled their space, and now they're all very happy living in a section, Deems. And that's the way it goes.
Mr.
People are just...
Allen!
Well, Portland, even here. You're just in time, Portland. Deems and I are discussing, in sort of a stilted way, the housing shortage.
It's terrible. Some people didn't get any Christmas presents this year.
On account of the housing shortage?
Yes. A lot of families are living in chimneys.
Well, that probably accounts for the flu epidemic, I would say. Things, it shows what people will stoop to for money, doesn't it? But things are sure congested.
Mama put a nickel in a sandwich slot at the automat last night.
Yes?
The door flew open.
And?
A midget was sleeping in there.
On white or rye bread? Yes, that shows it's hard to find a place to sleep, Portland. Even midgets are taking slot luck these days. Now, wait a minute. Something may come of that.
My Uncle Phil is sleeping in Central Park.
Well, isn't he cold these nights?
No, he picked up an old Indian blanket.
Well, is your Uncle Phil comfortable under the old Indian blanket?
It's a little crowded. The old Indian is still in there.
The Ild Indian, huh? That fixes that up. The Ild Indian. A new tribe has been developed. The Ild Indian.
You know, I beg your pardon, Fred. I hate to interrupt, but there's a friend of mine in the wings who's very anxious to meet you.
Friend in the wings? Some angel in disguise? You think? Well, bring him in. A friend in the wings. Bring him in, Deems. Any friend of yours, I'm sure, is a stranger to me.
His name is...
Who is this party?
Lawrence Melchior.
Uh-huh.
Come on out, Lawrence.
Gad, Mr. Melchior, this is a pleasure. You know, I always enjoy meeting people who are still in my former profession.
Fred, don't tell me you were singing?
singer? Why, I was the common Lombardo of my time, Mr. Melchior.
Where did you sing?
Well, I sang my first solo in a church choir.
What happened?
200 people changed their religion. After a short talk with the minister, I gave up choir work and went into opera. For 2 solid seasons, we played The Barber of Seville. Then, bang, Lawrence, the electric razor came in, and The Barber of Seville was through. But enough about little old E-flat me, Mr. Melchior. What about you? You have been in opera many years, I know.
Yes. When I first went into opera, Madame Butterfly was only a caterpillar.
You must have known Boris before he was good enough.
Oh, Fred, I am not here to tell jokes. I came to talk to you.
To talk to me? Well, of course, Mr. Melchior. What's on your mind?
Fred, I have a problem.
You, Lawrence Melchior, the Metropolitan's greatest tenor, you have a problem?
Yes. I want to quit opera and go into radio.
Oh, Lawrence, you're kidding. What's wrong with opera?
Long hair and short dog.
Long hair and short dough.
Yeah, in radio they pay singers big money.
What singers?
Yesterday, I read that some young boy in the radio is making $30,000 a week.
$30,000 a week?
$30,000 a week. And what does he sing?
Won't you tell me when you will meet again? Monday and always.
Now, look. Look, Mr. Melchior.
Oh, Fred, make me another Sinatra.
You, the great Melchior, want a croon?
Yes.
Oh, the maestro is jesting.
The maestro is hungry.
But, Mr. Melchior, your opera audience is top hat, white tie, and tails. You want to sing for sweatshirts and bobby socks?
$30,000 for...
Now, look, Mr. Melchior, think of those phonograph records you make, those beautiful big 12-inch records. You want to give those up to be on the other side of Spike Jones and his City Slickers? Think, Mr. Melchior.
$30,000, and all he sings is war.
No, well, look, no, please. But who will take your place starring at the Metropolitan? Jessel is in Hollywood. Take a baritone's advice, Mr. Melchior. You stick to opera.
I'll try that Sinatra of the hit parade.
But you're not the Sinatra type. You've got to be thin.
Think I'm too robust?
Robust? Why, your tonsils weigh more than Sinatra. Why, when he's on the air, you can't tell whether Sinatra is singing into the microphone or the microphone is giving Sinatra a transfusion. Forget the whole thing.
Oh, please, Fred. Get me on the radio.
But you can't compare radio to opera. Opening night at the Met. Think, the curtain rises. Your glorious voice casts a magic spell over the audience. Men and women throw their hats and mink into the air and cheer. Bravo, Melchior! Beast, Melchior! Bravo, bravo, beast, beast!
Yes, that's true, but $30,000.
Won't you tell me when?
Lawrence, look, I think I can make you see the folly of your ways. Will you do me a favor?
Yes?
Sing me an aria. I just want to prove something to you. You sing me one of those adenoid rattlers of yours. Would you sing a song for me?
Yes, I will.
All right.
What about this one here?
Shining eyes of the sun, while roses reflecting a brightness announce that the day has begun. A light secret rattle streaming through nature whose long night has gone, as you through this beauty are dreaming.
what I mean. That's your racket. You see, that's what you like to do. That's what you do best. You should stick to that type of music.
I know. But $30,000.
Won't you tell me when we will meet again?
All right. You want to get into radio? I'll show you, Mr. Melchior. If the wrong... if the wrong sponsor signs you, you're apt to end up on a radio show that sounds something like this. We're on the air.
The makers of Pasternak's pretzels present Life Can Be Melchior. Life Can Be Melchior is brought to you every hour on the hour, every day, 168 times a week, by the makers of Pasternak's Personality Pretzels.
Today, while every other pretzel is made by machine, untouched by human hands, only Pasternak pretzels are made by hand. Pasternak himself takes a handful of wet dough and steps into a red-hot oven. A few twists, a few turns. When Pasternak is lifted out of that red-hot oven, in his hand he holds a pretzel. No deceit, no trickery. No other pretzel can make this claim. With men who know pretzels best, it's Pasternak, 7 3/8 to 2.
And now, Life Can Be Melchior.
Life Can Be Melchior. The story of one man's struggle to be a failure. Little Larry Melchior was born in a motel in Ohio. Today, on that very site, there stands a Burma shave sign. The world knew that a great singer had been born when the tiny baby's first words were, Figaro, 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 Figaro. Figaro, Figaro, Figaro. At school, his genius was immediately recognized. The teacher gave little Larry a pitch pipe, a metronome, and a picture of Rudy Valley to inspire him. After graduation, he forged ahead with his music. Day after day, hour after hour, little Larry Melchior practiced.
Figaro, 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 Figaro.
4 years at Curtis Institute of Music, Melchior sang.
Figaro, 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 Figaro.
8 years at the Juilliard School of Music, Melchior carried on.
Figaro, 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 Figaro.
And then came the crucial test. His audition for the Metropolitan Opera Company. Melchior sang, he had forgotten the words. But this did not stop Lawrence Melchior. Oh, no. Back to 10 more years of...
Figaro, 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 Figaro.
And then Lawrence Melchior finally reached his goal. He became a star at the Metropolitan. His golden voice sang... And now he was ready for his crowning achievement, starring on his own radio program. And here is the star of the Pasternak Pretzel program, Lawrence Melchior, bringing you the music he has spent a lifetime to achieve. Maestro, please.
Once rosy splendor was breaking above, from dewy bog a bread of love was there of a garden where Pasternak pretzels are the best. Pasternak stands each laboratory test. All guaranteed, none is faulty. Pasternak pretzels are super salty. Pasternak pretzels are fine.
next week on the Radio Hall of Fame, Burns and Allen, Raymond Graham Swing, Georgia Gibbs, and another group of star personalities recommended by Variety for your pleasure. We'd expect you at the gates of the hall this time next week, this station. Signed, James Taylor.
The production and writing staff of the Radio Hall of Fame includes D. Engelbach, George Faulkner, and Abel Green, editor of Variety. Fred Allen was presented by arrangement with his sponsor, Texaco. This is Glenn Riggs wishing you a happy new year from Philco dealers and distributors throughout the United States and Canada. And from the Philco Corporation, makers today of radio, communications, and electronic materials to help win the war. Makers tomorrow of materials for good living in a world at peace. This is the Blue Network.
Thomas Jefferson, First Inaugural Address, in Washington, D.C., Wednesday, March 4th, 1801. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Friends and fellow citizens, called upon to undertake the duties of the first executive office of our country, I avail myself of the presence of that portion of my fellow citizens which is here assembled to express my grateful thanks for the favor with which they have been pleased to look towards me, to declare a sincere consciousness that the task is above my talents, and that I approach it with those anxious and awful presentiments which the greatness of the charge and the weakness of my powers so justly inspire. A rising nation, spread over a wide and fruitful land, traversing all the seas with the rich productions of their industry, engaged in commerce with nations who feel power and forget right, advancing rapidly to destinies beyond the reach of mortal eye. When I contemplate these transcendent objects and see the honor, the happiness, and the hopes of this beloved country committed to the issue, and the auspices of this day, I shrink from the contemplation and humble myself before the magnitude of the undertaking. Utterly, indeed, should I despair did not the presence of many whom I here see remind me that in the other high authorities provided by our Constitution I shall find resources of wisdom, of virtue, and of zeal on which to rely under all difficulties. To you, then, gentlemen, who are charged with the sovereign functions of legislation, and to those associated with you, I look with encouragement for that guidance and support which may enable us to steer with safety the vessel in which we are all embarked amidst the conflicting elements of a troubled world. During the contest of opinion through which we have passed, the animation of discussions and of exertions has sometimes worn an aspect which might impose on strangers unused to think freely and to speak and to write what they think. But this being now decided by the voice of the nation, announced according to the rules of the Constitution, all will, of course, arrange themselves under the will of the law and unite in common efforts for the common good. All, too, will bear in mind the sacred principle that though the will of the majority is in all cases to prevail, that will to be rightful must be reasonable, that the minority possess their equal rights, which equal law must protect, and to violate would be oppression. Let us then, fellow citizens, unite with one heart and one mind. Let us restore to social intercourse that harmony and affection without which liberty and even life itself are but dreary things. And let us reflect that, having banished from our land that religious intolerance under which mankind so long bled and suffered, we have yet gained little if we countenance a political intolerance as despotic, as wicked, and capable of as bitter and bloody persecutions. During the throes and convulsions of the ancient world, during the antagonizing spasms of infuriated man, seeking through blood and slaughter his long-lost liberty, it was not wonderful that the agitation of the billows should reach even this distant and peaceful shore, that this should be more felt and feared by some and less than others, and should divide opinions as to measures of safety. But every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle. We have called by different names brethren of the same principle. We are all Republicans. We are all Federalists. If there be any among us who would wish to dissolve this union, or to change its Republican form, let them stand undisturbed as monuments of the safety with which error of opinion may be tolerated, where reason is left free to combat it. I know, indeed, that some honest men fear that a Republican government cannot be strong, that this government is not strong enough. But would the honest patriot, in the full tide of successful experiment, abandon a government which has so far kept us free and firm on the theoretic and visionary fear that this government, the world's best hope, may by possibility want energy to preserve itself? I trust not. I believe this, on the contrary, the strongest government on earth. I believe it the only one where every man at the call of law would fly to the standard of the law and would meet invasions of the public order as his own personal concern. Sometimes it is said that a man cannot be trusted with the government of himself. Can he then be trusted with the government of others? Or have we found angels in the form of kings to govern him? Let history answer this question. Let us, then, with courage and confidence, pursue our own federal and republican principles, our attachment to union and representative government. Kindly separated by nature and a wide ocean from the exterminating havoc of one quarter of the globe, too high-minded to endure the degradations of the others, possessing a chosen country with room enough for our descendants to the thousandth generation, entertaining a due sense of our equal right to the use of our own faculties, to the acquisitions of our own industry, to honor and confidence from our fellow citizens, resulting not from birth, but from our actions and their sense of them, enlightened by a benign religion, professed indeed and practiced in various forms, yet all of them inculcating honesty, truth, temperance, gratitude, and the love of man, acknowledging and adoring an overruling providence, which by all its dispensations proves that it delights in the happiness of man here and his greater happiness thereafter. With all these blessings, what more is necessary to make us a happy and prosperous people? Still one more thing, fellow citizens, a wise and frugal government, which shall restrain men from injuring one another, shall leave them otherwise free to regulate their own pursuits of industry and improvement, and shall not take from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned. This is the sum of good government, and this is necessary to close the circle of our felicities. About to enter, fellow citizens, on the exercise of duties which comprehend everything dear and valuable to you, it is proper you should understand what I deem the essential principles of our government, and consequently those which ought to shape its administration. I will compress them within the narrowest compass they will bear, stating the general principle, but not all its limitations. Equal and exact justice to all men, of whatever state or persuasion, religious or political. Peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none. The support of the state governments in all their rights as the most competent administrations for our domestic concerns and the surest bulwarks against anti-republican tendencies. The preservation of the general government in its whole constitutional vigor as the sheet anchor of our peace at home and safety abroad. A jealous care of the right of election by the people. A mild and safe corrective of abuses which are lopped by the sword of revolution where peaceable remedies are unprovided. Absolute acquiescence in the decisions of the majority, the vital principle of republics, from which, is no appeal but to force, the vital principle and immediate parent of despotism. A well-disciplined militia, our best reliance in peace and for the first moments of war, till regulars may relieve them. The supremacy of the civil over the military authority. Economic in the public expense, that labor may be lightly burdened. The honest payment of our debts and sacred preservation of the public faith. Encouragement of agriculture and of commerce as its handmaid. The diffusion of information and arraignment of all abuses at the bar of public reason. Freedom of religion, freedom of the press, and freedom of person under protection of habeas corpus, and trial by juries impartially selected. These principles form the bright constellation which has gone before us and guided our steps through an age of revolution and reformation. The wisdom of our sages and blood of our heroes have been devoted to their attainment. They should be the creed of our political faith, the text of civic instruction, the touchstone by which to try the services of those who we trust. And should we wander from them in moments of error or of alarm, let us hasten to retrace our steps and to regain the road which alone leads to peace, liberty, and safety. I repair then, fellow citizens, to the post you have assigned me. With experience enough in subordinate offices to have seen the difficulties of this greatest of all, I have learned to expect that it will rarely fall to the lot of imperfect man to retire from this station with the reputation and the favor which bring him into it. Without pretensions to that high confidence you reposed in our first and greatest revolutionary character, whose preeminent services has entitled him to the first place in his country's love, and destined for him the fairest page in the volume of faithful history, I ask so much confidence only as may give firmness and effect to the legal administration of your affairs. I shall often go wrong through defect of judgment. When right, I shall often be thought wrong by those whose positions will not command a view of the whole ground. I ask your indulgence for my own errors, which will never be intentional, and your support against the errors of others, who may condemn what they would not if seen in all of its parts. The approbation implied by your suffrage is a great consolation to me for the past, and my future solicitude will be to retain the good opinion of those who have bestowed it in advance, to conciliate that of others by doing them all the good in my power, and to be instrumental to the happiness and freedom of all. Relying then on the patronage of your goodwill, I advance with obedience to the work, ready to retire from it whenever you become sensible how much better choice it is in your power to make. And may that infinite power, which rules the destinies of the universe, lead our counsels to what is best, and give them a favorable issue for your peace and prosperity. End Thomas Jefferson First Inaugural Address. Read by M.L. Cohen, MojoMove411.com, Cleveland, Ohio, September 2007.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
This is John Daly at Convention Hall, Richmond, Virginia. On this 25th day of June, 1788, the Virginia Ratifying Convention has been taken completely by surprise. Mr. Edmund Randolph, present governor of Virginia, has come out publicly in favor of the proposed federal constitution for the United States of America. As a delegate to this crucial convention, and up to now an avowed enemy of the Constitution, Governor Randolph has been a leader in the campaign against ratification. But he has just told reporters that he will speak and vote for ratification when the convention reconvenes to vote a few minutes from now. Thus, the Constitution, which would unite the 13 American states under a strong central government, has found a powerful friend in an unexpected quarter.
June 25th, 1788, the Convention Hall, Richmond, Virginia. You are there.
Virginia,
key state in the plan to form the 13 original states into a united America stands undecided, torn by dissension, and the Constitution hangs in the balance. CBS takes you back 160 years to the day that determined whether Americans could go forward from revolution and establish a stable central government. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
Virginia, the Richmond Convention Hall, and John Daly.
For a group of reporters hurriedly summoned to the governor's executive chamber a few minutes ago. Asked why he is turning from the party of Patrick Henry to the party of James Madison, Governor Randolph would not amplify his statement, saying only that he will give the reasons which prompted his move on the floor of the convention. And we hurried from that news conference to this microphone here on the convention floor to bring you this news. There's Mr. James Monroe, one of Mr. Patrick Henry's chief lieutenants, in the fight against ratification. Mr. Monroe. Sir? Sir, are you aware that Governor Randolph has gone over to the Federalist Party?
I am indeed.
Would you care to comment on it, Mr. Monroe?
Any remarks on Governor Randolph's strange conduct will come from Mr. Henry, the leader of our party.
But how do you think Governor Randolph's action will affect the vote on ratification, sir?
No comment, sir. No comment.
Mr. Monroe has turned away from the microphone. Our brief conversation, a mark of the confusion Governor Randolph's change of mind has produced here. Ned Kelmer's been analyzing the possibilities inherent in Governor Randolph's action and is ready now with his report. So over to our CBS headquarters booth here in Convention Hall and Ned Kelmer.
Governor Randolph's sudden allegiance to the Federalists may have a decisive effect on this convention. Roughly half of the delegates represent the cities, towns, and the tidewater planters, and the other half come from the rural districts. Generally speaking, the planters and the businessmen are in favor of a national constitution. They are haunted by memories of Daniel Shays' rebellion in Massachusetts last year, and they want the Constitution as an instrument to end social chaos. On the other hand, the rural delegates, by and large, oppose the Constitution. At present, they're paying their debts with cheap state paper money, and they fear that national currency reforms would work to their disadvantage. But Governor Randolph has much influence and prestige among the country delegates. His change of position may very well swing the necessary votes from among them to carry the ratification. Thus, what happens here in Virginia today may decide the destiny of America. As you know, 9 states must ratify the proposed Constitution if it's to supplant the Articles of Confederation. 8 states have already ratified, and 4 others probably will not. If Virginia fails to ratify, the Constitution is likely to be doomed. And in that case, just a moment, Governor Randolph, at his executive mansion, has consented to grant our reporter, Don Hollenbeck, a brief interview before departing for this convention hall. So over to Don Hollenbeck at the governor's mansion.
Governor Randolph, sir, will you tell us why you've made this last-minute turn from the anti-Constitution party to the Federalists?
I have joined the Federalists because the anti-Constitution party has caused far too much delay on the pressing issue of a strong central government.
Why do you feel that we need a strong central government such as the proposed Constitution outlines?
It is imperative. The union of the states sags apart for want of it. Mr. Henry fails to see the danger. He occupies himself with legalistic assaults on various phases of the Constitution without realizing that the measure as a whole is desperately needed.
Well, Governor, do you endorse the proposed Constitution in toto without amendments?
No, I do not. I hope and trust that certain amendments will subsequently be adopted, such as a Bill of Rights and a clause absolutely forbidding the importation of Negro slaves. But all that can come later. Time is running out, and we cannot go on under the Articles of Confederation.
Thank you, Governor Randolph. This is Don Hollenbeck returning you now to John Daly on the floor of Convention Hall.
About 80 delegates are here now, and among them is Mr. Patrick Henry, former governor of Virginia, leader of the anti-Constitution party. He's wearing the ill-fitting wig and shabby black coat for which he is famous, and his hawk-like face is grim and forbidding. Mr. Henry! Sir, would you care to comment on Governor Randolph's repudiation of the anti-Constitution party?
Governor Randolph, bah! My opponents are welcome to him. He, like they, has turned his back on the revolution. He's divorced himself from the common people and embraced that hydra-headed monster property.
Well, do you mean to suggest, sir, that the Constitution favors the property-holding classes of the nation?
Yes. May I charge you? The worship of private property is implicit in every article of that infamous document. 1 year ago, sir, at Philadelphia, the Constitution stank so noisomely that Governor Randolph refused to sign it. Does it smell any sweeter now? No. The Constitution remains unchanged. It is Edmund Randolph who has changed. Randolph. An empty sail billowing with the wind from the Tidewater.
Are you implying, Mr. Henry, that Governor Randolph has yielded to pressure from the Tidewater plantation?
No. Randolph was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He is rich. He has many slaves. He is also a politician, and as such, he flirted briefly with the ideas of liberty and equality. But the governor has seen the light. Property is the thing that counts.
Well, wouldn't you say, sir, that the protection of private property is important for the welfare of the country?
Important, yes. But human rights are equally important. And where, I ask you, where do you find one single mention of human rights in this Constitution that we are asked to ratify today?
But if that is so, Mr. Henry, how do you explain that 8 states have already ratified the Constitution?
Citizens of those 8 states would bargain away their heritage of freedom for a mess of pot. For my part, give me liberty, greatest of all earthly blessings. Give me that precious jewel, and you may take everything else.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Here comes Mr. Madison. He's a small man and quiet of voice, but Mr. Madison yields to no man in intellectual capacity. Indeed, he is as famous for the logic of his arguments as Mr. Patrick Henry is for the brilliance of his oratory. Mr. Madison! Mr. Madison, Mr. Henry has just charged that the Constitution places property rights above human rights.
An interesting phrase. But then Patrick Henry is a master of interesting phrases. One of them helped to start our revolution. The trouble is, Mr. Henry is in a constant state of revolution. He should remember that the war is over and that his antagonists in this hall are not redcoats.
Yes, Mr. Madison, but what about his argument, sir?
Yes, property rights above human rights. Well, now, suppose we examine that without the benefit of oratory, shall we? Mr. Henry would give you the impression that this is a struggle between the rich and the poor, the strong and the weak. The fact is, sir, that there are wealthy men who hate the Constitution and poor men who love it. The point is that all Americans, rich and poor, are in dire straits today because we have no strong central government. Mr. Henry poses as the shining knight of liberty. But where, sir, is liberty without order? Order is what we need, not at the expense of human rights, but precisely to render them secure.
Well, Mr. Madison, it's been reported that Mr. Thomas Jefferson, our ambassador to France, is against the Constitution.
That, sir, is a distortion. Mr. Jefferson is a friend of mine. I'm in constant correspondence with him. It is true that he disagrees with some aspects of the Constitution, but on the whole, he favors it. As a matter of fact, it would be well for Mr. Henry to remember there are other patriots of the war for independence who stand behind the Constitution. Not only Thomas Jefferson, but General Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, John Dickinson, and a host of others.
Thank you, Mr. Madison.
A pleasure, sir.
Well, you've heard that the Constitution would be of great benefit to all Americans, and you've also heard that it will benefit only the rich. Outside this Virginia hall, there's a representative crowd waiting for the result of the vote, and Ken Roberts is out there. So let's switch to him and find out how these people feel about the Constitution. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
In this crowd, judging by their dress, are people from every section and class of Virginia. I see men who are obviously planters, others who must be tradesmen, and a large number of farming folk. Some of them must have come a long way to be in Richmond at this fateful hour. Here, for instance, the tall man wearing a fringed shirt and a coonskin cap. Where are you from, sir?
I be from Pineville, in the western district.
You're a delegate, sir?
Nay. I come here to watch all the delegates.
Oh?
I want to be sure they vote the way they're supposed to.
And, how are the delegates in the Western District supposed to vote, Mr.
Holloway, Thomas Holloway, and they're still supposed to vote against the Constitution when Governor Randolph will be paying for turning his coat on us come next election.
Would you mind telling us why you're against the Constitution, Mr. Holloway?
See this bullet wound in my left arm? I received it 10 years ago, come September. I received it fighting to free Virginia from the rule of King George.
Don't you mean that you were fighting to free the United States?
Nay, to free Virginia.
But aren't you a citizen of the United States?
Nay, I'm a citizen of Virginia. We fought to be rid of the third George, and we want no fourth to take his place.
then you think the Constitution would result in a king being imposed on the American states?
Aye.
What makes you think so?
If there be a Constitution, there'll be a president. If there be a president, he'll waste no time making himself into a monarch.
But, Mr. Holloway, it's generally agreed that if the Constitution is ratified, the first president of the United States will be General George Washington.
Aye. He'll waste no time making himself into a monarch.
You think that General Washington, if elected, will establish a monarchy?
Aye. There'll be nothing in the Constitution to stop him if he's a mind to. And I reckon he'll have a mind to. Power would be spoiling a man, say I. There's always
that's
has to be.
a ridiculous statement.
Mr. Holloway has just been interrupted by a well-dressed man in the crowd.
Back to the jail talking that way about General Washington.
Would you have the mind to be crying in the crime book?
You're hurting the reputation of the best kind of
Gentlemen, just a moment. Sir, we'll be glad to have your opinions on General Washington and the Constitution after Mr. Holloway has finished.
Himself, I have no
Now,
question
Mr. Holloway, you were just saying General Washington will make himself king if the Constitution is ratified.
Aye, and he could do it. According to the Constitution, the President would have his own standing army.
Yes, but wouldn't the army be subject to the decisions of the Federal Congress?
With a gun at its throat, what could the Congress do? He'll be making himself monarch, Congress or no.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway. Now, sir, now you have your opportunity.
He'll tell you now he's an empty head.
Empty head. I would tell you, see, abuse, canard, that's the way with you rascals. You impute the most dastardly crimes to the patriots who framed the Constitution. You don't want the truth.
Don't want the truth.
You're a rider, troublemaker, that's all you are. Scum of the backwoods.
See, holding your tongue now, you find that empty head.
Please, gentlemen, we were discussing something else. Let's get back to the Constitution.
Yes, the Constitution. I predict, sir, that unless the Constitution is ratified, the merchants of this country will be ruined, wiped out utterly.
Are you a merchant, sir?
Yes, sir, I am. I am a merchant, sir. I trade in tobacco, fine Virginia leaf, sir. Ask anyone in Richmond, you will find that Ralph Barker handles only the best.
And you feel that the Constitution, if ratified, would be a boon to business?
Absolutely, sir. Business is bad today. Oh, bad, very bad. And my warehouse is bursting with unsold tobacco. The country is in a depression. And it's because of the money situation. It's scandalous. Absolutely.
Would you explain that, please, Mr. Barker?
Yes, you explain. I will if you will only give me a chance. My word, there are so many different kinds of money in circulation. It drives a man insane. Doubloons, pistoles, gold Johannes's, English, French crowns, English guineas, Spanish dollars. Yes, and to cap it all, the states are issuing money that isn't worth the paper it's printed on. Now, how on earth can a merchant do business under such conditions?
It must be difficult.
Difficult? Why, it's impossible. It's confusion compounded into an unholy mess.
And you feel that the Constitution, if ratified, would restore order in interstate commerce and regulate the currency?
Yes, sir, I do. Of course I do. The Constitution specifically...
This is John Daly in Convention Hall. We have interrupted Ken Roberts because Governor Randolph has just come in. He entered by a side door to avoid the crowd outside. Now he is walking down the aisle, and the tension here is so thick one can literally feel it. Mr. Henry has just snubbed Governor Randolph, and the snub was unmistakable. His face pale, the governor has walked to his seat, sits down, shakes hands with Mr. Madison. Now the gavel sounds. Mr. Pendleton, president of the convention, is calling the delegates to order. The final debate will begin in a few moments. As you know, the resolution embodying the Constitution has already been debated clause by clause in the 3 weeks this convention has been in session. And now, Mr. Pendleton.
The ratifying convention is hereby declared to be officially convened. By previous agreement, the final speech in opposition to ratification will be made by Mr. Patrick Henry. And he will be followed by Mr. James Madison, who will speak in favor of ratification of the proposed federal Constitution. I now recognize the first speaker, Mr. Henry.
And Patrick Henry rises, walking slowly up the aisle. He's moving toward the front of the hall. Now he's mounting the rostrum. His hawk-like eyes under that ragged wig look out piercingly around the room, and they have come to rest on Governor Randolph. Mr. Henry stares at the governor now with an expression of, well, you might almost call it contempt. And now Mr. Henry is about to speak.
My concluding remarks in behalf of the anti-Constitution party, the party of liberty, will be brief. But I would first make a few observations on the conduct of one of the delegates. I am referring to none other than Governor Edmund Randolph. Last year in Philadelphia, Governor Randolph denounced the Constitution. It seems to me very strange that which was then the subject of his denunciation should today become the object of his praise. Something extraordinary must have happened to operate so great a change in his opinion.
Mr. President! Mr. President!
Governor Randolph is calling for the floor. He's been ruled out of order. Now, Mr. Henry.
I yield to the member. Let us hear what the honorable member has to say.
The honorable speaker hints that I have changed my opinions for some hidden and therefore discreditable reason.
I have no personal intention of offending anyone. I merely do my duty.
The gentleman smiles when he says that. His conduct is malicious, and it is not compatible with the least shadow of friendship. Very well. If our friendship must fall, let it fall like Lucifer, never to rise again.
Does the member accuse me of malicious behavior?
I believe the meaning of my words is clear.
Is the member prepared to back up his remarks with deeds?
If the gentleman seeks satisfaction, he will find my second ready.
I thank the gentleman for his willingness to render satisfaction. Mr. President, I request a short recess in order to arrange the details of a matter of honor.
This is unprecedented. However, due to the member's request is granted, I hereby declare a 5-minute recess.
Mr. Randolph and Mr. Henry are leaving the hall, no doubt to choose and confer with their seconds as is traditional in these affairs of honor among gentlemen. This is a startling turn of events, and we'll try and bring you the developments just as fast as we can. The floor here is a scene of confusion. The delegates are milling about, shouting and arguing, shaking their fists at each other, and from the look of things here, it would almost seem that there'll be more affairs of honor out there on the floor of this convention hall unless this convention is called back into order, and very soon. And there's Mr. Pendleton. Mr. Pendleton! Sir! Will the session resume in spite of this conflict between Mr. Henry and Mr. Randolph?
Yes, I will reconvene in 5 minutes.
And the vote will be taken as scheduled, sir?
Certainly.
Do you have anything to say on that?
Not now, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pendleton. The debate will continue. The vote will be taken despite this dramatic interruption. As you know, Mr. Henry is one of the principal speakers, and he must be back before the convention can properly be reconvened. As I said before, the floor is a scene of confusion, and there is a chance there'll be more of these affairs of honor unless the convention is indeed called back into session, and very soon. But now I've seen Ned Kelmer out there circulating quickly among the delegates to learn how Mr. Henry's attack on Governor Randolph will affect the vote. So let's go over to our CBS headquarters booth and Ned Kelmer.
Thanks. Well, on the basis of my brief conversations with the delegates just now, it's safe to say that Mr. Henry, by his open attack on Mr. Randolph, has restored the situation to what it was before the governor came out in favor of the Constitution. Yes, I'd say there's no doubt about that. The delegates from the rural districts admire forceful speech and prompt action. They saw it today, and no matter what outsiders may think of Mr. Henry's conduct, well, his action sits well with the country people. These rural delegates who might have been shaken by Governor Randolph's new allegiance to the Federalists now seem to be back in the anti-Constitution fold, definitely. And it does look as if the Constitution may fail of ratification. And now Mr. Pendleton has called the convention to order again, so back to John Daly on the convention floor.
The Republic itself.
The delegates are again seated. The convention has reconvened, and Mr. Henry has resumed the floor and is speaking on the resolution embodying the proposed federal constitution of the United States of America. Now let's listen to Mr. Patrick Henry.
Exclusion of the 4 remaining states. Congress, under this proposed constitution, would have a tyrant's power and more. It could lay whatever taxes it chooses. With a standing army, it could keep the people in submission. The president, if he should be ruthless and able, could make himself an absolute ruler. I would rather have a king, lords, and a House of Commons than a government replete with such insupportable evils. Gentlemen, my opponents ask you to surrender not only the sword and the purse, but the very scales of justice. Ratify this Constitution, and you place our state courts at the mercy of federal courts. A monstrous creation. I dread popular resistance to this proposed government. So vague, so indefinite, so ambiguous in its assurances of liberty and human rights. Let me warn you in the most emphatic terms of the dreadful effects which must ensue should the people resist. I beg, I beseech the delegates to search their consciences and vote nay on this resolution, lest they rouse the people to rebellion in defense of their God-given liberties.
Mr. Henry has left the rostrum, and Mr. Madison is coming up now to speak. He carries his hat in his hand. Now he's taking some slips of paper out of the hat. They are the notes for his address, and he's waiting for the convention to come to order.
Order. The chair recognizes Mr. James Madison.
Mr. President, fellow delegates, I yield to no man in my respect for the previous speaker. Yet in these brief concluding remarks, I would point out that his objections to the Constitution arise out of misunderstanding. This is not strange because the form of government we are proposing is new, unique in the history of the world. Let the delegates, therefore, not measure it by outmoded standards. Mr. President, the American states have stirred the admiration of the world by setting up free governments under the pressure of war. How much more will they win admiration if they should be able peaceably to establish one central government when not cemented by common danger? But will the states achieve that goal? Suppose only 8 states ratify and Virginia refuses to become the 9th except on her own terms. Then even if the others agree to our terms, which is doubtful, every state must call new conventions to consider the amendments. There will be endless disagreements. Every state will be encouraged to offer its own amendments. Agreement will be even more difficult to reach than it was in Philadelphia. In short, Mr. President, if Virginia holds out today, the United States may never have a functioning central government. But if Virginia ratifies the Constitution, it may bring the most fortunate event in the history of mankind. I therefore respectfully submit that the honorable delegates vote yea on the resolution before us, the resolution containing the Constitution of the United States of America.
Mr. Madison replaces his notes in his hat and leaves the rostrum, and from the floor, many voices calling the question. Mr. Pendleton is raising his gavel.
The convention will now vote on the resolution embodying the proposed Constitution for the United States of America. The vote will be by a show of hands. A simple majority will decide. Those delegates who are in favor, those who wish to vote aye on the proposition, will raise their right hand.
Hands are going up all over the hall, and the tellers are moving about counting. A total of 166 votes will be cast. 84 are necessary to carry or defeat the resolution. And it seems now as if half the number of delegates here have their hands up, but it's impossible to tell exactly. However, it's going to be close. You can be sure of that. Very close. We'll know the result in a moment from the eye count. If it's 84 or over, the ayes will have it, and the Constitution will be ratified here in the Virginia Convention and will become the law of the land. The tellers have completed their count now and are moving up to report to the rostrum. They're at the rostrum. Mr. Pendleton is receiving their reports, checking the totals, and we'll know in a moment. Mr. Pendleton.
The tellers report in favor of the resolution, 89 votes.
The resolution carried by 89 votes. 5 votes more than necessary. The United States is now government. We're to have a president, a Congress, a federal judiciary, a national army under the Constitution. I have a copy here in my hand, and its preamble begins, "We, the people of the United States, in order..."
June 25th, 1788. Virginia ratifies the Constitution and government of, by, and for the people begins.
The ratification of the Constitution was another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The program was written by Michael Sklar. Thomas Chalmers played Patrick Henry, Richard Waring was James Madison, Eric Dressler played Governor Randolph, and the cast included Carl Swenson, Chester Stratton, Bernard Lenroe, Guy Sorrell, and others. Footnote: the Virginia Convention debated and voted under the impression that it was the 9th necessary ratifying state. The 9th necessary state was actually New Hampshire. It had ratified 4 days earlier. Mr. Madison, Mr. Henry, and their colleagues did not know this because in those days news traveled slowly. Beginning next week, You Are There will be broadcast regularly over most of these stations at a new time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for You Are There next week and thereafter. Next week,
November 7th, 1637, Puritan, New England. The trial of Anne Hutchinson. You Are There.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
There are people in most countries who would like to live in the Republic of the United States or the Dominion of Canada where that good Olga coal is sold. The citizens of our free countries are the envy of many people elsewhere because of the personal freedom which we have enjoyed. Why, then, doesn't every country adopt a form of free government? One answer is that, unfortunately, there are people and parties in many nations who are so greedy for power that they will sacrifice the freedom of their fellow countrymen to obtain power for themselves. History, even recent history, is replete with such instances. That is why the citizens of the Republic of the United States and the Dominion of Canada must be careful to recognize at its very beginning any movement to steal or limit their freedom. That is not always easy. The man who would enslave a free people doesn't begin by saying, "Now I'm going to be your dictator." Instead, he probably will claim that he is a devoted supporter of personal freedom, but all the while he will support policies that weaken and undermine personal freedom. Such a man will deny any totalitarian aims, but free citizens must not be deceived by such denials. Apparently, it is a cardinal principle of every sincere totalitarian that he is justified in lying if such lies will advance his plans. In these times, no public figure and no party or organization supporting such a person can be accepted without careful consideration. Every public figure and organization must be carefully scrutinized, and if their real aims are to limit or to destroy our freedom as individuals, they must be opposed and defeated.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
The story behind the song. Toward the close of the Second War with Great Britain, the War of 1812, just following the raid of the British upon the city of Washington, we see a young man hurrying along the streets of Baltimore, Maryland, a look of earnest intent upon his face, determination in every vigorous stride.
Francis Key.
John Skinner, greetings.
What's the reason for this haste?
Have you heard of the plight of old Dr. William Beans?
Dr. Beans? No, what's happened?
He's under arrest on board the British flagship.
Good heavens. What for?
Well, doubtlessly acting from patriotic motives, he placed a pack of British camp followers under arrest and clapped them in jail for disturbing the peace in Upper Marlborough.
He's magistrate there, isn't he?
Yes, but that didn't seem to impress the British Navy. I've been assigned the task of trying to save the old doctor from hanging.
Hanging?
I'm quite sure it's just a threat that we must keep our hands off any British sympathizers henceforth.
You're going to the British flagship?
I am, right now.
But, man, isn't that dangerous?
Dangerous? Of course it's dangerous. You can't walk into the hands of the enemy without danger.
I'll go with you.
What?
Yes, I'll go with you. You'll need someone to help you.
Well, very well. Thank you, John. Come along.
Francis Scott Key and John Skinner embark upon a small boat which takes them directly to the British flagship on the morning of September 6th, 1814, and are ushered into the quarters of Vice Admiral Sir George Cockburn.
Well, well, gentlemen, this is indeed an honor.
Thank you, sir.
My quarters are small, but ample for my needs until I return to England. Pray be seated. Be seated, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, you are Mr. Francis Scott Key?
I am, sir.
And of what service can I be to you, sir?
We seek the release of an American citizen, one Dr. William Beans, whom your forces took captive some days ago.
Oh, so that's it.
It is.
It is it? Well, well, well. I can't say that I'm surprised, gentlemen. Very well. We shall see. Lieutenant?
Aye, sir.
Bring the prisoner Beans to me here.
Aye, sir.
He's an irascible old chap, isn't he? I fear he'd make a poor naval man.
In what way, sir?
Well, he doesn't like the food, nor his bed, nor his guard. Indeed, you would have thought the Prime Minister himself were aboard the ship. The manner in which we catered to the old doctor's whims. Ah, the doctor himself. Come in, my good friend.
I'm not your good friend. And I demand this outrage cease at once. I demand my release.
Oh, now, Doctor, you must be patient.
Patient? Patient? Do you realize, sir, that you are detaining a citizen of the United States of America?
I realize, sir, that now I am detaining 3 citizens of the United States of America.
What?
Do you mean that you're holding Mr. Skinner and myself as prisoners?
Not as prisoners, gentlemen. As in forced guests.
Ah, this is an insult.
No, not an insult, my good doctor. I am paying all of you a most generous and gracious compliment.
I do not understand.
I shall explain myself, Mr. Key. In a few days, our fleet sails under battle orders for certain maneuvers, which, if known in circles of the American Army or Navy, would doubtless fail. I know, of course, that you gentlemen are patriots of your own country and would not hesitate to reveal any secrets you might have learned while aboard this ship. So, I detain you as guests of the British Navy.
And where is the compliment, if you please, sir?
Ah, the compliment. Yes. Quite simple, Mr. Key. Instead of allowing you to return to your homes and chancing that you withhold the information, I invite you to remain here, because I know that you are patriots.
For a week, the 3 Americans are held aboard the British ship until, on the night of September 13th, we find them on deck, talking among themselves.
I have heard news, Key. What is it, Skinner? Quickly.
Yes, man, the suspense.
One of the sailors told me the British are attacking Fort McHenry tonight. Fort McHenry? Then that is our destination. I have heard, too, that while the fleet attacks the fort by sea, General Ross will be attacking North Point by land. And Major Armistead with a handful of men at the fort. Small wonder Sir George detained us with such information floating about.
Yes, and here we are. 3 able-bodied Americans, helpless to lend assistance to our country. I'm going below. I will not stand here to see my country fired upon without being able to lift a finger in defense.
Poor Dr. Beans, still the militant.
Oh, the night is black. I wish we could see.
All we shall see, John, is the fire from these cannons and the answer from Fort McHenry.
Until dawn.
Yes, until dawn.
Oh, when will it begin?
Not impatient, John.
No. Just uneasy. This waiting.
Wait no more, John. It's beginning.
Oh, what will they do at Fort McHenry?
Probably return the fire. Yes. There. Skinner, can you see anything at the fort?
No.
You cannot see the flag by any chance, can you?
No. Wait. Yes.
Yes, I see it too.
What are you doing?
Writing.
On an old envelope? What are you writing?
A little verse.
I didn't know you were a poet.
No, not a poet, John. Just a writer of verses.
Oh, how can you write under these conditions?
Let the thought suit the inspiration.
What? What do you mean?
Wait, I have another line. The rocket's red glare. Oh, yes. The bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night our flag was still there.
Through the night, the two Americans stand watching. Then, toward dawn...
Oh, this awful night.
It's most over, I think, John. Yes, look. There in the east, a faint glow of light.
Where? Oh, yes. I see it.
We shall soon know the fate of those poor devils at the fort.
Yes, soon. Let us hope they've withstood the fire.
We'll do more than hope. We'll pray.
Do you see anything yet, Francis?
My eyes are weary from watching. At times, I think I can see, and then I realize it's just imagination.
Look. Is that imagination?
No. By heaven, you're right. Armistead has held them off. The flag is still there.
A few days later, after the three enforced guests had been released from Admiral Colburn's flagship, Francis Scott Key was in his study when the door burst open and his two friends, Skinner and Dr. Beans, rushed in.
Francis, look. See what they've done.
Yes, it's wonderful, young man. You've done the country a service which the people can never forget.
What do you mean? Sit down.
Sit down, he says. I couldn't sit down now if my life depended upon it. I'm thrilled.
Well, what in the world are you talking about?
Look.
Why, it's my verse. Printed.
Yes. I hope you won't be angry with me, Francis. But I showed your poem, the copy you made for me, to the editor of the newspaper. He had it printed, and thousands of copies of it have been distributed all over Baltimore.
I'm highly honored, John. My thanks to you.
But this is far greater than any of us can realize now, Mr. Key.
What do you mean, Doctor?
I mean simply this. There's not the slightest doubt in my mind but that this poem of yours will cement the faltering hopes of the people. You know how the public mind has been wavering as to the wisdom of this war. I thought to do my share by my rash act a few days ago, but I was going about it with malice in my heart. You, young man, you have looked out over the bitter forces of this horrible war. You've scanned the horizon far above the hate of conflict and have seen aright. Francis Key, you have created the masterpiece which will inspire the American people to go on, to fight the war to the end, to strive with more vigor for the great final victory we must win.
I didn't create this poem, gentlemen. It was born of the union of pity for those who have fallen and my innate love for my country. If the people can be brought closer together by it, I'm happy. I've not been able to enter the war actively, And if this can be of service, if the people will remember it, I shall be immeasurably happy.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the brown country was, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
And now, another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight, Rakowski's Rubles by William N. Robeson.
This is a story of old Russia. Of Russia before Sputnik and Khrushchev and the Soviet. Of the Russia of resplendent Tsars and the hopeless characters of Dostoevsky. Our hero is such a character, intelligent but without hope. We shall call him Ivan Ivanovich. He is a student. His sweetheart we call Anna Petrovna. We find them in the Venice of the North before it was Leningrad, before it was Petrograd, when it was still gloriously named St. Petersburg. We find them in a basement room, furnished only with a bed and a chair, and a stove. But there is no money for firewood, so they are cold. They are also hungry, and they are hopeless.
Hopeless. Utterly hopeless.
What is hopeless, Ivan Ivanovich?
Life, Anya Petrovna. The noblemen and their half-naked women dance the night away in their warm palaces while we sit outside and shiver. What have we got to live for?
Each other.
It is not...
It is not enough?
No, Anyushka. I would die for you. You know that.
But you would not live for me?
Living is more difficult. This is not living. This is existing like an animal.
But it will not always be like this. You will graduate from the university soon.
And then what? Position in the government office if my marks are good enough? If not, the army? No, Anyushka. There's no place for me in this society without money, without a title.
You talk like a revolutionary.
Not me. Where did it get them, those anarchists who tried to kill the little father of all the Russias as he worshipped at Easter Mass last year? They were all dead. Or worse, they've been sent to Siberia for the rest of their lives. No. That Tsar is too mighty. He will not topple easily. They have no stomach for martyrdom. No, Anya. I'm only interested in myself. And you, of course. Anyushka. Do you love me?
You know I do.
Enough to wait for me?
Wait for you?
Yes, for 20 years.
20 years? Where are you going?
To prison.
What are you talking about, Ivan?
I have a plan that will make us rich 20 years from now. I'm going to steal a fortune.
Steal? But the police will arrest you.
Indeed. It is necessary to the plan that they do.
I do not understand you, Ivan Ivanovich.
I do not need your understanding, my little dove. Only your help. Will you help me?
Yes, Ivan, I will do anything you say.
Good. And you must get me an interview with your employer.
The Prince Bolinin?
Yes.
Why do you want to see him?
I'm going to work for him.
You are?
Yes.
What will you do for him?
I don't know. Secretary, footman, valet. Whatever he needs me for. You will find out.
And so the devoted and willing Anna kept her tiny, close-set eyes open, and also her rather large ears. And she reported all she saw and heard to Ivan Ivanovich. At last, the day came.
Ivan Ivanovich Marusak, Anna has told me much of you. You're from the Volga?
Yes, Excellency.
You are graduating from the university?
Yes, Excellency.
And you're looking for a position?
With you, Excellency, as your secretary. I have all the qualifications, my grades at the university. And you are without a secretary at the moment.
Yes, I am without a secretary. The young man who has served me so well for the past several years was suddenly taken ill. So ill, he nearly died. It was almost as though he had been poisoned.
What a pity.
Anna speaks very highly of you. Consider it done. Only see that you don't become ill as your predecessor did.
Oh, no, Excellency. You need not worry. I am sure there is no danger of that.
Ivan Ivanovich insinuated himself into the good graces of the Prince Bolinin with the celerity and precision of a Potemkin taking over the court of Catherine. He soon knew all there was to know about the prince. All except one thing. The combination to his safe.
No, my dear Ivan Ivanovich, no one but I opened that strong box.
But, sire, what if you were to, God save you, die suddenly?
And the secret would go to the grave with me.
And all that money?
It would no longer be my problem, would it?
No, but as your confidential secretary, it would be mine. I mean to pay off your creditors, to satisfy your heirs.
But it is not your problem now.
No, Excellency.
Then why worry about it, my little Ivan?
But Ivan did worry about it day and night. All those rubles, all those jewels, so close, just beyond that little iron door.
Anyushka, you are aware that the prince goes to his villa at the lake on Friday.
So I have been told.
And does not return until Monday.
That is what they say.
Good. You go with him?
The whole household goes.
Good. All except me.
But Ivan...
I shall be taken ill.
But you will be all alone in the house.
Exactly.
Who will look after you?
I will look after myself, Anya. Don't worry about me. I will look after myself handsomely.
In just a moment, we will return for the second act of Suspense.
One of the imponderable conundrums of philosophy is the old chestnut which asks if a falling tree makes a sound if there is no one in the forest to hear it. No one knows the answer. And no one knows whether a muffled explosion was heard in the Marianskolia street that Sunday night so many years ago. For certainly there was no one about to hear it, except Ivan Ivanovich, who stood in front of the Prince Bolinin strong box as the smoke cleared away and feasted his eyes on the fortune which would buy his future. When the great bank of Byelorussia opened its doors Monday morning, its first customer was Ivan Ivanovich, burdened with 2 bulging valises.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I wish to rent a safe deposit box.
Your name, please.
Rakovsky. Pyotr Rakovsky.
Very well, sir. Here is your key.
Thank you. I may have to go on a long journey. My things will be safe?
Oh, yes, sir.
For how long?
We do not touch the contents of any unclaimed boxes until 30 years have elapsed.
Good, good. I shall not be away that long.
But I do not understand.
You do not have to. Just take this key. Guard it with your life. Wear it on a string around your neck. Do not ever lose it. Do you understand?
Yes, Ivan.
And one more thing. Remember the name Pyotr Rakovsky.
Pyotr Rakovsky?
Yes. Don't ever forget it.
But why?
Never mind why. Just don't forget that name. What is it?
Pyotr Rakovsky.
Say it again.
Pyotr Rakovsky.
Ivan Ivanovich has come.
What has come, Ivan?
The moment of truth in which the great lie is told in silence.
I don't understand a word you are saying.
Good. Just remember that name.
Ivan Ivanovich!
I am coming, Your Excellency. At the word, Anya. Yes, Excellency?
I trust you're feeling better?
Feeling better?
Yes, you were ill when I went away.
Oh, yes. It passed. I am feeling fine now.
And you were here in the house the whole weekend?
Yes, Your Excellency.
You did not go out at any time?
No, Your Excellency.
Then perhaps you can explain this.
Explain what, Your Excellency?
Look, you dunderhead, look for yourself. The strong box. It has been blown apart.
So it has?
What do you know about this?
Nothing, Your Excellency, nothing at all.
But you admit that you were alone in the house the whole time. You must have heard something or seen something.
Nothing, Your Excellency.
It's impossible.
Nothing's impossible.
You are forcing me to believe that you know a great deal you're not telling.
If you are thoroughly convinced of that, you are at liberty to call the police.
Indeed I am, and I shall exercise that liberty at once.
The tribunal of the Tsar found themselves in a quandary. The accused would neither admit nor deny the crime. Yet the circumstances spoke for themselves in the loudest of tones. And so at last, the tribunal did just as Ivan Ivanovich hoped they would.
We find the defendant guilty and sentence him to 20 years at hard labor in the salt mines of Siberia.
Time is relative. For the child, a day is an eternity. For the old one, it is but a dull and painful tick of a faceless clock. In the salt mines of Siberia, time stands still. There, nothing happens. In the flickering torchlight, there is neither day nor night. In the constant, clammy 40-degree temperature, there is neither summer nor winter. The brain softens here. The mind wanders away and is lost. Unless a man has a dream.
A droshky with the finest of horses and a coachman and a great house in the town and another in the country.
Ah, Yuri, the millionaire, is counting his money again. Tell me when he gets to the dancing girl.
You laugh. Go on and laugh. You are the foolish one.
If you are so rich, what are you doing here?
I am here so I will be rich. I stole it. I am paying for it.
And where is this fortune of yours while you're paying for it?
It is in a safe place, locked away waiting for me to claim it.
It is all right, Ivan Ivanovich. We understand.
You understand why?
These salt mines. We all need something to help us get through. With you, it is this dream of riches. There is nothing wrong with it. It's good if it helps the days go by and fills the night with something more than the snores of your comrades.
But it's true, I tell you. I'm rich. I have the money and the jewels. They're mine. They're hidden away, waiting for me.
I know, Tovarich, I know.
No, you don't. It's true. It's true. Why don't you believe me?
But no one would believe him. And as the years slowly passed, Ivan Ivanovich told his story less and less. And more he began to doubt it himself. At first, Anna had written to him, but then her letters came further and further apart, and at last ceased altogether. And Ivan Ivanovich was alone with a fading dream. But at last the day came when Ivan Ivanovich's account was settled, his debt to society paid. Look at him now, shuffling up the Mariamskolia Street, a graying, stoop-shouldered, middle-aged man. He stops at the door of number 33 and pulls the bell knob. The door is opened by a young girl with largish ears and eyes set too close together.
Anyushinka, you have not changed a bit. You are even pretty.
You must be mistaken. My name is Natasha.
Natasha? How old are you?
18.
Then your mother? Is her name Anya?
Yes, it is.
Is she home? Would you call her? I'm an old friend of hers.
Mama? Mama! Da, Natasha. I have ears to hear you with. What do you want?
There's an old man at the door. He says he's a friend of yours.
A friend of mine? I have no old men for friends. What is it? What do you want?
You do not remember me, Anya?
No, I never saw you before in my life.
You do not remember Ivan Ivanovich?
Cannot be. I thought you were dead.
Is that why you married? You said you would wait for me.
A girl cannot wait her whole girlhood out.
You didn't wait very long.
I never expected you to come back.
So little faith. After all our plans. The key. You still have the key?
What key?
The key. I gave you the key I told you to keep for me.
Oh, that key. My husband was jealous of it. He found it hanging around my neck on our wedding night.
Oh, no.
He yanked it off me. He threw it away.
Oh, no. The key to all my riches. I told you. You promised.
I never understood about that. Except it was dangerous. My man said it was dangerous when I told him about it.
Dangerous? It was the key to our life together.
It could have gotten me into trouble, receiving stolen goods or something, he said.
Your husband is a fool. At least the name. You remember the name?
What name?
When I gave you the key, I told you a name. I told you to repeat it after me. I told you to remember it always. Remember?
I remember you telling me.
Then what was the name?
I have not the slightest idea.
Oh, no. You have not forgotten.
Why should I remember?
I told you to.
But you did not tell me why. You said I needn't know, that I shouldn't have my head cluttered with such things. So I did not clutter my head at all.
Yes. I said you were stupid then. Now the right. You are as stupid as your husband is a fool.
Careful, Ivan Ivanovich.
Fool, stupid.
Natasha, go fetch your father. He'll know how to deal with this madman.
Yes, Mama.
No, Anya, forgive me. I let myself go too far. Forgive me. And just remember that name. I will give you a third of all my wealth if you will only remember that name.
I have not the slightest idea.
You must. Without the name, I cannot realize the fortune. You must. You must.
I cannot, Ivan. I've forgotten it completely.
I will give you half on Yushka, half of it all for the name.
It is no use. 20 years is too long a time.
You drive a hard bargain. Very well. 3/4 of the rubies and jewels are yours. Just to remember the name. Remember it, Anya! Remember it! Remember it!
Oh, me, you maniac. I don't remember, I tell you. I can't remember.
In just a moment, we will return for the concluding act of Suspense.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you? I want to speak to someone about the safe deposit box. Yes, sir. I have a box here. I rented it 20 years ago. I've been out of the country and I have lost the key. Well, if you can identify... Yes. It was on the first Monday in March, 20 years ago. You just look up your records.
Well, I suppose we could go about it that way. What is your name?
I don't remember. Amnesia or something. A mental block. I don't remember.
I'm sorry. There is nothing I can do until you do remember.
A bitter wind swept down from Lake Ladoga, carrying night and snow out of the north, as Ivan Ivanovich stepped out the great bank of Byelorussia into the empty street. Empty like his life. Useless, meaningless, and the sooner over the better. Ivan Ivanovich shuffled across the wide boulevard to the bridge, where Katerina Street crosses the River Nevia. And here he stood, looking down on the black, freezing water, choked with cakes of ice slowly slipping seaward. Ivan Ivanovich was numbed in body and in spirit. As a person apart, he watched himself climb to the top of the parapet, stand irresolutely for an instant, lose his balance, slip, and plummet into the black and icy water. The shock of the freezing water brought him back to his senses. He flailed his arms widely.
And then, in a blinding flash, he remembered.
Piotrkovsky! Piotrkovsky!
But no one heard above the whining of the Arctic wind. And alone there in the icy water, Ivan Ivanovich fought vainly to save himself and his glorious memory of the name. But there was too much against him. Time and his age and the cold of the Russian winter. And so it was that Ivan Ivanovich died by drowning, with his now useless alias on his lips.
Suspense. You've been listening to Rakowski's Rubles, written for suspense by William N. Robeson. Heard in tonight's story was Santos Ortega as Ivan Ivanovich. Others featured in the cast were Bob Reddick, Rainer Rayburn, Roger DeKoven, Ivor Francis, William Redfield, and Lynn Loring.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas based on the famous theatrical books begun by the late Burns Mantle. Now edited by the distinguished drama critic of the New York Daily News, John Chapman. Mr. Chapman.
Our play this evening, Outward Bound, dates back to the season of 1923-24. That seems a long time ago, and maybe it is. But when some of the plays of that season come to mind, it seems like only yesterday. For a fine play never shows its age and remains vivid in the memory. There were some good plays that season. George Kelly's The Show-Off, for instance. Max Reinhardt's historic production of The Miracle. There was a fantasy by George Kaufman and Mark Connolly, Beggar on Horseback, which is fondly remembered. Kaufman and Connolly also had a musical going that time called Helen of Troy, New York, about a collar factory. Those were the days when men wore detached collars on their shirts, and the symbol of manly beauty was the man in the arrow collar advertisements. I can remember one song from that show. I won't sing it now because I can't sing. Its refrain was, "The biggest fools that you can meet are here on 42nd Street in old New York." Well, I'm sure that the most vividly and most fondly remembered drama from that season is Sutton Vane's Outward Bound. Sutton Vane, an English actor and playwright, was named for his father, who specialized in melodramas. Outward Bound, as you will soon hear, is no melodrama, but an odd and absorbing play. Our company includes Gina Dare, Alexander Scorby, Susan Douglas, Chester Stratton, Leona Powers, and John Stanley. Imagine now, as the play begins, that we are aboard what seems to be a small ocean liner, and that in just a few moments our ship will be sailing outward bound.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, good morning, ma'am.
You're the steward, aren't you?
That's right, ma'am.
I'm sorry to bother you, but the fog's so thick I'm afraid we've lost our way.
Where do you want to get to, ma'am?
Our cabin.
Oh, you'll find all the berths for it.
Oh, thank you. Henry?
Yes, darling?
It's this way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the sea. What'd you say?
Our cabin's forward, he told me.
Oh, thank you, steward. A bit confusing, these boats, aren't they?
Yes, sir. To begin with.
Come along, dear.
I'm awfully tired.
Do you wonder, after what you've been through?
I suppose not. But we'll have a wonderful trip, won't we?
Yes, dear.
The rest and the peace and the forgetfulness.
Of course, dear. Don't worry.
Give me your hand.
I'm sure you'll have a pleasant trip, sir, if you'll excuse me. Cheer, all the neighbours cried. Who are you going to meet? We'll have you aboard the street.
Well, you've been a long time.
Oh, good morning, sir.
This is the smoke room, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
What good's a smoke room without a bar?
Exactly, sir. What shall I get you?
Whiskey?
No soda, Walter?
No, thank you.
All whiskey.
As a matter of fact, you'll probably see a lot of me during this trip, so we might as well get acquainted, eh? How much?
Oh, you needn't pay on this ship, sir. If you'll just sign this check.
No. Oh, had a thick night last night.
Indeed, sir.
Must have been devilish thick. I can't remember anything about it now. Well, it's good morning, anyway.
It is, sir. Pity some people should be alive to spoil it.
What's that?
I was talking to myself, sir.
What's the old captain like on this tub?
Very decent sort, I've heard, sir. Very respected, I know.
Oh, that sounds dull. Get me another, will you, the same?
I thought I knew that voice.
What? Oh, really?
So here you are, you naughty boy.
Well, Mrs. Cliveden Banks, how are you? What a surprise.
As soon as I saw Tom Pryor on the passenger list, I asked for the bar, and here you are.
Well, what are you doing here?
Joining my dear husband, I'm afraid we're in for a very dull trip.
Well, we must just try and cheer each other up then, Mrs. Banks.
By the way, darling, my name is Mrs. Cliveden Banks. There was a plain Mrs. Banks in the divorce court lately. So silly of her and so plain.
Plain?
Well, judging the Daily Mirror. A total stranger, of course. Still, it's made me very particular about my hyphen. Not that I am ever likely to appear in a divorce court.
Oh, no, of course not. Well, Mrs. Cliveden Banks, will you have a drink?
At this time in the morning? Goodness, no. Mr. Pryor, did you realize there was a clergyman on board?
Oh, how convenient. Part of the ship's service, eh?
Well, heavens no, a passenger. And everyone knows a clergyman is the worst possible luck at sea.
Look out, speak of the devil.
Good morning. Good morning, madam.
Mr. Pryor, who is this man?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, well, never mind. Let me see now. Where was I?
I'm awfully sorry to bother you, madam, but could you tell me what the date is? I had this letter and
Are you trying to start a conversation with me?
Well, frankly, when we are going to be shipmates, the sooner we get to know each other, the better, don't you think? I'm William Duke.
No, really, I couldn't care less.
I'm sorry. I didn't think introductions were necessary aboard ship.
Well, possibly they may not have been in the days of Sir Walter Raleigh. Not having been there myself, I can't say for certain.
I beg your pardon. I'll go out on deck. Good day, sir.
Fancy that clergyman pushing his way like that. I cut him rather neatly, don't you think?
To the bone.
Well, good heavens, we're besieged on all sides. Look at that.
You'll excuse me, Mum, but you're the only other lady I've seen about, barring myself, and I've got to say something to someone. You see, Mum, I've been struck all of a heap.
You've been what?
Struck all of a heap.
Oh, Mr. Pryor, rescue me. And you'd better do something for this good woman, too. It seems she's been struck all of a heap, whatever that may mean.
Well, what's the trouble?
Well, sir, it went like this. As it were, only last Saturday, Mrs. Roberts and me were talking about the sheets being damp.
Of sheets being damp? Oh, the good woman is obviously a steward.
No, Mum, no. I'm a passenger.
A passenger? Oh, good heavens, Mr. Pryor, tell that steward to tell someone to take the good woman back to her proper place immediately. She's been wandering. She's on the wrong deck. She's in the wrong class. Goodbye, good woman. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mum.
Now, steward, would you get someone to show this woman to the third-class deck or something?
Third class, sir? I think you made some mistake, sir. There's only one class on the boat.
What was that?
Only one class?
Yes, sir. It's the same on all this line.
Oh, Mr. Pryor, this is impossible. And now how am I to know who are the ladies and gentlemen and who are not?
No. Don't get excited.
Excited? Why, this woman here is she probably eats...
Extremely likely, I should say.
Well, then, if she eats and if there's only one class, she'll eat in the same place as we shall. But it just can't be done.
Now, there's no point in getting upset.
It would be quite impossible for me to lunch at the same table with a woman who has been struck all of a heap.
I'll see what I can do. Now, madam, what's your name?
Midget.
What?
Midget.
There, that to begin with is an alibi. No one could possibly be named Midget.
Oh, couldn't I? Well, I'll show you whether they could or not. I'm my lady, I am mighty. My name's Midget, all right. Midget married me, and I've got me lines to prove it.
How dreadfully sordid.
We're just trying to help. Now, what is your trouble? Are you ill?
Am I ill? I don't think so. I don't feel ill. And yet I said to Mrs. Roberts last Thursday, or was it Wednesday? Oh, never mind, I says it to her anyways. I says, what I want, says I. Or did she say it to me? Oh, well, one of us says it to the t'other. What I or you want, according to whichever one of us did say it, is a thorough holiday. And then... Oh, wait a minute. I remember now. It's all coming back. I've been on here to meet somebody.
Oh, that's it, is it?
Yes, at the other end. It was our parson's idea. A thorough holiday, of course. Oh, how silly of me to forget. I'm supposed to be here to meet somebody, but I can't remember who. Perhaps that's because I ain't had anything to eat all day.
The woman is obviously lightheaded. Have her removed. Steward, can you find this passenger's stewardess for her and have her put in charge? She's nervous. She's never having been at sea.
Certainly. This way, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you kindly.
Seems harmless enough.
I suspect she's one of a gang of international crooks. Look at the way she scraped acquaintance with me.
Well, I suppose that means we're sailing shortly.
Oh, then I shall go up deck and wave farewell to the dear old white cliffs. I'm told that on many parts of the coast they're crumbling fast, but still, England, there is no country like her.
Thank goodness.
Why do you say that?
Well, that's what other countries say.
Oh? Well, come along now and protect me from the mob.
No, thanks. I'd far rather remain here and slip away from my native land, oblivious of her disregard for me.
Oh, you're a naughty boy, Tom Pryor. Still, I'll see you later.
That you, Reverend? I beg your pardon. It's Tom Pryor. I want to apologize.
Whatever for? Oh, cutting you stone dead like that silly old woman I was with. Well, that's all right. She had some idea you were bad luck. It was ridiculous of me to play along with her, but of course I'm a very weak character. Strong of you to admit it. No, I'm easily swayed. I can't think why. Drink? I always carry emergency rations. No, thank you. That's my problem. I always agree with anyone I'm with. She was to blame entirely.
I've always found it an unwise habit to run down other people. I have a nasty way of hearing about it and retaliating.
Well, you're not going to preach a sermon, are you?
Oh, goodness, no. No more sermons for me for a bit. I'm sick of them. Never did any good. I think that we should all enjoy ourselves on this trip, don't you? Live every minute of it.
Well, if you mean something like a cold bath before breakfast, I don't.
Oh, no, but we must arrange to enjoy every moment of the trip.
Why?
Because we're meant to.
Oh?
We must organize among ourselves. For instance, we'll get up a concert.
Must we get up a concert?
But of course.
How awful.
I say, do you sing?
No.
Oh, that's a pity.
Do you recite?
No.
That's excellent. Reverend, as far as I'm concerned, all we need for the passengers' amusement is through that door. The bar? Precisely. Will you join me? If you like. Where's that steward?
The steward isn't here, that's what. No efficiency, no efficiency. How do you do? My name's Lingley of Lingley Limited.
Hooray.
Where the devil's the steward? I haven't got time to waste here. I've got work to do. Steward!
All right, yes. Ginger ale with ice. Yes, sir. How much? You needn't pay, sir. I always pay. How much?
1 shilling, sir.
Very well. Here's 1 shilling. Thank you, sir. What for? I haven't tipped you. If you gentlemen will excuse me, I have work to do. I'm a member of Parliament, you know.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
Not at all. I'm on the London County Council as well. Incidentally, I own 21 music halls, a chain of cinemas, 2 gold mines, and a Methodist chapel. Naturally, they want looking after.
Oh, naturally. What are you doing with the chapel?
Having it pulled down.
Sportsman.
You? I know your face, don't I? Never forget a face.
How that must sadden your sweet life at times.
Where have I seen it before?
Oh, in your office. You gave me a job that lasted 2 days. I couldn't stand the atmosphere, so I drowned it in drink.
By Jove, I remember. You were sacked mechanically.
Yes, you wouldn't give me a second chance.
No one's ever given me a second chance. Never expect one. I shall certainly never ask for one.
In my opinion, Mr. Lingley, MP, LCC, you are a pompous old idiot.
How dare you? You must be crazy.
I'm not in your ghastly office now. I can say what I like. You're a blue-nosed baboon. There, I've dreamed I've said that to you for weeks, and now I've said it.
Mr. Pryor, you're obviously drunk.
I am drunk, I admit, but I trusted not obviously.
All right, I shall go on deck. Where are my papers? I've been irritated. The doctor said I must not be irritated. I have too much to do to be irritated.
I'm sure Mr. Pryor didn't mean
I did, every word of it.
But shut up. He's a pink-eyed rabbit. He's a rotter. He's a grasper.
Silence, sir! For goodness sake, silence! I shan't be able to concentrate after this interruption. I came here for peace, confound you. I've been thinking too hard as it is, and now this little net, he's destroyed what I'd nearly completed in my mind. Confound you, sir, I'm sick of opposition. Oh, my God.
Mr. Lingley, what is it?
Wait, you're looking ill. Yes, I am ill. I'm feeling ill, I am. Suddenly, I must have help. I wasn't warned about this. An arm, please, and some of that stuff you're drinking, Pryor.
Here you
are. Thank you. I shall be all right in a minute.
I'll get the ship's doctor.
No, he'll only irritate me. I know what to do. I've been told what to do. Absolute quiet and fresh air. I'll go on deck. Oh, yes, I'd forgotten. I'm to take one of these capsules.
Thank you. I must keep quiet, calm, and not think. I shall be all right in a minute. I'll see a doctor when I get to...
Marseilles, you said, sir?
Oh, yes, of course, Marseilles. What am I going to Marseilles for?
Don't worry now.
No. Don't worry, that's right. I felt quite faint for the moment, Mr. Duke. Your drink has done me good. I know what I'm doing, of course. I know. Already I'm better. But where am I going to? I'm going to meet someone, but was it Aronson? Bentock?
Don't look well, Mr. Lingley.
Of course not. He irritated me. I shall go on deck. I don't feel well at all. I can't concentrate. I can't remember where I'm going.
Reverend, what was it? I don't know. Some sort of attack. I'm going to stop him. Reverend.
What?
It was my fault, I suppose.
Oh, no.
Are you angry with me?
Why should I be?
You know, I think I'll have another drink.
But you've had enough.
You promised no sermons.
Pryor, drink is a terrible thing.
Reverend, you're keen on group games and concerts. Drink is my hobby. Let's leave it at that.
Please don't joke about it.
Amen. I take drinking very seriously indeed.
Well, I'll see you later, Pryor. If I should see if Mr. Lingley's all right.
Just a moment.
What is it?
Has it struck you by any chance that there's something queer about this boat?
No, it hasn't.
Well, it has me.
How do you mean?
There was a charwoman here just now, hardly the kind of person you'd expect to find here, and she couldn't remember where she was going, except that she was going to meet someone. Now, this Lingley fellow, he couldn't remember where he was going either, at least not clearly. And there's old Mrs. Banks, driveling about joining her husband. It's just struck me.
What has?
Well, Cliveden Banks kicked the bucket months ago. Surely she can't have forgotten that. Or was that her father?
Mr. Pryor, if you'll take my advice, you'll take Mr. Lingley's example and take some fresh air on deck.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I think I will. I think I need some air. A lot of air. Lot of air.
Oh, so sorry.
I didn't see you. I can't see much of anything.
You all right?
Look here. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Of course not.
It's a rather queer one.
Go on.
Do you know where you're going?
You a Salvation Army man?
I'm quite serious.
Well, of course I know where I'm going.
On this boat?
Certainly.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Thank you. I'm going to get some fresh air.
Who was that, Henry?
I don't know.
We're sailing now.
Really?
Almost open water.
Give me your hand.
Oh, hold tight to it.
It's queer. It's just like an ordinary sailing.
Is it?
You know that man just now? He asked me if I knew where I was going.
Yes.
Funny question, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Look, Anne, I'm worried. I've been thinking just now, these modern inventions doctors have...
Please don't worry.
They couldn't possibly call us back even now, could they, darling?
Of course not. How could they? We're safe enough as long as we hold tight.
It was a risk, though, wasn't it?
Yes, dear.
I think you were always more certain than I was. You seem to know so much more about the big things than I do.
Perhaps I only pretend to.
Oh, Anne. Darling, I do love you.
I love you, Henry.
Always.
Always.
I wonder how the dog is.
Oh, you baby. They'll look after him, all right?
I hope so. And when dogs die, what do you think happens to them?
I don't know. There must be a heaven for dogs. At least I hope so.
You know, it's queer. And you don't think...
What?
Any of these people could possibly know.
Our secret? Of course they can't.
Oh, I wonder if it's safe, even now.
What makes you say that?
And, darling, could they separate us? I'm trying so hard to remember. Suppose we'd done something that isn't right. They couldn't separate us then, could they?
That sort of thing is all over now, Henry. You've forgotten our secret.
Oh, you know I haven't. But I remember it just before we left the flat.
Our sad little flat.
I forgot to turn off the gas.
Of course you did, Henry. We agreed to that. That's what we agreed.
But they couldn't separate us for that, could they? I wish I could remember how we got here. I know we wanted for so long. Now we're here.
Let's walk around the deck, Henry.
All right. Hello?
Hello.
I didn't see you standing there.
I know.
Well, if you'll excuse us. Come along then.
I was right. Steward.
Yes, sir?
What's your name?
Scrubby, sir.
I am right, aren't I, Scrubby?
Right, sir. In the end, sir.
You know what I mean.
Right about what, sir?
You, I, all of us on this boat.
What about all of us on this boat, sir?
Answer me truthfully, Scrubby. We're all dead, aren't we?
Yes, sir. We're all dead. Quite dead. They don't find out so soon as you did, as a rule.
Queer.
Not when you get used to it, sir.
How long have you been...
Me, sir? Well, I was lost young.
You were what?
Lost young, sir.
I don't understand.
No, sir, you wouldn't. Not yet. But you'll get to know lots of things as the voyage goes on.
Tell me one thing now.
Anything I can, sir.
Where are we sailing for?
Heaven, sir. And hell, too. It's the same place, you see.
Well, Mrs. Banks, I could tell you one thing. This line can't be paying anything in dividends. There's nobody on board.
Nobody? Who is anybody?
How about that couple at dinner who sat at the corner? Girl's name is Anne, I think.
Oh, that couple?
Yeah.
Did you like the look of them?
Didn't notice.
I thought there was something funny about them.
Funny?
Well, you know, I may be wrong, I hope I am. But that's my opinion. Not nice. Funny.
Right this way, Mrs.
May I come in?
Of course.
It's a bit lonely on the street.
Street?
Out there.
Oh, she means the deck. How quaint.
Sit down. There. You're not nervous now, are you?
Not with you, sir. You wear just the same sort of collar that our parson does. Oh, I wish I was back on Lambeth Road.
Oh, impossible. Mr. Lingley, I shall squash her. Fancy her crowding in here. Mrs. Midget, I suppose you travel a great deal.
Oh, yes, every day. Lambeth to the bank, and from the bank back to Lambeth. Working in the city as I did do.
The city, how enthralling. Big financial interests, I presume.
No, scrubbing floors, since I lost all my money. Do you know all of you? Believe me or believe me not, I once had a house of my very own.
How magnificent.
Oh, wasn't it? Semi-detached. Took in lodgers, you know. Made enough to make me son a gentleman anyway. Sent him to college to prove it.
How romantic.
Cambridge or Oxford? Perhaps I've met him.
Well,
where is he now?
I don't rightly know. Having become a gentleman, he naturally lost all his money. And his money was my money. I ain't seen him since. He ain't seen me, not to know me since he was a very little boy. I got me brother-in-law, he's rich, to take him over and manage things for me. Oh, he's been a good boy.
Sounds it.
He was, I tell you. A real gentleman, just like that Mr. Pryor. That's what gentlemen are really like. Always broke, bless 'em, and then having another one just to make 'em forget about it. Just like that Mr. Pryor.
Pryor? Who?
Well, I like him anyway.
Poor Mr. Pryor. And I hear he's always like that nowadays. A real bad lot, in fact. Where is he now, I wonder, Mr. Lingley?
Sleeping it off if he's a wise man, which he isn't.
Mr. Pryor.
Why, Mr. Pryor, we were just talking about you.
Indeed?
Yes, I was saying what a steady hand.
Don't waste any more of your breath than is necessary, Mrs. Clive Banks. Nor any of you here.
I beg your pardon.
You don't have to believe me if you don't want to, but it's true all the same. We're dead people.
Why,
really,
Pryor?
Why don't you sleep it off?
I'm sober enough now. I'll walk a chalk line on the floor if you like.
Oh, why doesn't someone put the young man to bed? It'd be much kinder.
I'm sober, I tell you. I began to suspect it this morning before lunch. Nobody seemed to remember where they were going. I didn't remember for a minute where I was going. Then I remembered, then I got drunk. Naturally, all my life I've started to face facts by getting drunk. Look, I've been all over the ship, into the officers' quarters and everything. There's no one on board, no captain, no crew, no nothing. There's no one on board.
Why, I've never heard
no
of
one but the steward.
But the man is losing his...
And you know where he is now? He's in the rigging. Sitting cross-legged up in the rigging. I've just seen him.
Really, Pryor.
You don't believe me, eh?
I've never heard anything like it.
All right. All right. Whom have you seen on board ship since you sailed? Mrs. Midget, who helped you this morning?
The steward. He got me a nice hot cup of tea.
You, Reverend. Whom have you spoken to?
Well, really, I have seen men about, of course.
Have you? Have you indeed? Have you spoken to anyone?
Well, you don't expect us to talk to sailors, do you, Mr. Pryor? Able-bodied though they may be.
Did you see the engine room?
No. I couldn't find it.
Pity. I thought you were going to say the ship was worked by elastic bands.
It's no joke. Reverend, where are you landing?
Well, I'm going to take a little holiday, that's all.
You can't remember. I'm right, you see?
I wish you'd get out there. We want to play cards.
Why I should try to warn you, I don't know, but I've been all over this ship, I tell you.
Oh, excuse me.
You're just in time, the two of you. Come in.
Henry, I don't think we'd better.
Come in. You know. You knew this morning.
Knew what?
Henry, don't talk to him. He frightens me.
Yes, I suppose I do. I know as well, you see.
Mr. Duke, as a clergyman, you must be more used to unpleasantness than anyone else. Will you please take this man to the doctor or lock him up? He's not well.
I tell you, there is no doctor, no one. Look, everyone, I'll make a bargain with you.
What is it?
There are no lights out there. No lights at all. Have you ever heard of a ship with no port or starboard lights?
No.
Go out there and see. If I'm wrong, I'll go quietly.
Well, now that seems fair.
Reverend, will you go?
Well, just to satisfy you, if you keep your word.
And you'll tell the truth?
Of course.
Weak. Shouldn't humor him.
Don't you run the church down. Take my advice.
You may want her help very badly before long.
I simply ignore you, Mr. Pryor.
Listen. You hear that? Like a drum. A muffled drum.
You're drunk, sir, and you're at the wrong...
Well, Duke?
What's out there?
It's all right, of course.
Duke, it is all right?
Of course.
Everything?
Everything.
Oh, well,
I
of
tell you,
course.
the man's
I knew it all the time.
You liar! You liar! Come with me, Duke. I'll show you.
Stop it, Pryor. Stop it.
You swore to tell the truth. You're a liar, a dirty liar.
Get him, Langley.
I'll show him no more lies. I'm trying to help. We're dead, do you hear? We're all dead.
You all right, Pryor? You be quiet. Now, the ladies are safely out of the way. I want to apologize, Pryor.
Why?
Because you were right.
What?
There isn't a light on board. I'm not even certain that we're moving.
Then why didn't you say so?
I didn't want to alarm the ladies. But something must be done. We must all do something immediately.
What? To begin with, somebody will have to ring a bell.
Yes, and have the steward explain. Good. Scrubby, ask him.
We ought to do something. We may be drifting. We'll hit a rock.
No, sir. You won't do that.
Where did you come from? What's all this nonsense? I can't stand excitement. Where's the captain?
Oh, he left long ago, sir.
When I get back to London,
I'm afraid you won't get back to London, sir.
Take me to the captain, sir. You're only a servant, you hear?
Mr. Langley, I think we should all keep our tempers.
It's all right. I've known a lot of them to get angry at first.
What do you mean, sir?
People like you who are just beginning.
Beginning?
To be passengers.
What you told me this morning was true, wasn't it?
What? Did, sir? Quite did, sir.
Speak for yourself, sir.
It's queer.
Why, sir? We didn't think it was queer when we were born.
I must get out of this. I must get out.
That, sir, is impossible until after the examination.
What examination?
You'll find out later, sir.
Well, don't stand there, all of you, saying nothing. What are we to do? You, Duke, you're always talking about doing things. What are we to do?
I really don't know. Of course, if we were all quite certain, our prayer...
That won't do any good.
There's no danger, gentlemen, if that's what you're frightened of.
I'm not frightened.
Well, I am.
Steward, how many times have you made this passage?
Oh, about 5,000 times, sir.
And it's always been like this?
Not always, sir. The passengers don't find out so quickly as a rule. I suppose it's because of the halfways we have got on board this trip.
Halfways?
Now, there's no point standing here talking to a lunatic. The question is, what is to be done?
There's nothing to be done. Just go on as if nothing had happened until the examination.
Don't talk to me as if I were a schoolboy.
It is rather like going to school, sir.
I'm asleep. That's it. I'm just asleep. I've had dreams like this before. Go away, all of you. I'm Lingley of Lingley Limited. Not one of you can touch me. I turned myself into a company several years ago. Steward, I am asleep, aren't I?
Yes, sir. If you like, sir.
Then I shall go away somewhere until I wake up. I'll wake up. I'll get out of this.
I'd better go look after him, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me.
Well. You know, I'm quite a young man, and there is such a lot of work to be done after my holiday.
You still won't believe it, will you? Yeah, try some of this whiskey.
No, thanks. I don't think I will, if you'll excuse me, in case we meet anyone.
It's a great chance for you, isn't it? Professional advancement, I mean.
If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, my wife, she's out there.
You knew, didn't you? You knew all along.
I knew nothing. I know nothing now. Good night. Anne.
What is it?
Anne, come here.
I'm with you, Henry.
Listen, darling. They know we're dead. They found out our secret.
I know.
What will they do to us?
They won't separate us, will they?
In a moment, we'll return with Act Two of Outward Bound on Best Plays. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. return to the Best Plays production of Outward Bound by Sutton Vane. And here again is John Chapman.
This is the story of a strange voyage and of an extraordinary company of shipmates who suddenly discover that their mysterious vessel is bearing them to the land of death. Across the black waters, perhaps, of the river Styx, outward bound.
You're late, Prior. You're late. You're all late. Late for what? The meeting. Where's Duke?
On deck. Might interest you to know we've just sighted land.
You mean land? Really land?
Yes, we've just sighted hell. It looks like quite a nice place from here. The Reverend has arranged a sweepstakes on the exact time it'll take us to get in. You know, he suddenly developed a sense of humor.
Where is everybody?
Oh, getting nervous, Lingley of Lingley Limited?
Oh, be quiet.
You have enough chairs, sir?
Yes, indeed. Here's a half-crown for your trouble.
Thank you, sir.
What's the object of this meeting, anyway?
Well, as a businessman, I've called it to talk things over.
You would. You think that a good report and complete minutes would impress the examiner. Of course, you'll be the chairman.
Naturally, I seem to be the only one qualified. Prior, when I was a boy...
Were you ever a boy?
When I was a boy, I made my motto, try and rely on yourself. At 37, I made it rely on yourself. And at 47, rely on yourself absolutely. Because then if you fail, all your friends will only say it serves you right.
No, had you any friends at 47?
Oh, I'm so sorry to be late. Dear me.
Mrs. Cliveden Banks.
Oh, is this chair for me? Why, thank you.
Well, perhaps we'd better start.
Hello, Tom. Hello, Lingley. Hello, Banky.
Banky?
Oh, yes, we're all dead, and I can be quite natural. We can all do as we like now. Prior, have you heard this one? I've been dying to spring this one for ages. There was a young girl from Hong Kong.
Oh, I know that one.
Yes, I overheard one of my choir boys reciting it in the vestry.
Suppose your bishop heard you.
Impossible, I'm dead.
Is this the meeting house?
Well, now that we're all here, we'd better begin. Ladies and gentlemen.
Here.
Be quiet.
I was only thanking him for the compliment.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am a businessman.
Quite.
I have never done anything in my life without a reason.
Oh, quite.
I believe we should draw up a balance sheet.
Quite.
Now, if I may say so...
Certainly, go right ahead.
Sir,
Order, please, order.
I'll have whiskey and soda.
Quite.
Quite what?
Well, I really don't know, just quite.
Really, gentlemen, if I'm interrupted again, I shall say no more.
Here. Look here, all of you. The only question is, are we dead or not?
That is what I called this meeting to decide, Mr. Pryor.
I don't care one way or the other.
You wouldn't. Mrs. Midget, do you think you're dead or do you not?
Ladies and gents, all I want to know is this. If it has happened, it would greatly please me to know that I've been done proper.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you know, the street, the neighbours, the sherry wine and cake and flowers.
This is beside the point. Do you think you're dead or do you not?
Oh, I leave it entirely up to you, sir.
I take it in favor of the motion. Any objections? The motion is carried. Now, the next thing to decide is how to meet and talk to the examiner.
You mean we want to get out of it if we can?
If we can. And if we can't, well, this examiner's bound to be a hard, stern businessman. In which case, I suggest that I am the best one fitted to deal with him.
Suppose he isn't anything like that. Suppose he is really the examiner.
Why not ask Scrubby? Scrubby?
You want me, sir?
Steward, this examiner, what kind of a person is he?
Well, I can't say. I don't know. It all depends.
Exactly how should we approach him?
Well, I've been asked that question nearly 5,000 times, sir. And I always say it's better to leave the approach to him.
What's he like, Scrubby?
He's the wind and the skies and the earth, sir. He knows the furthest eddy of the eye tied up to the remotest cove. He knows the simpleness of beauty and the evilest thoughts of the human mind. He'll know all your evil thoughts. If you'll excuse me now, please. A seagull has just fallen on the deck. I'm afraid it's broken its wing. If so, I must try and mend it.
Well, we got to stick together. We've got to find some rational, business-like way of approaching him, and I suggest you leave it all in my hands.
Mr. Lingley, you can rely on me for one piece of information.
Oh, thank you very much.
I now entirely agree with Mr. Pryor for calling you a pompous old idiot.
What? Just because I'm trying to do my duty?
Your duty? You're rubbish. You're doing it because you're in a blue funk, and I don't blame you. I'm in a blue funk, too, but not so much as to make an utter ass of myself by trying to get out of this with balance sheets and board meetings. You want to try and impress this examiner with your cleverness, your business importance, your supposed interest in your fellow creatures. You're hoping to save your own skin that way, and I think it's pretty rotten.
Oh, your reverence. Haven't you got just one word of help?
Yes, what are you going to do, Duke, when the examiner comes?
Well, I've been trying to look into myself, trying to weigh my past thoughtfully and humbly and seek out all the faults and try not to excuse them. I'm going to pray to be able to make one more prayer. But for myself, I'm not fit to pray for others.
You won't pray for us, sir?
No, I can't. We're just shipmates, you and I, trying to help one another. I'm not a captain any longer. I cannot pray for others. Perhaps the realization of that is the beginning of my punishment. I have lost my job.
I don't suppose it was worth much anyway.
It is the most glorious job in the world. I suppose a man never knows he's incompetent till he's sacked. I can't understand that I ought to. It was my job, but I can't. It's heartbreaking. Oh, give me a cigarette, Pryor.
Well, let's get down to hard facts. I suggest...
Too late. Didn't you hear?
What?
What? The siren.
I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything.
No, Pryor.
I didn't, but... I can feel something, though, can't you?
No.
The boat stopped.
Exactly. We're in.
No, I won't face it. I daren't. It's all been bluff on my part. Let me get away.
None of us get away. We've stopped for good now. This is the judgment.
It can't be. We're here in the smoke room of a liner.
Why shouldn't it be here in the smoke room of a liner? Have any of us really ever troubled very much to think where and how and when it might be?
We've got to stick together. Duke, man, you must pray, even if the words are meaningless. Don't desert duty at the last moment. We're in the night, and I want a prayer. I want a prayer from a man. I don't care if he's a clergyman or not.
Oh, you ought to pray, Your Reverence.
Yes, even if you can't understand what for, you understand us.
You really think I ought to, Mrs. Midget?
Oh, yes, sir. Pardon the liberty. There's no harm in habits, if they're good habits. And prayer is a good habit.
Forgive me, then, for I don't know... Oh, yes. Gentle Jesus, meek and mild, look upon a little child. Children, pardon our simplicity. Suffer us to come to thee. God bless father and mother, Harriet, she was my nurse, all kind friends. Make me a good boy. Amen. That was the first prayer I ever learned, so it's probably the finest. Say it to yourselves if you want to. And remember Harriet. She was a worthy soul.
Oh, I feel better now.
We're in, ladies and gentlemen, we're in.
Yes, we know.
The examiner's just coming on board. He's cut us alongside, and he'll be with you in a second.
There he is.
Well, hadn't we better stand up, all of us, Mr. Lingley?
What? Yes, of course. Everybody up.
The examiner.
Duke, quiet.
Hello! Hello! Hello there! I say, where's everyone? Where are you, Duke? Ah, there you are, Duke, my boy. Well, how are you?
But it's old Grease Spot.
Of course it is. Greasier than ever. Oh, this climate. Oh, glad to see you after all this time. Good to see you. Have a good passage? You're looking fit?
Oh, grease spot. Thompson.
Saw your name on the passenger list, so I hurried down to meet you. I've been up country.
Oh, thank you.
Well, how's everybody? How's Ferguson?
They've made him a bishop.
Oh, they would. What's ever become of Maltby with the red hair and the spectacles?
Thompson, I'm delighted to see you and everything, of course, and dying to tell you everything afterwards, but can't you realize how at the moment we are terribly worried?
Worried? Worried about what?
The examiner.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'm the examiner.
You are?
Well, I'm one of them anyway. You're under my orders now. I've fixed up lodgings for you, Duke. They're not much for your fee, and it's near your work, right in the center of the parish. So you couldn't do better, really.
Work? Thompson, you don't mean I haven't lost my job after all.
Of course you haven't. You haven't started yet. You're just beginning.
Not lost my job. Thank you, God. I'll work harder now, I swear I will. Did you hear, everybody? I haven't lost my job.
There, my boy. It's quite all right now.
I'm glad to see they know each other so well, but what about us?
This might be a suitable moment to approach him. Sir, my name is Lingley, of Lingley.
Go away.
I thought this might be a good moment
Will you please go away? Now, Duke. Feeling better now?
It means such a lot to me, you know.
Oh, perfect then. You might as well start by helping me with this bunch. It won't take long, and we can get on shore for dinner. All right, Scrubby. Line them up outside. I'll take them one at a time.
Mr. Lingley.
Well, come in. Sit down.
Well?
Well, sir?
I'm Lingley of Lingley Limited.
Never mind the limited. You're just Lingley now.
I'm very proud of being myself.
Very well. Your case is over. Get out.
What? Just a minute. Let's talk this over. It's just that you don't understand business.
Sir, you commenced your career by breaking your playmate's head against the curb because he had a painted tin horse and you wanted to get it.
Well, I got it.
Oh, I grant that. You made a glorious straight path by knocking down anyone who came across it or tried to turn you off it. The foundation of Lingley Limited was laid when you stole the plans of a turbine engine and let the inventor die of poverty. Come on, off you go.
I'll appeal.
There's no appeal. You'll suffer as you made others suffer.
Give me a second chance.
Did you give anybody a second chance? That's all. Take him away, Scrubby.
Yes, sir.
Just see he goes the right way.
Very good, sir.
I wish you'd see the young couple next, sir. Henry and Anne, I know they must be suffering.
Well, what couple is this? They're not on the passenger list.
They seem so devoted.
But who exactly are they? Stuart, do you know anything about a young couple on the boat?
Oh, those two, sir. You wouldn't want to see them.
Not see them?
They are halfways, sir.
Oh, halfways. Well, that explains it. No, it wouldn't be much use to see them. Show in Mrs. Cliveden Banks.
Thompson. Surely not one of the Berkshire Thompsons.
Not that I'm aware of.
What a pity. My great-great-grandfather was a Berkshire Thompson.
My great-great-grandfather was hanged for horse thieving.
Very how quaint. You play golf?
I play indifferently.
I think all men ought to play golf. It keeps them away from home. My husband, Colonel Cliveden Banks, is quite an expert, I believe.
Oh, yes, Bunny's quite hot stuff. I was having a round with Bunny not long ago.
But I don't understand. Is he here?
He's waiting for you.
No. How did he get here?
Poor old Bunny died a couple of months ago.
Benjamin and I are both dead, then?
Quite dead.
That makes the marriage null and void.
Your marriage is only just beginning.
Oh, how droll you are.
You'll find everything most comfortable ashore. Valet, servants all your own, and your husband waiting with outstretched arms.
How ghastly. What right has he got to pop up again after all this time?
Every right. We're glad to have him here. Your husband is a very useful man.
Oh, how well I know that phrase. It's always been used of Bunny in every new office and every new job. Later, he invariably got sacked.
And you know why? Because of his wife's malicious tongue.
How dare
He was a devoted husband. Look what he gave you. And what did you give in return? Nothing.
But he looked so funny.
The only funny thing about him is that he wants to see you. Why he should want to see you is beyond me, but he does, and he's going to.
Oh, what shall I be, exactly?
You'll be his wife. In time, you'll learn to be a good wife.
No, I refuse.
You
Absolutely.
can't refuse.
I won't do it. I won't.
And why not?
He knows. Ask him. It was his eyes, that look in his eyes. You know I couldn't face them anymore.
Yes, you never could look him in the eyes. But remember, Mrs. Cliveden Banks, it won't be Bunny who will know now. It'll be you and I and the servants. And everybody except Bunny. You'll have forgotten.
Servants, you said? Well, I suppose it might be worse. I'll go.
Of course you will.
For his sake. Yes, I see. It is my duty. Duty. Such a compelling thing. Perhaps you'll both come and dine with the Colonel and me one night. Goodbye, Mr. Tompkins. You swine.
You've got to take me next. I can't stand it. My nerves aren't right. I can't stand it.
Well, we're not going to hurt you. Here, drink this. Well, what do you want?
I want to be killed. I want to be killed.
Well, healthy outlook you've got, haven't you?
No, I haven't. I've got a weak character. I want to be let off light. I want to be hit over the head with a stone and be finished.
Duke, send ashore for a bag of stones.
Don't joke. I couldn't stand that. I know what you're doing with the others. You're keeping them going with promises and things. Well, I don't want to be kept going. I want blank.
Impossible.
But I'm dead. I demand the right to be properly dead.
You're going on like the others. You've got to.
I won't.
You'll find it quite easy to forget here, you know.
Easy to forget what? You're not suggesting I'm to go on without this?
Yes.
You torturer. I see what you want me to do. You want me to chuck drink and develop a nice, clean life and remember all the other horrors. Why don't you kill me? Look at all the trouble it'll save. I'm not really worth saving. I'm not really.
Excuse me, sir.
What do you want?
My name is Midget, sir. I couldn't help hearing.
Oh, yes, I know all about you. It's not your turn yet.
Oh, but you see, sir, young Mr. Pryor here, he's been very kind to me. And if he's in trouble, I really don't think I could put me head on my pillow tonight if I had one. Oh, now, Mr. Pryor, what's all the flustering to do? It's about the booze, ain't it?
Yes, drink is certainly mixed up in it.
Mind you, I don't say there's any harm in a man having a beer if he wants it. But I shouldn't think you'd ever had much of a chance, have you, sir?
I've had every chance, Mrs. Midget. I was spoiled. I was ungrateful. I ruined... Oh, please drop it.
Oh, there was a girl, too, wasn't there? And she was the final old how do you do, I take it.
As you so poetically express it, she was.
And she chucked you, didn't she? Oh, but you'll be different now. What a triumph for you if your gal suddenly appeared here and found you settled down, smart and respectable like, with a good job and a decent salary, regular every Saturday. What you want is a nice, good, steady, respectable housekeeper who'll take care of
Mrs. Midget.
Oh, you can have your drinks as long as you don't let him interfere with your meals and affect your appetite.
Mrs. Midget, you're suggesting that...
I was thinking of it, yes.
It would mean going back to the slums.
And what's the matter with the slums? They're all right.
I won't listen to the idea.
Oh, you can give me a week's notice. Won't it be worth a try, sir?
Look, please don't keep on calling me sir. I'm not a gentleman, really.
Aren't you, sir?
No, I'm not. If I were, I shouldn't be hesitating as I am. Mr. Examiner, you helped me. You must be experienced in making decisions.
No, my boy. I can't help you in this. It's your own choice.
Look, Duke,
You know what Mr. Thompson said. For you to speak.
Very well, then. I'll go. By myself.
Pryor.
I'm not worth bothering about.
And in those very words, you proved you are. Because you really mean them. Humility, my boy. Humility. Take him away, Mrs. What's your name? And do the best you can.
Wait, I haven't finished my drink.
Your drink, sir?
All right. All right. I'm going.
Just a moment, ma'am.
Oh, he'll be waiting for me.
That's all right, Mrs. Pryor. You're a good mother.
Lost you. How did you find out? Blast you! No. Please. You'll never tell him, will you? Promise. You'll never let him know.
I promise.
And you, Reverend.
I promise, of course.
Oh, thank you both. You see, he mustn't even guess. Oh, sir, ain't it wonderful? He doesn't know me, and I've got him to look after at last, without any fear of me disgracing him. It's heaven. That's what it is. It's heaven.
Mrs. Midget.
He wants me at last. Yes, dearie, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Well, that does it. Come along, Duke.
No, wait, Thompson. The young couple is still outside. You may come in now.
Oh. Is this the young couple?
Won't you speak to them?
Please. Not yet, my children.
Henry, where are you? Henry!
Here I am.
Oh, we've sailed again.
Yes, darling.
Why have we both been left behind?
I don't know. Where does it mean we're going?
I don't like the sea. Oh, we should keep close. Terribly close.
And why weren't we judged?
I don't know. Why did you leave me?
Shh. I thought I heard a dog bark. Something seemed to touch my hand. Listen. You hear the noise of that glass? Glass breaking. Do you hear it?
No, dear.
Where are we going to now?
Oh, I can't think.
Ever since we left the harbor, I felt bound for some place I know. And I feel a breeze. Light, like a breath of new air.
We're together. That's all that matters. We're together.
Darling, they can't separate us now, can they? Keep hold of me, darling. Don't let me go.
Why aren't we closer? I thought we would be when we were dead. Oh, suppose after all we were wrong.
Wrong? What was that? Anne!
Oh, it's the steward.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, sir.
Anne, I heard it. The dog is barking.
Oh, don't be silly.
What dog?
Listen, I heard it, Anne. I heard it.
Keep close to him, miss, if you'll take my advice.
Where are we going?
We just go on like this, forwards and backwards, backwards and forwards. It happens to all halfways like we are.
Halfways?
We are the people who ought to have had more courage.
For what?
To face life.
Do you remember how you became a halfway?
Oh, now I've been allowed to forget. I hope you'll be allowed to forget. It would be too cruel if they didn't let you forget in time that you killed yourself.
And I remember. We thought we'd forget. And that we'd be so happy forever. But now it's all over. We've killed ourselves, but we're not happy.
Why did you do it?
We weren't married. He had a wife.
Oh, and we should have waited.
Yes.
Scrubby, you don't know the agony we've been through. The way people talk, the things they've said.
And now, you see, we have to remember. The last thing I saw was Jock's face against the window. Oh, poor dog, poor Jock. Oh, if we were only given back a little time to try again.
It's too late now.
No, there must be a way out. Let me think. The air's fresher outside. If I could only think.
Don't let him go too far, madam. Call him now.
Henry, don't go too far away.
No, dear.
Scrubby, why aren't people kinder to each other?
Being unkind comes more naturally to most people, I'm afraid.
Are you very lonely, Scrubby?
Oh, no, ma'am, not on the whole. You'll find lots of new friends, ma'am. The birds come on board occasionally, and there's the sea. Call him again.
Call him why? He won't be far from me.
Call him.
Henry? Henry? Henry.
He's gone.
Henry!
He lives again.
Live?
The dog, ma'am, outside the window. Perhaps he broke through and let in the fresh air.
Oh, he wouldn't leave me alone.
Couldn't help himself, ma'am.
Oh, we've been dead a week.
A week, a century, there's no time here. He's gone back, ma'am.
Then I'll go too.
That's impossible.
Henry! Henry, where are you? It's Anne. Where are you? Henry, don't leave me alone. Henry, you can't. I love you. Henry, don't leave me alone. Henry.
Quick, darling, quickly. There's only a second or two. I'll come to fetch you home. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Oh, we've got such a lot to do and so little time to do it. Quickly, darling, quickly. We're going to live again, Anne. Breathe deeply. Oh, the air's fresh.
I've just heard the Best Plays production of Outward Bound by Sutton Vane. And here again is your host, drama critic John Chapman.
Next Sunday's Best Play will be another change of pace in this series, a melodrama. It is Thomas Job's thriller, Uncle Harry, with Joseph Schildkraut again in the role he created on Broadway. This is Chapman saying goodbye until then.
Outward Bound was adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in tonight's cast were Gina Dare as Mrs. Midget, Alexander Scorby as Tom Pryor, Chester Stratton as Henry, Susan Douglas as Anne, Leona Powers as Mrs. Cliveden Banks, John Stanley as Mr. Lingley, Norman Rose as the Reverend William Duke, Wendell Holmes as the Reverend Dr. Thompson, and William Podmore as Scrubby the Steward. Best Plays is an NBC production supervised by William Welch and directed by Edward King. This is Fred Collins speaking.
Tonight, be sure to hear the American Forum of the Air on NBC.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, The Perfect Marriage. Director, Louis Allen. Star, Loretta Young.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a comedy of wedlock in a deadlock. The Perfect Marriage, starring 1948 Academy Award winner Loretta Young, and introducing the director of the film, Louis Allen. Tonight's guest screen director and tonight's story both first saw the light of the entertainment world upon the stage of the theater, and brilliant successes in this field brought them to the motion picture medium. Thus, the selection of our guest to make a picture from Samson Rafelson's popular play, The Perfect Marriage, was a logical one. He has created comedy all the way from London to Hollywood and has directed such fine films as The Uninvited, Our Hearts Were Young and Gay, So Evil My Love, and the soon-to-be-released Paramount picture, Chicago Deadline, starring Alan Ladd. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Louis Allen.
Thank you. Thank you. There are two schools of thought about marriage. Those who think that it can't be perfect, and those who know darn well it can't. Tonight we're concerned with a marital comedy, a story that's one of my favorites, simply because it's a barrel of fun. So here's The Perfect Marriage, starring Loretta Young in her original role of Jenny, with Robert Bailey as Dale.
They say that a perfect marriage is like a perfect crime. You never quite get away with it. Well, Dale and Jenny Williams seem to be getting away with it up to now. They've been just as successful at marriage as they've been at their respective careers. His as an aeronautical engineer, hers as an editor of a woman's magazine. And today is their 5th wedding anniversary. A fact which bubbles through Jenny's mind as they indulge in that Native American custom known as brunch.
Oh, darling, isn't it wonderful?
Absolutely. Best coffee Rose ever made.
Oh, no. I mean us, Dale. Here we are sitting across the breakfast table after 5 years. 5 wonderful years.
5 years of breakfast. 1,825 breakfasts together.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to count them, darling.
Oh, 1,826 and 1/2, counting leap year.
Oh, where does the half come in?
Our first breakfast.
Oh.
The eggs were half done, the toast was half burned, and the prunes were half stewed.
And so were you, dear.
I was not. That was sheer happiness.
Oh. Dale, are you happy now?
Happy?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, I guess so.
Darling, I have a wonderful idea. Let's go away together. Anywhere. Let's just dance and laugh and be gay. Just like we used to do.
Yeah, well, I'd like to, Jenny, but, well, you know, the office.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll make it another time. I'll pass the toast, will you, please?
Certainly. Dale, since you're so busy, you won't have any objections to my going to Atlantic City for a week, will you?
No, of course not.
Well, don't you even want to know why?
All right, why? Pass the butter, will you, please?
Because my magazine wants me to cover a convention there.
Well, that's fine. That's good.
You sure you don't mind?
Why should I mind?
Well, I'm your wife, Dale.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Then you don't mind. You don't even care one little bit.
Well, I'll miss you, if that's what you want me to say.
Yes, you'll miss me, like you did when I went to Paris last month.
Well, certainly I missed you. Now, shut up and furnish your grapefruit.
Oh, will you stop gnawing on that toast?
Why?
Because you look like a moose in molting season, that's why.
Jenny, what on earth is the matter with you?
Oh, Dale, let's face it, our marriage has gone flat. We've let ourselves become just, well, intimate acquaintances who share nothing but a roof.
What do you mean?
You know very well you knew that I was going to be in Paris for weeks, and yet you made no effort to stop me, and now it's the same thing all over again.
Look, you're a businesswoman, Jenny, with a businesswoman's responsibilities. I simply acknowledge that fact.
Well, I can remember when you wouldn't have let me go on so cheerfully.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
Oh, I could scream every time I think of that leer on your face when the boat pulled out.
That wasn't a leer. It was a smile.
Yes. Well, you were glad to see me go.
Oh, for heaven's sake,
And that
Jenny.
goodbye kiss you gave me, a bird peck.
A lovebird?
More like a duck-billed platypus.
Oh, duck-billed platypus. You don't even know what it looks like.
Oh, yes, I do. It has a long beak.
That was no platypus. That was that goop you used to date.
Do you mean Gil Cummins? He's not a goop. He's a very dear friend.
Well, he's a goop if I ever saw one, and I've seen one, and it's him.
Will there be anything else, Mrs. Williams?
A goop, I say, a goop.
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, but I think you ate the last one yesterday morning. May I go now? My gentleman friend is waiting.
Why, Rosa, I didn't even know you had one.
Oh, Mrs. Williams, about the refrigerator.
What's the matter with it?
It keeps making a noise like H.B. Kaltenborn with the hiccups.
Well, Mr. Williams is an engineer, Rosa. He'll grind the valves or something.
Well, if you don't mind, Mrs. Williams, the last time he tried to fix the refrigerator, the radio exploded.
Well, Rosie's really very good with airplanes.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sure he is, ma'am, but I don't want my refrigerator flying around the kitchen.
Oh.
I'll fix it myself when I get time. Oh, I almost forgot. Miss Moore is in the living room. Shall I get rid of her?
That's what I like about you, Rosa. No inhibitions.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I never did hold with drinking.
Hi, Gloria. Have you had breakfast?
Hours ago.
Oh.
Congratulations, perfect marriage. I hope I'm not intruding.
You are.
Dale, I love you. You're so funny. Here's a great big kiss.
Hey, wait a minute. He's not that funny.
Just to keep peace in the family, it's Jenny I came to see.
Oh.
How about lending me that little black hat that looks so silly on you?
Yes, I know the one. Come on, I'll get it.
Now, stop looking at me that way, Dale. Your favorite divorcee is tying the can to her latest boyfriend. I want to do it in style.
Haven't you got a hat of your own?
What's the matter with you anyway?
Oh, hangover.
That's what you get for mixing gin with gin.
It's not that. I dived too deep for the olive. Now, will you please go away?
All right, if that's the way you feel about it. But remember...
What?
I don't know. I can't think of a good line. I'm going upstairs.
Here's the hat, Gloria.
What's with you and Dale, darling? Do I detect a fleck of tarnish on the perfect marriage?
Why, what makes you say that?
Well, you both seem so upset.
We do? Well, it's because of Rosa.
Oh, poisoning your food again, huh?
Oh, Gloria, she's unhappy. Husband trouble.
Her own or somebody else's?
Oh, please, Gloria. Now, look, you're an expert on husbands. Maybe you could give me some advice for Rosa.
Well, what are the symptoms?
Well, it's just that a husband and wife discover that they really don't care for each other anymore. What happens then?
They're PHTTT. I don't know how to pronounce it, but that's the way you spell it.
Oh.
Hey, Jenny, I just wanted to tell you I'll have to run down to the office.
Oh, but Dale, it's Sunday.
I'm sorry, it can't be helped.
My, but Rosa has certainly upset this domestic paradise.
Rosa? What's she got to do
yes, I was just telling Gloria about the crisis in Rosa's marriage.
But she isn't...
Married to the right man? No, of course she isn't, dear.
Oh. Oh, no, of course not.
No. There's always a possibility of salvaging it.
How?
Well, if their years together have a quality that's too precious to lose.
Oh, Gloria, that's gibberish.
Well, makes pretty good sense to me, Jenny.
Come in.
I'm leaving now, Mrs. Wigglesworth.
Oh, Rosa, come in. I want to talk to you.
Run along, Rosa, and have a good time.
About the refrigerator,
I
ma'am.
think I can help you with your problem.
Oh, it's nothing I can fix, Miss Moore.
I'm glad to see you're so optimistic.
I'll just take a monkey wrench to it.
Isn't that a little drastic?
It might be better to get a new one. The old one's pretty well wore out.
Uh-huh.
Yes, ma'am.
But remember, Rosa, you only have one chance at happiness.
Yes, but you ought to hear the noise it makes. Oh, sometimes I wonder if I wasn't happier when the Iceman came every day.
What an odd woman.
Yes.
Maybe the poor man's right. Well, I've got to run along myself.
Hey, how about having dinner with Jenny and myself tonight?
Oh, thanks. I'd love to. Bye-bye, kiddies.
Goodbye, Gloria, and thanks for the advice. For Rosa, I mean. Dale!
Huh?
Dale, I'm glad you decided not to go to the office.
I'll show her. Not an engineer for nothing. I'll fix this refrigerator. Jenny.
I know, dear, I know. We need a new refrigerator. Well, here, move over. I want to help.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You don't have to do that.
No, but I want to. Oh!
What's wrong?
Oh, my back. It slipped out of place again.
Oh, here.
Oh!
Now, come here. Turn around.
Yeah.
Take it easy. I'll get all set.
Yeah.
You all right?
Mm.
Relax now.
Oh! Oh!
How's that?
It's better. Oh, darling. Darling, hold me close.
Sure.
Dale, I don't know what I'd do without you.
No, neither do I. Well, I'm glad you came to your senses.
What do you mean, dear?
Well, that little spat we had this morning.
Oh.
You know, I'd feel like a cad leaving you alone.
Oh.
Yeah, women haven't the ability to cope with the world. It's obvious.
Oh. I don't think it's that obvious.
Well, of course it is. A man in his 30s has his whole life ahead of him.
Yeah?
But with a woman in her 30s, it's different.
Dale!
Yeah?
Do you realize what you're saying?
Well, yeah, sure I do. I'm just being honest.
But...
Now, how many men want a woman over 30 when they can get a young girl?
Well, I know one who would.
Huh? Who?
Huh? Who? Gil Cummins, that's who.
Married women don't talk like that.
Well, that's right, they don't. I'll just see what I can do about this little situation right now.
This is a fine time to make a phone call.
I can't think of a better time.
Now, wait a minute, Jenny. What do you think?
Hello, Addison?
Have you gone crazy?
Addison, this is Jenny. Jenny Williams. Dale and I want to see you this afternoon. No, not for cocktails. We want a divorce. Addison, now, you're our friend as well as our lawyer, but we've come to your house on business, so please let's keep it impersonal.
But a divorce. Now, look, you two. How short can your memories be? Dale, have you forgotten the time Jenny was in the hospital and you walked the corridor for hours on end?
No, of course not. You don't forget things like that.
And Jenny, you haven't forgotten the time you begged me to come to the airfield with you?
But...
Dale was testing an experimental plane. You told me you couldn't go on living if anything happened to him. Have you forgotten that, Jenny?
Hey, Jenny, I never knew you were there that day.
Addison, you promised me that you'd never tell him.
Well, let's forget this talk about divorce until you're perfectly sure in your own minds. Perfectly sure.
Well,
Take her home, Dale. Straighten things out.
Jenny, what do you say?
Well, all right. All right, Dale, I'll try.
Well, that's more like it. Now, you kids run along home and patch this thing up.
Yes, all right.
Now, as you open the door, don't stumble over my wife. Mabel's probably listening at the keyhole.
Oh, my Jenny darling.
Hello, Mabel.
And Dale, I didn't know you were here.
Liar. Now, say hello and run along.
Well, not until I steal Jenny for 5 little minutes. I simply must talk to her.
Oh, please, Mabel, not now.
Oh, but darling, this simply can't wait. This is important. None of my business, darling, but I do want to be helpful. Now, you get a good property settlement from Dale.
But I don't want anything. I'm not even sure I want a divorce.
Oh, of course you want a divorce. Suppose you lose your job. Suppose Dale goes ahead and marries Gloria. She'll have everything she wants.
Well, what's Gloria got to do with it?
You didn't know.
Didn't know what?
You see, but I thought that was the reason for the divorce.
Oh?
Naturally, I didn't dream. Oh, my dear, I'd be the last person on earth to tell you that,
What is it, Mabel?
Well, it's just that you've been blind. Blind.
What have I been blind about?
Well, while you were in Paris,
Yes?
your husband and Gloria dined out every night in an obscure restaurant.
So what of it? They had dinner together.
But, my dear, they skulked. They giggled. Sheila Jameson told me that one night she saw them over there.
But, Jenny, will you listen to me, please? Gloria and I just had dinner together.
I'm not concerned with dinner. It's what happened after dinner that bothers me.
Well, you were in Paris and I was lonely.
Well, not for long you were.
Well, I just wanted somebody to talk to.
Dale Williams, I know your little talks. I married you after one of them.
That'll teach me to keep my big mouth shut.
And if you think I'm going to dinner with you and that woman, well, you have another thought coming.
Well, then stay home for all I care.
Oh, no, I'm not going to stay home. I'm going to the Macombo.
Oh, with?
Gil, come in.
Jenny, it's me, Gil.
Beat it. What do you want?
One side, Chubby. I've got a date with your wife.
She isn't here.
Well, I'll wait. What are you doing here?
This happens to be my home.
Well, according to what Jenny told me over the phone a couple of hours ago, you'll be vacating soon. So, I'll just make myself comfortable. Now, where's your bourbon?
Oh, it's right over there in the... Oh, that does it. That does it.
Oh, say, Dale, where's Jenny? I haven't seen her in years.
You? Is that you?
Oh,
Hello,
yes,
Gloria.
Hurry, darling.
This
We've
is
got
Dale.
years of catching up.
Remember that date for tonight?
Well, here I am.
Well, how would you like the Mocombo?
Dream.
Oh, no. Jenny won't be with us.
And Dale,
Just a minute, Gloria. What is it?
if you hear somebody trying to get in before 2 o'clock,
Yeah?
shoot him. It won't be me.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of The Perfect Marriage, starring Loretta Young in her original role with Robert Bailey, and introducing the director of the film, Louis Allen.
Come on, Gil, let's dance.
No, I'd rather sit here and look at you.
Oh.
If I say you're more beautiful than ever, you'll think I'm lying. And if I say you're not, I will be.
Oh, don't stop it, Gil. I love it. I love every word of it.
I've been saving a lot of words for you, Jenny. I've been traveling the world over,
Oh, what for?
collecting bird eggs.
Birds' eggs?
Well, sure. You love it. Oh, I'm an expert, but we'll talk about that some other time. Right now, I want to talk about you and me.
Well, maybe we'd better talk about birds' eggs.
Now, look, heartbreak gal, you are going to marry me.
Oh, Gil, I don't know if I ever want to marry anybody again.
I've had a long wait, Jenny. What's the matter, Jenny?
Look who's sitting down over there. Dale and Gloria. You know, Gil, something tells me your waiting days are over.
Dale, did you know they'd be here?
In a word...
What word?
Yes.
After everything you told me, and you still can't bear to have Jenny out of your sight.
Well, I was just kind of curious, that's all.
Well, you can be curious without me. Good night.
Oh, no, please, Gloria. Look, we won't stay. I'm very sorry. It was just an impulse.
I don't know why I put up with you.
Because we're pals.
I got news for you, kid. I won't be a pal to any man.
Well, you can be more than a pal to me, Gloria. I mean that.
Well, let's get busy and see if we can make a deal.
Uh-oh. Good Lord, they're coming over here.
Enter one ex-friend.
Oh, now, Gloria, please, don't make a scene.
I won't unless she starts it.
Well, Gloria.
Jenny, darling.
Oh, your hat is positively stunning. My old one, isn't it?
I should have returned it, dear.
Uh-huh.
It just matches your gown.
Does Dale bring you here often, Gloria?
No, he usually hides me away in a little saloon near the Bowery.
Oh, the Bowery! Oh, well, isn't that so nice to feel at home in one's surroundings? But don't be embarrassed, darling.
I'm not really.
Huh?
I know you're just unhappy over losing Dale.
Shall we put up the cutlery?
Good evening, Dale.
Good evening.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Gil. What have you been doing?
Enjoying it. Now, let's cut out this double talk and get down to cases. You see, Jenny and I are going to get hitched as soon as she unloads you, Dale. That is your name, isn't it?
Yes, Goop.
Gil, there's no reason to tell him now.
Why not?
Because in your own simple language, my simple friend, I also have an announcement to make. As soon as I unhitch Jenny, Gloria and I are getting married.
Would somebody buy me a good stiff drink?
No, better than that. Let's have a party.
Fine. Let's go up to my hotel. I have a chair, some gin, and a bathtub.
No, thanks. I never drink gin out of bathtubs.
My place is worse.
Well, no furniture?
No bathtub.
Hey, wait a minute. We got a home, haven't we, Jenny?
Yes, but...
And besides, Gil might like to see the rest of the place.
I don't like this room any better than the others.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Then we'll change them all, dear.
I think I like this love seat, though. We'll keep it.
Hey, you stay away from that love seat. Gloria and I are going to build a room around that.
Come here, darling.
Huh?
Oh, this is the way it will always be. Sitting here in front of the fireplace, Jenny.
Hey, wait a minute.
My arms around you.
You?
Like this. And as you gaze up into my eyes,
Yes.
I'll kiss you. Like this.
Hey, don't hold her like that.
You keep out of this.
Yes, what are you getting so excited about?
Well, he's trying to kiss my wife.
Trying nothing, he's doing it. And it's about time I did the same to you.
Wait a minute.
Now what's wrong?
That's no way for him to kiss my wife.
Why are you so worried?
He'll throw her sacroiliac out of joint.
The only trouble with you is too much Jenny.
What do you mean?
If you can worry about her sacroiliac while I'm kissing you, it's time for little Gloria to bow out.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Gloria, wait a minute. Don't go.
Lovers quarrel.
No. Just a change in plans, that's all.
Oh, well, in case you're interested, I haven't changed mine.
For your information, I am not interested.
Oh, I see.
Furthermore, I am going to bed.
Oh, not in this house, you're not.
In this house. In the study.
Oh.
Good night.
Well.
Jenny, darling.
Yes, Gil?
Before we go ahead with plans for our future,
Yes.
there's something that you ought to know.
Go on, Gil.
Well, once when I was collecting bird eggs,
Yes.
it was in Sheboygan, I was walking down the street, and I met a certain little...
Jenny!
Yes?
Where are my pajamas?
In the kitchen. Pardon me, Gil, while I get them.
Oh, great little housekeeper, Jenny. Keeps my pajamas in the oven.
That is a snide remark.
So I'm snide. Why don't you go home?
Why don't you get someone to bounce me?
I wouldn't need any help.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Here, catch.
Thank you. Good night.
I don't see how you put up with him for 5 years.
Now, what were you saying, Gil, when he so rudely interrupted you?
Oh, yes. Once when I was collecting bird eggs, it was in Sheboygan.
Yes.
I was walking down the street, and I met a certain little...
Hey, Jenny.
Oh, now what?
Where are my vitamin
In
pills?
the medicine chest, where they've always been.
They are not, and I'm not going to bed without them.
Oh, excuse me, Gil. I'll get them.
No, let him get them.
Now, look, just because we're getting a divorce is no reason why you should die of beriberi.
Oh, vitamin pills. Ha!
Well, it's just a hobby.
Well, after you take your vitamins, I'll take you on for a few rounds of polite boxing.
You know, that'll be a pleasure I've long looked forward to.
Here, catch.
Thank you, Jenny.
You're welcome, Dale.
Don't forget to wear your stocking cap.
Good night.
I'm awfully sorry, Gil. Now, what were you saying?
It was just this. You see, once when I was collecting bird eggs...
It was in Sheboygan. Yeah.
I was walking down the street when I met a certain little... Oh, good Lord, what is that?
Dale! What are you doing?
Fixing the refrigerator.
Well, do you have to do it right now?
I certainly do.
Oh,
Darling, this time I'm going to skip the preliminaries and take you in my arms.
Gil.
Just a moment, old man, just a moment. If you're going to kiss my wife, the least you can do is let me show you how to protect her sacroiliac.
Nobody asked you.
One side, chubby.
Now, see here.
Now, just watch closely.
Yes?
You put one arm around her like this.
Yes?
Let go of me, Dale Williams.
And the other arm around her like this.
Oh.
Gil, I don't like the look in his eye.
And then you pull her towards you like this.
Oh!
Darling, what is it?
Oh, my back! He's wrenched my back!
Well, good night, everybody.
Dale, you did that on purpose. You can't leave now.
Now, don't worry. All you need is a rub-down. I used to have a horse, had the same trouble.
Oh, this is terrible.
Now, just brace yourself now. Here we go.
Yes.
There. What's wrong?
Gil, you've made it worse.
Oh. Well, I'll try it again.
Oh, no.
Shall I call a doctor?
No, you better call Dale.
Oh, that pain in the neck.
What about the pain in my back? Dale?
No.
Please?
No.
Please, Dale?
Oh, well, I can't work with that goop leering over my shoulder.
Perhaps you'd better go, Gil.
Well, I can't leave him alone with my fiancée.
Who happens to be my wife?
Oh, don't argue, Gil. Just do as he says, please.
Well, I'll be right outside the door in case he lays a hand on you.
Yes.
Now, lie down on your stomach.
Yes.
That's it. And stop squirming. Okay, now, take it easy and just relax. Are you all set?
My back hurts.
You sure you're ready?
Yes.
Okay.
No!
That help?
Yeah.
Feel better?
Yes, darling.
Yes, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
Oh, Jenny, darling.
What did you say?
Darling. And I meant to say it.
Oh, Dale. Dale, why didn't you tell me about Gloria?
Well, there was nothing to tell, darling, you see, but... Hey, wait a minute. What about Gil?
Oh, him.
What are you doing?
I'm locking the door.
Hey, who locked that door?
I did.
Good night.
Oh.
Good night, Gil.
Gil, my husband said good night.
Well, before I go, there's a question I want to ask you, Williams.
What do you want, Gil?
Gloria's phone number. Hey, answer me!
He can't. He's busy. See him in the morning.
Happy anniversary, darling.
Happy anniversary, darling.
In just a moment, our stars will return. Next week, to suit your spring entertainment tastes, the NBC Theater presents another recipe for laughter, the lilting comedy Suddenly It's Spring, starring Fred McMurray. And now, here is tonight's star, Loretta Young, and screen director Louis Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me warn you. Don't be taken in by Lewis Allen's soft, quiet words. He's actually a tyrant.
Me, a tyrant?
Yes.
Why, Loretta, when we made the picture, I didn't strike you once.
Well, now, that's the trouble, you see. You're insidious. You did something worse.
What's that?
You cut my lines.
Tell you what I'll do.
Hmm?
You take those line cuts and speak them right now.
Oh, really, Lou? On the level?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. Let me see now. Pass the butter. Ooh, my arm itches. Behind the door? Huh? I don't like your attitude. How do you do? But not tonight.
Magnificent. Sheer poetry.
Well, seriously, Lou, before we say goodnight, I'd like to say thanks to you and to the rest of the men behind the camera. We actors portray our parts, but it's you screen directors who make the picture.
It's awfully nice of you, Loretta.
Thank you, Lou. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
And good night to you, Loretta Young, Robert Bailey, and Lewis Allen. The Perfect Marriage, a Hal Wallace production, was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, currently releasing Alias Nick Beale, directed by John Farrell, and starring Ray Milland, Audrey Totter, and Thomas Mitchell. Loretta Young is currently being seen in The Accused, a Hal Wallace production for Paramount. Included in tonight's cast were Dorothy Thompson, Leif Erikson, Ruth Perrott, Barton Yarborough, Gail Bonney, and Dan Riss. The Perfect Marriage was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, Suddenly It's Spring. Director, Mitchell Lyson. Star, Fred McMurray.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike, the cigarette that's toasted to taste better.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They taste fine. Tobacco is light. Tobacco is mild. Tobacco too. And it's toasted, yes, it's toasted. Because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
This is Don Wilson. I'd like you to listen to just the last part of that song once again.
It's the toasted cigarette.
That's one important reason the Lucky tastes better. It's toasted. The fine tobacco that goes into every Lucky is toasted to taste better. It's toasted. The famous Lucky Strike process brings Lucky's fine tobacco to its peak of flavor, tones up this light, mild, and naturally good-tasting tobacco to make it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. That's why we say this. If you want real enjoyment from your cigarette, make it Lucky Strike. The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis A., Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Jack Benny does another television show. But meanwhile, I'd like to take you back to yesterday and out to Jack's home in Beverly Hills. It's a typical morning in the Benny household, and as we look in, Rochester is busy in the kitchen.
Well, I better finish squeezing these oranges. Gee, that looks good. Orange juice is so wonderful when it's fresh. There's something about it when the oranges have been picked right from the tree. We sure are lucky the Colemans have one. I remember the argument they had the first time Mr. Benny picked them. He told Mr. Coleman that while it was his tree, since that limb was growing over into our yard, it was our legal property. I thought the boss was wrong, too, but the Supreme Court upheld it. Well, that finishes the orange juice. Now to put the coffee on.
Good night, sweetheart, till we meet tomorrow. Good night, sweetheart.
Oh, Polly, I forgot to take the cover off your cage. There you are.
Oh, what a beautiful morning.
It sure is a nice day, Polly.
Honey Beach Dempsey. Honey Beach Dempsey.
I guess it's about time I changed that paper on Polly's cage. Well, I better get her something to eat. Oh, good morning, Mr. Benny.
Good morning, Rochester.
Here's a nice big glass of fresh orange juice.
I don't want any.
Oh. Well, what do you want for breakfast?
Nothing.
But, boss, don't you want anything at all?
Well, yes, get me some smelling salts, some Tums, fix me an Alka-Seltzer, and get me a bottle of aspirin.
What's the matter? Are you sick?
No, Dennis Day is coming over. I couldn't talk him out of it.
You shouldn't let him upset you like that.
I shouldn't, eh? That stupid kid called me up at 3 o'clock this morning to ask me how I felt.
Well, why would he call you at 3 in the morning?
He said he thought my line wouldn't be busy then. I can't understand that kid. Anyway, he told me he was coming over today to let me hear his song.
Isn't that the reason he usually comes over?
Yeah, but when he starts that silly talk, he drives me nuts. But he won't do it today. I won't give him a chance to do anything but sing. A man can stand just so much, and then he...
Truman defeats Stewie. Truman defeats Stewie.
Oh, good, Rochester. You changed the paper in Polly's cage. Was there any mail, Rochester?
It didn't come yet, but you did have one important phone call. Hillard Marks, your producer, called from CBS to tell you that the time of tomorrow's rehearsal has been changed.
Well, I better call up and find out.
Hello, CBS, the size address. Yes, sir. Hold the line. I'll see if I can locate him. Who was that, Gertrude? Jack Benny. He wants I should get him as producer. Oh, that Benny. Always making us do things. He's a pain in the neck. Not to me. I like him, and he likes me. Really? Yeah. If I tell you a secret, will you promise to keep it a secret? Oh, sure. I swear on my picture of Pinky Lee. Okay, I'll tell you. Last June, Jack Benny and I nearly got married. We got into a cab and rode over to the Justice of the Peace, and he started reading the ceremony. Yeah. Well, when he got to the part that says, with all my worldly goods I thee endow, Jack ran out so fast he broke the sound barrier. I've never so embarrassed in my life. I can imagine. Now I wouldn't marry Jack if he was the last man on earth. Say, the way he keeps going on, he's liable to be. Yeah. Anyway, I'm glad I broke up with him. I've started going out with Dennis Day. That dumb kid? Who, Dennis Day? Yeah. He's so dumb he thinks the English Channel is where you watch old pictures on television. Well, get her. A regular Imogene cuckoo. You know, Mabel, sometimes you think you're so... See, Mr. Benny's sure impatient. I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but your producer isn't in.
Oh, well, keep trying. But when you get him, Gertrude, tell him... Gertrude, did you feel that? I was positive I felt an earthquake. Oh, well, goodbye, Gertrude. Funny, I was sure I felt an earthquake. The whole room shook.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, Don, what a relief. What was you?
I let him in, Mr. Benny.
Oh, Don, when you came in, the whole house shook. I can't understand why they didn't feel it down at CBS. It's only 6 miles.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I'm getting awfully tired of all these remarks about my size.
But, Don...
I'm probably lighter on my feet than you are. Why, last week I went to Arthur Murray's for some dancing lessons, and he was amazed.
Really?
Yes, he said I danced like a big, fat Nijinsky.
Don, this... Wait a minute. Look, Don, this I don't understand. Me, you bawl out, and yet you yourself make jokes about your size.
I know, Jack. You see, when you do it, it's an insult. But when I pull a joke at my own expense, it's different. Shows I'm a good sport and can take it. Like, well, for instance, you'd be the first to admit you're a lousy violinist.
The second, I'm the first.
You keep out of this. Don, what'd you come over for?
Jack, I brought the Sportsman Quartet with me.
I saw them, but I didn't want to say hello to them because I'm sick of that Why don't you just have them go ahead and let me hear their number?
Jack, I didn't bring them over to sing to you.
Well, that's what you always do.
I know, but this is different. You know, Jack, every time you go anywhere, they come over and sing goodbye to you. And when you come back, they welcome you home with a song. But today, they want you to sing to them.
Well, why?
It's their birthday.
Well, I'll be... Wait a minute. Did you say today is their birthday?
Uh-huh.
All 4 of them have the same birthday?
I'll tell you something that's even more amazing than that. They were all born in the same town, Storm Lake, Iowa.
No.
Yeah, Jack, and in the same hospital.
What a coincidence. Only my idiot writers would think of a thing like that. Anyway, Don, if you say it's their birthday, I'll sing to them. Hey, fellas, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear sportsman. Happy birthday to you. Now, Don, happy birthday to us. I thought you wanted me to sing happy birthday to us. Happy birthday. Fellas, I sang to you already. Happy birthday to us. Shaboom.
Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday to us.
Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday from you. Happy birthday from all of you to every one of us. What a happy day, what a happy day, what a happy day, what a happy little lady. Please take one, take a puff, and you will see. This is the only cigarette for me. The only cigarette for me is Lucky Strike. Just take one puff and you'll agree that Lucky's have the better taste. They're toasted, toasted. You know they're toasted. Yes, toasted. Lucky's are a toasted cigarette. What a happy day. Take a puff, and you will say, happy day, happy day.
Now, friends, we know this song is kind of silly, but please remember.
Though we may be from hunger, we're not getting any younger. LMFP, 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 LMFP. Yes, you agree. Anyone is sure to like a Lucky Strike.
Fellas, that was really great. And Don... Excuse me, I better answer this.
Well, we'll run along, Jack. So long.
So long, Don. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Charlie Bagby, your piano player.
Oh, hello, Charlie.
I'll tell you what I'm calling you for. I think I better have my piano fixed before the next broadcast. It has 12 broken strings.
12 broken strings on your piano? When'd you find that out?
Yesterday, during rehearsal. The janitor called it to my attention.
Charlie, do whatever you want to, will you?
Okay, and another thing. You're going to have to do something about Remley.
About Frankie Remley? What's wrong now?
Well, since he's been leading the orchestra at the Hollywood Roosevelt Cinegrill, he's gotten so hi-hat you can't do a thing with him.
Remley? Hi-hat?
Yeah, now he has to have a glass. He won't even drink out of a bottle anymore.
No.
It's demoralizing. Glasses is for water.
Yeah. Well, look at Charlie. I'll talk to him when he gets to the broadcast.
I wish you would. Goodbye.
So long, Charlie. Imagine Bagby, of all people, criticizing Remley. That's a case of the pot calling the pot potted. Those musicians really...
Hey, boss, the mail just came.
Oh, good. Give it to me.
There's nothing much, just this letter.
Let's see. Oh, it's from the California Bank. It's about the mortgage.
How long have you had the mortgage on that bank?
Oh, just a few years. They pay regularly. Say, Rochester, I haven't had a thing to eat yet. Fix me a sandwich or something, will you?
Yes, sir. Want me to answer the door?
No, you go make the sandwich. I'll answer. Well, what a surprise.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Mr. Kitzel. Well, it's nice seeing you, Mr. Kitzel.
You too. But I dropped in to ask you a favor.
A favor?
Yeah. From now on, when you're driving to the radio studio, could you possibly give me a lift?
A lift, certainly. But why?
Well, I'm working there as an usher. It's only a part-time job, but I got to raise a little money.
Oh.
I'll need the extra money because around the middle of next month, I'm expecting an addition to my family.
Oh, an addition to your family. Isn't that nice? What do you want, Mr. Kitzel? A boy or a girl?
Either one would be delightful.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it's my mother-in-law who's coming for a visit.
Oh, the way you put it, I thought you were expecting a bundle from heaven.
A bundle she is, but from heaven this is doubtful.
Oh, well, since you had to take another job, I suppose you like it, the studio.
Oh, yes, it's very pleasant, especially for me. I love to be around show people. So exciting. You know, actors, musicians, and singers, especially singers.
Oh, you like good singing, huh?
Definitely. On this subject, I'm a connoisseur. I collect records and everything.
Really? Well, tell me, who's your favorite singer?
Nat King Cole.
No, Mr. Kitzel. No, it's not King Cole. It's King Cole. Cole.
Cole, cool. He's real gone.
Yes, I know. Well, Mr. Kitzel, from now on, I'll give you a lift whenever I go to the studio.
You are lovely, gentlemen. Thank you. Goodbye, Mr.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Kitzel. Is my sandwich ready, Rochester?
In a minute. Was that Dennis Day at the door?
No, it was Mr. Kitzel.
Oh, well, remember what you said. When Mr. Day does come, don't let him get you into any conversations. Just make him sing.
Don't worry, I'll do it. Oh, Rochester, instead of coffee, I'll have tea today.
Yes, sir. Want me to get it?
No, that must be Dennis. I'll answer it.
Okay, boss. And remember what you...
I'll remember.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Sing your song, Dennis.
Hey, Mr. Benny, do you know that...
Dennis, sing your song.
I will, but I want to tell you that...
Don't talk, just sing.
But I thought you'd be interested in the...
Not interested in anything, sing. Now, come on over at the piano. Now, sit down at the piano and sing your song. Good. Just sing.
But, Mr. Benny, I only wanted to tell you...
Down! Sing or I'll push your head down again.
Okay, I'll sing.
And joy I see because you come to me. accent sweet. I find the roses waking round my feet, and I am led through tears and joy to thee, because you speak to me, because God made thee mine, I'll cherish thee through light and darkness, through all time to thee, and pray his love may make our love divine, because God made thee mine. Through light and darkness, through all time to be, and pray his love may make our love divine, because God made thee
Mr. Benny, now that I'm finished my song, I think I ought to tell you...
Don't tell me a thing. You came over to sing your song, you sang it. Now I'll walk you to the door and you can go home.
But, Mr. Benny...
No buts. You sang, now go. Here's the door. The fire engine. I wonder why it's stopping here.
I tried to tell you, your house is on fire.
Well, of all the...
I tried to tell him, but all he said was, sing your song, don't talk, just sing. Not interested, sing or I'll push your face down again. Nobody ever listens to me.
Oh, be quiet.
Don't get excited, mister. We got everything under control.
You sure, Chief?
Yeah, it was just a small rubbish fire. It's all out. No damage at all.
Oh, good, good. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. So long.
Dennis, I want to tell you something.
Yes, sir?
I'll admit it was my fault for not letting you talk.
Uh-huh.
But if you can sit there and calmly sing a song in a house that you think is on fire, then I know there's something wrong with you, and I'm going to do something about it.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Never mind. Just come with me. We're going downtown.
Okay.
Come on. Come on.
Okay, don't push.
This is the office we want, Dennis.
Gee, look what it says on the door. Dr. Heinrich Schultz, psychiatrist.
That's right.
Well, it's about time.
Certainly is.
You should have gone to him a long time ago.
Not for me, it's for you. Now, come on in.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm Jack Benny. I phoned Dr. Schultz and made an appointment for Dennis Day.
Oh, yes. Is this Mr. Day?
Yes, ma'am.
Has he ever been here to see the doctor before?
No, ma'am.
Well, before you can go in and see the doctor, I'll have to ask you some questions. Your full name?
Dennis Day.
Your wife's name?
I'm not married.
Parents?
2.
I know you have 2 of them, but what are their names?
Mr. and Mrs. Day.
I know that, too, but I want to know their first names. What do they call each other?
I'll tell the doctor, but I won't tell you.
I'll tell the doctor you're here.
Yes, Miss Roberts?
Dennis Day, your new patient, is here.
Well, send him right in.
You may go in now, Mr. Day.
How do you do? I am Dr. Schultz.
I'm Jack Benny, and this is the young man I talked to you about, Dennis Day.
How do you do? Now, Mr. Day, I think we better get right down to business.
Yes, sir.
Supposing you tell me all about yourself, starting with your earliest memory.
My childhood was very interesting.